Batman needs no introduction, though possibly he needs qualification when being discussed. That's because, over the course of the character's long and storied history, we've seen many different variations of the character. The tone, the ethos, the stakes and rogues and powers, and perhaps most notable of all, the performers. Going all the way back to Adam West in the 60s, everyone has their Batman, and can even argue who their generation's Batman is. The iconic voice that manifests in your head anytime you read the Caped Crusader's words on the page. For myself, and I have to imagine a whole lot of other people, that iconic voice in my head belongs to the late, great Kevin Conroy, who portrayed the Dark Knight in the DC animated universe and many of its notable offshoots from its genesis in 1992 until his passing in 2022. At first I was worried about starting work on this project too early, as one of Conroy's final performances would be in the perennially delayed Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League online video game. Only for me to now dread I've started this project too late, and I better finish it before the Suicide Squad servers shut down. So let's jump in. He is vengeance, he is the night. Kevin Conroy is Batman. A brief bit of housekeeping before we get rolling. This is a longer video than I usually produce that also covers multiple series and films, so I've elected to include timestamps or chapters or whatever the hell YouTube calls them to help people navigate if they're watching in multiple sittings or are only interested in certain parts. Even though, I know, sometimes the timestamps make rewinding and fast-forwarding sort of screwy. So if there's mass outcry about that, I'll get rid of it later. Looking at the timestamps, you'll also notice that I'm tackling things out of chronological release date order, to help with the video's flow by covering continuities as close to front to back as is reasonable, instead of jumping around. All good? Good. Enough preamble. Batman the Animated Series debuted on September 5th, 1992, part of Fox's Fox Kids programming block. Hot off the blockbuster financial success of Tim Burton's 1989 Batman film, Warner Bros. Anticipated another summer hit with the 1992 sequel, Batman Returns, and intended to extend the film's impending merchandising wave by debuting Batman the Animated Series that fall. Batman Returns fell short of the studio's hopes, in part due to a difficult financial year for films in general, but Warner executives would also lament the creative freedom they offered Burton in exchange for returning to direct round 2. Despite the performances, visuals, and score being very well received, the film's plot was scatterbrained and, worst of all in the eyes of the suits, the tone was too dark for children.
They'll be dreaming away in their safe cribs, their soft beds, and we will snatch them, carry them into the sewer, and toss them into a deep, dark, watery grave.
Yeah, not exactly the kind of VHS that can babysit a child on your behalf after you give them a couple shots of Ritalin. Well, Burton's replacement director Joel Schumacher would later attempt to remedy this family unfriendliness with the wildly campy Batman Forever. Another Batman was already waiting in the wings, primed to swoop in and save the demographic pie chart day. Batman the Animated Series debuted with a 65-episode first season in order to meet network syndication requirements. And while it was family-friendly, the show also incorporated some of the darker elements of the Burton films, namely villains that, despite their gimmicks, are playing for keeps, the anachronistic world building where you've got early 20th century gangsters and vehicles alongside fake reality machines and sentient AI, and the noirish New York, but make it look even more over the top and New Yorker, Gotham City, though now leaning more toward Art Deco than Gothic. Unlike many of the show's contemporaries, the artists created the backgrounds on black paper rather than white to further lend the show its distinctive style. Overall, the art direction is outstanding. Direction certainly, though at times the execution can leave something to be desired. In order to expedite production of the 65-episode order, Warner Bros. Outsourced the show's first season to various Korean, Chinese, Spanish, Canadian, and Japanese animation houses, with mixed results. It's clear certain targeted episodes took precedence and have some absolutely stunning facial animations and action climaxes, while other, less special episodes were assigned to, like, the B-Team's B-Team. One studio, Acom Production, a long-running animation studio working on The Simpsons, was actually fired over their inconsistent episode quality. Side note, I'm not sure if this was an animation oversight or a deliberate gag, but apparently the first thing Harvey Dent did after his disfigurement was apply for a credit card under the name Two-Face. Deliberate or not, that's so great. And half a decade before the infamous bad credit card, too.
$7 million. cape without him.
The animation outsourcing is also probably one of the reasons the writers steered clear of one bat versus 24 men brawls, or Batman versus foes with phenomenal supernatural powers that later Bat third acts would come to be known for. Batman the Animated Series is well before the modern era of Batman with prep time can defeat anyone. And in order to facilitate getting the character into a new death trap every other week, 2 or 3 goons are sufficient to put the Batman on the back foot. Even nerds like the Clock King are able to go mano a mano. Come to think of it, maybe this is why every character and their mother is listed as Master Hand-to-Hand Combatant and Master Marksman in the Arkham bios. Which isn't to say Batman doesn't lay down an incredibly brutal smackdown from time to time.
He is beating his ass.
The series also has an exceptional music score. Beyond the Danny Elfman-penned opening theme, each episode was individually orchestrally scored rather than relying on a small pool of repeatable stock music, with individual characters each developing their own themes, even if they were one-off antagonists who would never return. Hell, some characters even get multiple themes. Joker's got his main theme, the Last Laugh theme, the Joker's favorite theme, and a whole collection of jaunty game show riffs for whenever he hijacks a television program. And trust me, he'll be doing that a lot. If there's one consistent superpower the Joker has across all continuities, it's his unmatched ability to wind up on television. Perhaps one of the greatest sequences comes from the episode Dreams in Darkness, where a fear-drug-addled Batman hallucinates gigantic versions of his greatest foes, while each of their leitmotifs accompany their appearances. And that one brawl in Bullet for Bullock, where a big band swing version of the main theme creeps into the hard-boiled soundtrack, nearly brought a tear to my eye. Continuing the sonic joy of the series is the voice cast, with our leading man, of course, being Kevin Conroy. Inspired by a similar decision with Michael Keaton's Batman and the lead character of the 1934 double-life adventure film, The Scarlet Pimpernel, Conroy not only gave Batman his distinct voice, but altered his voice between Batman and Bruce Wayne to give both the Man and the Cape distinct voices of their own. The warm, personable Bruce Wayne, and a Batman that can be warm or stern, or intimidating, or enraged. I believe the casting team when they say they instantly could sense they had found their Batman during his callback audition.
You could see the stress of months of auditions just fall from our faces because we had found Batman. It was remarkable.
Paired with Conroy's iconic vocal performance was an equally iconic villain performance. I am, of course, referring to Mark Hamill as one of Batman's greatest foes, Ferris Boyle. Oh, and I guess he did a pretty good job pinch hitting as the Joker after producers decided to recast Tim Curry midway through production. So midway into production, in fact, that Curry had already recorded several episodes and some animation was partially completed, so Hamill had to dub the character in a manner that matched the lip flapping of a different performer. Hamill's performance is, of course, just as revered as his co-stars, and the two share a spectacular arch-nemesis chemistry made all the more apparent since Batman the Animated Series recorded with the full cast in a single studio instead of individually. So there's that extra level of physicality and chemistry happening off camera. Hamill's Joker also has the whole "this is my definitive Joker" thing for a lot of people, though admittedly the competition for favorite Joker is even tougher than the competition for favorite Batman. As to why Tim Curry was given the old heave-ho, the production team has always been deliberately vague. Tim Curry has on-again, off-again alluded to losing out on the role thanks to a bout of bronchitis, while DC's Heart of Batman documentary claims Curry's recasting was a creative choice championed by producer Alan Burnett. There's been some speculation producers found his performance too scary. Personally, I don't see it from the limited number of clips that have been released. The official company line is the true motive behind Curry's recasting is one big mystery not even the world's greatest detective can solve.
Oh, that's a joke, right? Batman finally told a joke!
It's pretty impressive how much plot the writers were able to condense into the 20 minutes of screen time they had to play with, all without letting the narrative become cluttered. Take, for instance, the fan-favorite episode Almost Got Him, in which 4 of Batman's most famous foes recount individual stories of each time they came closest to killing the Bat. Oh, sorry, Killer Croc. 5 foes.
I threw a rock at him!
But on top of those fun vignettes, there's also the revelation that the Joker's scheme is still ongoing, Croc is Batman in disguise trying to learn the details of said scheme, and a capper where Batman saves Catwoman from the Joker and Harley's clutches, turns down her advances offering to leave this crazy caped crusading life behind, and Catwoman chuckles the episode's title one final time, now with a different meaning. Almost got him. So much fun, so much going on, so well paced. Absolutely exemplary. That isn't to say every plot is as convoluted. Some episodes are pretty narratively light, namely some of the villain origin stories. The Batman the Animated Series Show Bible decreed that all villains, recurring or one-off, should be introduced to both Batman and, by proxy, the audience for the first time in their first appearances, save for the Joker, the Penguin, and Catwoman, whom the audience would presumably already be familiar with thanks to their recent film appearances. Not that the writers really stuck to that rule, though. Aside from Joker's wacky schemes and background as a former mob enforcer being pretty on brand for Nicholson's Joker, the Penguin is only visually inspired by Danny DeVito's Penguin, but is more of a snooty, old-school crime boss with a penchant for avians, in contrast to DeVito's sewer-dwelling circus freak motif. And Catwoman is introduced to Batman for the first time in her first appearance, though I feel the episode plays better if you pretend she wasn't. Their star-crossed lovers kept apart since they're on different sides of the law dynamic works, but less so when you realize they're confessing their love for each other after like 2 interrupted dates. To be fair, I too tend to fall in love with women wearing black leather catsuits remarkably quickly.
You can't deny there's something between us.
You're right. And I'm afraid it's the law.
That Catwoman introductory episode may have been your introduction to the series as a whole, considering it was the first episode broadcast. But if you watch the series on DVD, odds are On Leather Wings was the first episode. Yeah, Batman the Animated Series has 2 different orders, so to speak. The broadcast order, which is also typically how it's organized on streaming services, and the production order, which most physical copies seem to adhere to. Not that I'm aware of any especially glaring inconsistencies watching in the broadcast order, but I chose to do my most recent rewatch of the series in production order. For no particular reason, it's just, how I was raised. And the only real issue I noticed with watching in production order is that you get 2 pretty rough episodes back to back that center on characters unwillingly being transformed into anthropomorphic animals. I guess someone in the writer's room was having something awakened to them that month.
This serum contains both steroids and Timberwolf estrogen.
I don't even know what joke to put after that. Answers on a postcard. What joke would you put after playing that clip? Anyways, where was I? Villain introduction, episode, plotting, and pacing. Yeah. It's definitely a spectrum, mostly leaning toward good. Sure, you have some real paint-by-numbers stuff like Poison Ivy's first appearance, which aside from the novelty of a singular-faced Harvey Dent to establish his friendship with Bruce, doesn't have a lot going on. Someone poisoned Harvey Dent. Oh no, who could it be? Probably the only other character in the entire episode. Let's look up her villain's wiki page on the back computer to learn her backstory and motives, then have a fight in Act 3. There's episodes like Vendetta, Killer Croc's introduction, that don't even bother with lore and just jump right into the creative plot, and are all the better for it. Kinda like the writers are saying, yeah, a mutant crocodile man roams the sewers of Gotham. It's Gotham. What did you expect? Then there are impressive 2-parters like Feet of Clay and Two-Face, where there's plenty of material to fill 2 episodes and a pretty impactful emotional thrust interwoven into the characters that will carry on in future appearances. It's also a neat trick how often the villain's origins will involve the A-list and B-list costumed Batman villain, but also a corrupt businessman, politician, or mobster who spurred their transformation. So even as a kid watching, you get to root for the costumed villain to beat the villain in the fancy suit, then root for Batman to beat the costume villain. A fun way to eat your cake and still have it with sympathetic bad guys and family-friendly entertainment. Which brings me to the most revolutionized of villain origin stories, Heart of Ice, the big Mr. Freeze episode that earned Batman the Animated Series a Daytime Emmy Award for Outstanding Writing. Formerly characterized mainly by his goofy ice puns, the death of Mr. Freeze's wife serving as the motivation for his anti-villain crimes was a creation of the animated series. Though, just to clarify, the original intent was for Freeze's wife Nora to be dead at the hands of Boyle, and the idea that she's instead still cryogenically frozen and waiting on a cure was an invention of the later animated series episode Deep Freeze, a decision producer Bruce Timm wasn't terribly pleased with. Freeze's revised origin was later adopted into the greater Batman mythos. games, comics, and the spectacular cinematic disaster Batman and Robin, which not only integrated Freeze's new tragic backstory, but also took the opportunity to use the tear freezing on Freeze's cheek visual that was originally imagined for the show.
To never again walk on a summer's day with a hot wind in your face and a warm hand to hold. Oh yes, I'd kill for that.
Not only did the animated series drastically bolster the complexity and popularity of Mr. Freeze, but perhaps even more notably, the series created one of the Batman Pantheon's most iconic characters, Harley Quinn. Harley made her first appearance in any medium with the episode Joker's Favor, and would even get her own Season 1 focus episode in Harley and Ivy, after writers and producers Bruce Timm and Paul Dini were understandably impressed by Arlene Sorkin's performance. Harley and Ivy would also, unintentionally or retroactively intentionally, according to Paul Dini, plant the seeds for the pair's romantic relationship in later iterations of the franchise.
These women are guilty and must be dealt with in a harsh and brutal fashion. Otherwise, their behavior could incite other women, leading to anarchy of biblical proportions. It's in Revelations, people!
Harley and Ivy was a pretty risky move, considering they created the focus episode before knowing how her initial appearance would be received by the public. But audiences quickly took to the character, and she was given 2 more focus episodes in Season 2, Harlequinade and Harley's Holiday, as well as a brief allusion to her backstory in the episode Trial. It goes without saying, Harley Quinn has gone on to become a pop culture phenomenon and a character beloved by many, from the emos, to the cosplayers, to the sapphics, to this guy.
I'm gonna just take you into my room and fart all over your face later.
Harley's twisted relationship with the abusive Joker is also a good showcase of another aspect that made Batman the Animated Series so well respected, and that was its handling of darker and more mature themes compared to its contemporaries. In fact, the series was infamous for frequently flying too close to the censorship's sun. The Heart of Batman documentary I referred to earlier presents the show as the Wild West. We were able to get away with fistfights, murder, gunfights, anything. But it's well documented in other interviews that Fox often burdened the show's creators with not just paragraphs, but pages of notes on what needed to be cut. And not just violence, but thematic and narrative decisions as well. Which isn't to say that Batman the Animated Series didn't get away with murder. Frequently, literally. In sharp contrast to the Spider-Man animated series that would debut a couple years later, villains didn't just announce their plans to crush, waste, destroy the hero. Batman the Animated Series was not shy about referring to death, or having villains announce their intent to murder people with the explicit word kill. Looping back to Heart of Ice, the episode actually had a line where Mr. Freeze explicitly states his intent to kill, edited out of the show's reruns on Toon Disney.
Batman has been annihilated. Huh? Annihilated, destroyed, dead.
There are strikingly creepy visuals from Square One, villains spray automatic gunfire on a weekly basis, which hilariously was considered by the censors to be more permissible than when the villains use handguns, because the children watching don't have access to machine guns. And the topic of suicide even arises on several occasions. It's kind of horrifically dark that most of the episodes that involve the Mad Hatter, the Batman villain who can do mind control, incorporate suicide. Street toughs he brainwashed in a plot to seduce his crush are forced to attempt to take their own life, and when Batman is trapped in a dream world by the Hatter, his only escape is throwing himself from a rooftop to startle himself awake.
There is a way out.
Now wait just a minute. You don't want to do anything foolish?
Incidentally, the lucid dreaming trick that tips Batman off about the nature of his predicament, his inability to read in a dream, is not true. I've had many, many nightmares that involve me reading perfectly decipherable text messages. All this to say, if everything you read becomes indecipherable, I'd recommend doing a CAT scan first. Then you can jump to your death to escape a mind control device's fantasy world after a second opinion.
This isn't an ordinary dream. What if you're wrong?
Then I'll see you in your nightmares.
Beyond just the censorship issue, a few episode concepts are especially daring for a Saturday morning Batman cartoon show. An episode where Batman is presumed dead, or amnesiac, and believes he's a homeless man. Or a full episode flashback to a Jonah Hex cowboy adventure. Some were better than others, but not airing an episode about Batman when kids were tuning in for a Batman show definitely bolstered the creativity of the overall series. Sorry if one of those experimental episodes where Batman's a no-show spoiled your morning over a bowl of Cocoa Pebbles, but don't worry, it's okay. It made a 30-year-old man on the internet happy 30 years later. And aren't we the real target audience?
I can still shoot a fly out from between its wings. Provided the light's right, of course. And it's a big, plump fly.
Far be it from me to imply the animated series is some dark, gritty nightmare world. The presence of adult themes doesn't mean there isn't plenty of endearing, self-indulgent antics for kids. In a way, a lot of episodes feel like kids playing with action figures and making up adventures, which, I should clarify, is not the same as the costume-changing, vehicle-touring Schumacher films, which inversely felt like they were trying to sell action figures. The show has that innocent, childlike energy. If you turn into a supervillain yesterday, no matter what your connections, you can get your hands on a couple thugs and robots in 48 hours. Mobsters and corrupt politicians discussing their evil plans basically just mumble business, 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 drugs, rackets, deforestation, over a boardroom with all the simplistic evil eagerness of a McBain villain.
Swank. 10 times more addictive than marijuana. To human misery.
The death traps and final confrontations are frequently set in places that either A, your school might go to on a field trip, the zoo, the museum, the aquarium, and so many theme parks. Aside from the coasters having more downtime than Top Thrill dragsters since they're constantly being blown up by the Joker, Gotham is a coaster enthusiast paradise. And B, a lot of the finale locations are just goofy, fun things that you probably had a playset of, even if it had no relation to Batman. Like, sure, this event center hosting a policeman's ball has an exact recreation of a temple right down the hall, complete with working, deadly booby traps.
Ingenious the way they reconstructed this temple. Completely accurate, right down to the poison-tipped darts.
Sort of like the later series, Batman the Brave and the Bold, which stars the also lovely Diedrich Bader as Batman, and therefore by the arbitrary rules I made up for the video, shan't be covered. Most Batman the Animated Series episodes focus on characters other than Batman. Frequently, the role of the lead is distributed to the unsuspecting Gothamites, with Batman as a secondary character. The aforementioned Harley debut, Joker's Favor, is a standout example. Some poor schlub who unknowingly cussed out the Joker in traffic is antagonized and coerced by the Clown Prince of Crime into aiding and abetting his latest scheme in return for not getting joy buzzard. Batman is a periphery character watching the chaos from the shadows, and it ends in a cathartic comeuppance for the Joker when his latest plaything beats him in a game of chicken, planning to kill the Joker rather than apprehend him, and the Joker is desperately forced to beg the Dark Knight to send him to prison so he can save himself.
This is how it ends, Joker. No big schemes, no grand fight to the finish with the Dark Knight. Look, Charlie, you've had a busy day. All this running around, all this excitement with Batman!
Another great Gotham Crook focus episode, with an iconic Joker moment, The Man Who Killed Batman is another series highlight. A petty upstart happens to accidentally ice the Bat during a routine drug delivery, making him the toast of the underworld, only for that blessing to be a curse in disguise, when mob boss Rupert Thorne begins to see him as a rival due to his achievements, and the Joker becomes vengefully devastated now that the man he was destined to do this forever with can no longer do this forever with him.
There's a certain rhythm to these things. I cause trouble, he shows up. We have some laughs and the game starts all over again. Only now, thanks to you, I have this terrible feeling he's really not coming.
One of the more sweet and sentimental citizen-focused episodes is Beware the Great Ghost, where Simon Trent, the washed-up, typecast actor who played a detective in Bruce Wayne's favorite boyhood show, gets roped into a conspiracy when a real-life crook starts recreating the villain plots of his old TV program. Trent, the Great Ghost, is voiced by Adam West, who portrayed Batman in the 60s and unfortunately also suffered from typecasting in the following decades.
With people in weird outfits, like the 4 super crooks hanging around here, it's amazing someone hasn't already reported this place to the police.
It's a low neighborhood, full of rum pots. They're used to curious sights, which they attribute to alcoholic delusions.
That shared backstory really imbues the performance with so much. The sadness, the cute moments of redemption. Also, I just love that the villain is recreating schemes he saw in fiction. You know, I've had the same idea. I once planned to rob the vault of the Bellagio by replicating the plot of Ocean's 11. The plan fell apart though, when I couldn't find an EMP device. Or 10 friends.
You know, as a kid I used to watch it with my father. The Great Ghost was my hero.
Really?
And he still is.
Finally, there's Trial, the Season 2 episode that's just a greatest hits of Batman's villains. District Attorney Janet Van Dorn, who despises Batman and sees him as both a criminal enabler and a rich kid trying to get his jollies by being a vigilante. Yeah, Janet would love that insufferable Twitter discourse that happens every other month. Is kidnapped along with Batman, absconded to an overrun Arkham, and forced to defend her most hated crime fighter in a show trial, with both their lives on the line should he be declared guilty. Batman's rogues gallery demands justice, claiming Batman's presence created them and drove them to madness. And between the fan-servicey callbacks, the delight of having a whole smorgasbord of villain cameos, and just the way the show kind of gently puts to rest the notion that this specific version of Batman might be sinister and self-serving, the episode is a masterpiece.
As I recall your case, you brainwashed and kidnapped a woman who rejected you.
Batman forced me to do it. He was going to take her away from me. I had no choice.
You could have respected her wishes and left her alone.
I'd have killed her first!
Who am I kidding? Gothamites, Batman is defined by his villains, and many of the focuses of the Focus episodes are his foes. With the origins out of the way, the later villain plots are usually more elaborate and spectacular. Like Scarecrow, we got the spread gas all over the city introductory episode out the way, now let's do the fun stuff. Rig sporting events by dosing a team's ringer with fear toxin. Or send Batman to Arkham and make the audience believe his incarceration is a delusion, only to later reveal it's real. And by the way, those dreams and darkness nightmare sequences surely must be the genesis of the beloved Scarecrow sequences from Arkham Asylum. It's a shame the writers had a self-professed aversion to writing episodes for the Riddler, my favorite Batman antagonist. Reportedly, they felt the character made plots too convoluted and was therefore hard to write for in the show's format, which explains why his total episode count barely stacks up to the B-listers. But what little time we do spend with him is spectacular.
If the planet were equitable, I'd still have my old job.
Of course. If the world's fair, I'd still have my exposition. Oh, give me a break.
There are 3 men on a boat with 4 cigarettes and no matches. How do they manage to smoke? They throw one cigarette overboard and the boat becomes a cigarette lighter. Looping back to my earlier point about dark and twisted elements of the animated series, most episode endings either give the villains a somber capper lamenting their madness, or for the more sinister crime lords, punish them with an embarrassing comeuppance. But the Riddler episodes have borderline horrific outros. The Riddler's victim being eternally tormented by Nigma's escape and vow of vengeance. The Riddler being trapped in an empty virtual world with Batman doubting his possibility of escape. And all culminating in the character being lost to madness when Batman finally outsmarts him in a way he can't deduce.
Somebody tell me! It's not fair! There was no way, I tell you! No way he could have gotten out! Somebody tell me how he did it! I have to know! I have to know!
I'm certainly not trying to imply that Batman is merely a bit player. Batman being a side character, even in material bearing his name, is a complaint often directed at the character's live-action films, but the animated series lends him some immaculate focus episodes. There's stuff like, say, I Am the Night, where Commissioner Gordon is shot, and Batman laments the lack of impact he has made on the world, and his inability to protect the ones he cares for. Or his Silicon Soul, which intriguingly examines Batman's no-kill rule through a sentient robot that believes he's Batman, and ultimately kills himself when he mistakenly believes he has broken his one rule. But the real meat of the Batman material comes from Legion-esque journeys into the mindscape. Third time's the charm, let's praise Dreams in Darkness one more time for the road. Then, of course, what is widely considered to be the finest episode of the series, a claim I'm inclined to agree with, Perchance to Dream, in which Bruce Wayne wakes in a world where his parents were never killed, Selina Kyle is his fiancée, and some other poor schmuck is handling the Batman gig, so Bruce can just rest easy. There's the goofy moments of Bruce asking maniacal questions like, where's the secret entrance to the Batcave? Some thoughtful introspection on the character as we wander a world that reflects his deepest desires, which isn't rid of Batman, but simply takes the weight off his shoulders, all concluding with the captivating confrontation with the mastermind behind the Dream World, the Mad Hatter, which some viewers were able to sniff out midway through the episode, as his leitmotif began springing up in the soundtrack to foreshadow the culprit.
I'm crushed! You don't like the fantasy world I've created for you?
It's not real!
Are you the dreamer or merely part of someone's dream?
Also really admirable that the conclusion isn't just, do you have the willpower to throw yourself from a rooftop in the hopes it frees you from the dream? The real test of Batman's willpower is wanting to be free of the dream at all. It really does seem to be the greatest threat to Bruce's vow that the man has ever faced. Even Asylum said he had to sacrifice the stuff that dreams are made of to win the day.
Why? Why did you do it? You ruined my life! I was willing to give you whatever life you wanted, just to keep you out of mine!
They can't all be winners, though, by Bruce Timm and the production team's own admission. And over the years, they've been pretty candid about episodes they feel didn't click. The Cat in the Claw, Prophecy of Doom, and Lockup were all panned for introducing lackluster gimmick villains that didn't manage to make the same splash Miss Quinzel did. Many good quality episodes loosely incorporated existing Batman comic stories, such as The Laughing Fish, The Demon's Quest, and Almost Got Him. However, the Cape and Cowl Conspiracy was a poor adaptation of The Cape and Cowl Death Trap with another lame gimmick villain, and director Frank Parr claims he actually fought to prevent the episode from happening. Though it's not all bad, and if Parr had killed the Cape and Cowl, it would have denied us all one of the greatest falling to your death screams ever. My God. Another one with a wonky gimmick villain, The Underdwellers, is also noted for having some of the show's more questionable animation. They could have made it work by giving the child thief ringleader what all child thief ringleader characters need: a musical number sung by Raul Esparza.
Why should we break our backs stupidly paying tax? Better get some untaxed income. Better pick a pocket or two.
Bruce Timm himself declared The Terrible Trio as not only the worst Batman episode ever, but the worst episode in the entirety of the DC animated universe. Though many fans would argue, the worst episode has gotta be I've Got Batman in My Basement. We've had episodes where Batman is on the sidelines or faking his demise, but after being drugged by the Penguin, he's flat out unconscious for the bulk of this one. Also, a twerp kid can use his gadgets to impress kids from school and ultimately defeat the Penguin via wacky Home Alone shenanigans. It's so lame, and so obviously pandering to kids, and a show that typically avoids the common pitfall of thinking, oh, this show is for kids, so they're gonna love it if there's a stupid little kid running around. Not that it would deter the network suits from trying to work the kid's sidekick angle to their advantage in Season 2. And when Batman the Animated Series returned for its 20-episode sophomore year, the series was retooled into The Adventures of Batman and Robin. Not that Robin is bad in the series, the writers made good use of the character from time to time, especially with the Robin's Reckoning two-parter that effectively integrated the character's origin story and managed to secure a Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Animated Program. But per the show Bible, this was designed as a solo Batman show. Not averse to Robin guest appearances, but with the understanding that Robin has moved off to college and is fighting crime by himself and was no longer Batman's sidekick. Then comes Season 2, I don't know, maybe it was spring break, but now Robin appeared in over half the episodes. Again, not like Robin is bad. In fact, whether it's by sheer coincidence or good old Dick's winning charm, most of the better episodes of the second season have Robin knocking around in them. Though I was gutted that the title sequence and theme of the first season were redone. That brings to a close Batman the Animated Series. Though channel hopping to the WB, there would be a retooled follow-up series called The New Batman Adventures, which during the production of this video was merged with the animated series on Max, and is seemingly now just considered a third season. Before hopping networks, let's head on down to the movie theater, where between the animated series seasons 1 and 2, Kevin Conroy's Batman would have an unexpected theatrical debut.
Guess the joke is on me. You're not Batman after all. Looks like there's a new face in Gotham.
Impressed by the success of the animated series, Warner Brothers jumped at the opportunity to give this iteration of Batman his own feature film, with Eric Radomski and Bruce Timm directing, and animated series creative team members Alan Burnett, Martin Pasco, Michael Reeves, and Paul Dini handling the screenplay. Dini would also have a life-altering experience while writing the film, when he was beaten and mugged in Los Angeles, requiring surgery after the fact to repair damage to his skull. The experience left Dini uninterested in writing further Batman stories, and he struggled to complete his work on Mask of the Phantasm, momentarily becoming a recluse until he sought therapy and began processing his trauma and reinvigorating his passions. Dini would later recount the events in the 2016 comic Dark Knight, A True Batman Story, in which his internal turmoil is personified by psychological projections of various Batman characters. All of this is also sort of the plot of an episode of 30 Rock, but that has to be just a weird coincidence.
So you got mugged, huh, Mr. Donaghy? And you caught the guy who did it. Good for you.
Oh, no, Len. Tracy is helping me with this.
But I can see how you went there. I have a criminal skull shape.
Beyond Dini's personal challenges, the animators faced a tall order with the film's abbreviated turnaround time, exacerbated when midway through production, Warner Brothers opted to release the movie in theaters as opposed to home video, necessitating Mask of the Phantasm be animated in widescreen rather than the planned 4:3 aspect ratio. In exchange for these additional asks, Warner Brothers granted the team plenty of creative freedom, as well as an expanded $6 million budget. Unfortunately, Mask of the Phantasm would fail to earn back its budget during its theatrical run, which is mostly attributed to a weak, last-minute marketing campaign, though the blessed shelves of Blockbuster would guarantee the film would eventually turn a profit when it was released on VHS. Oh, and Laserdisc. Mask of the Phantasm sees the titular Phantasm arriving in town, a masked vigilante hell-bent on a crusade to find and murder a ring of mobsters. Bosses Chucky Soul, Buzz Bronski, and Sal Valestra, the corrupt councilman in their pocket Arthur Reeves, and their former hitman with a familiar smile.
And to think how tax money goes to pay those jerks.
Good God, what an entrance!
The Joker's appearance in the film is a neat surprise. Were you surprised when the Joker showed up halfway through the plot and became the twist main antagonist? Fasten your seatbelt. You're going to be surprised a lot today. The night after the Phantasm makes his public debut, Andrea Beaumont also appears in Gotham, sparking up Bruce's old feelings for her as the pair were once engaged to be married, and it soon becomes clear that Andrea's father had some shady dealings with the Phantasm's hit list in the past that ended with the Beaumonts going into hiding. So, yeah. Papa Beaumont is the Phantasm, or at least a pretty compelling red herring for the real man behind the mask, as is Arthur Reeves, who weaponizes his political power to send a task force after Batman, while potentially mopping up his illicit old associates under the guise of the Phantasm. The whodunit has some clever misdirects and plays a few timeline continuity tricks that will likely throw young viewers off the true culprit's scent, but seasoned moviegoers will probably make short work of deducing the Phantasm's true identity: Andrea Beaumont, out to avenge her father after the mob had him whacked. Though seasoned comic readers might be double bluffed, as the Phantasm has more than a few similarities to the Reaper from Batman Year 2, and in that comic it really is the father of Bruce's love interest who has become a murderous vigilante.
So, you figured it out.
Gotta hand it to you, nice scheme. Costume's a bit theatrical, but hey, who am I to talk?
Not that knowing the identity of the Phantasm detracts from the movie. In fact, knowing it's Andrea the whole time makes it easier to sink your teeth into the themes the film is exploring. This isn't just a story about Batman and the Joker both attempting to deduce their new foe's identity. Mask of the Phantasm is effectively a dual timelines plot, frequently flashing back to Bruce's initial courtship of Andrea shortly after completing his training and making his first endeavors into crime fighting. It's a very sweet, simple, and charming love story that delves into Batman's psyche effectively as he wrestles with dedicating himself to his vow of justice while risking leaving his one true love a widow, or abandoning the first true spark of happiness in his life since his fate-binding appointment in Crime Alley, outright so he can fully commit to the cape.
I know I made a promise, but I didn't see this coming. I didn't count on being happy.
When the mob comes after Andrea and her father, and she's forced on the run, she tersely breaks her engagement with Bruce. Just as he was finally willing to abandon his war on crime, he is now all the more thrust into it, punctuated with the final flashback where Bruce first dons the Batsuit, and Alfred recoils in horror. Though not because of Bruce's desire to effectively design a spooky costume. Alfred recoils in horror at the man he has cared for since childhood, fully losing himself to his crusade. With Andrea's return, Bruce is ecstatic at reclaiming the dream life he once lost. Defeat the Phantasm, one last job, then ride off into the sunset with the girl. Of course, Andrea is the Phantasm, now burdened with a similar vengeful quest and secret identity to her former lover during their former relationship. There's this dark dynamic of committing yourself to something bigger than yourself, but that's also self-destructive, in lieu of pursuing personal connections and happiness. Bruce and Andrea are intermittently the vigilante equivalents of that kid from Whiplash, and it all culminates, maybe too on the nose, but also maybe just clever enough to miss it, with Bruce, Andrea, and the Joker literally blowing up the world of the future. The respective quests for justice, vengeance, and demented glee destroyed their own futures. And as fire rains from the sky, the Joker can't help but laugh that he had a tiny hand in causing something that finally broke the Batman, even as he is imminently facing his own death. Then gives us the best Hamill laugh of all time. Ooh, themes, ooh, romance. Love and narrative complexity are for wimps. I want to see Batman punch some people. Don't worry, because oh boy, will you see Batman punch some people. Mask of the Phantasm is peppered with some truly spectacular action set pieces. The follow-up series, The New Batman Adventures, would incorporate a shift in character designs and animation styles that we'll get into in a minute, but essentially it made it easier to animate bombastic set pieces. But Mask of the Phantasm is lovingly drawn in the show's original style, but elaborately, extravagantly indulged in given the film's expanded budget. Batman's disastrous first night fighting crime, or the final showdown with the Joker in his Thunderball jetpack, both spectacular. But the real show stealer is Batman's escape from a relentlessly pursuing Gotham City PD task force. Beyond those big visuals, the film is also a showcase for the voice actors as well. Between the early Batman origin and the rekindled love affair, Conroy is given a much larger range of emotions to work with, and he seizes the opportunity. Hamill is wonderfully hamming it up as always, but with a more sinister bent this round, given the Joker is finally allowed to, kill people this time. Exclusively evil mobsters, but still, it imbues his blackly comedic buffoonery with a more threatening edge. And the cherry on top, a sequence where Batman interrogates Arthur after he's been poisoned by Joker's laughing gas, one of the more iconic animated Batman sequences, that definitely risked being cringy instead of creepy if the voice actor hadn't nailed it. But by God, he nailed it.
I was broke, desperate. They said all they wanted was their money back.
Beyond just the zhuzhed up animation, there's a real sense of importance to Mask of the Phantasm. It doesn't feel like some standard extra long episode of the show. We're finally getting a peek into this Batman's backstory. Not the character's overdone origin, but the early years, which feels momentous. We get a genuine romantic relationship that has impacted his life for multiple years. And to top it all off, I buried the lead earlier, but the Joker actually dies at the end. Though, again, we're going to also see that happen a few more times this video. And sure, he dies off screen, and the writers didn't know they would be getting a second season of the animated series when they made the movie, so he kind of just shows up again once they're back on air like nothing happened. Besides that, it almost feels like a series finale. Although, of course, we would get one more season of the animated series after the fact, plus a network-hopping pseudo-third season, and one more movie, Batman and Mr. Freeze, Sub-Zero.
Fragile beauty clinging to life in this frozen wasteland. Like you, Nora.
Mask of the Phantasm wasn't the only animated series film to have its release plans tampered with. Batman and Robin, Joel Schumacher's second Batman film, was due to release in the summer of 1997, with Mr. Freeze featured as the flagship villain in the movie's trifecta of antagonists. In addition to the 3 Mr. Freeze-themed roller coasters opening at various Six Flags parks in '97, Batman and Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero would release direct-to-video as a promotional tie-in, since it not only featured Mr. Freeze as its primary antagonist, but also heavily featured Batgirl, who would be making her theatrical debut in Schumacher's upcoming release. Batman and Mr. Freeze would also function as a transitory entry of sorts from Batman the Animated Series to the New Batman Adventures, scheduled to debut in the fall, as the film included a more taciturn Batman and a pivot to focusing on the Bat family as an ensemble that would be the new status quo of the New Adventures. However, Batman and Mr. Freeze was delayed last minute for an entire year when Batman and Robin opened to a hail of negative reviews and frigid box office returns. Oh, and the Batman and Robin themed roller coaster at Six Flags Great Adventure was also a huge financial disaster, but that's a story for another day and another channel, named El Toro Ryan. What a chill guy. So Warner Brothers popped Batman and Mr. Freeze into cryostasis and waited a full year for the heat to die down. And by that time, the New Batman Adventures had already begun airing, and had even aired a Mr. Freeze episode that spoils the end of the movie.
Before, he did everything to keep his wife alive, but after she was revived, he never came to see her. Why not?
It's a shame this cool character got scalded. Product integration aside, Mr. Freeze is the obvious follow-up pick after the Joker. Most characters from the animated series kind of drop their more colorful, unique motivations following their introductory episodes, to facilitate their more ludicrous and fun schemes. Mr. Freeze's wife on ice from Deep Freeze is a compelling motive, in contrast to most villains kind of just wanting to steal a bunch of money or blow up Gotham for the bit. His reinvention had its genesis in the series, so concluding that in an animated series-inspired film is a cool payoff, and he got even less episodes than poor little Riddler, so he's both well-respected and not overexposed. Like a... Blaney. Shh. Get out. If you're gonna yell when I'm recording, you have to get out. I should do the premise. Mr. Freeze has been vacationing with his frigid wife Nora in the Arctic, but an untimely scientific expedition breaks her containment, meaning Nora has precious few days before she'll be under the cold, hard ground. In an effort to save Nora's life, Freeze recruits icy-hearted Dr. Gregory Belson to help him find a cure, which ends in the villainous duo forcibly volunteering Barbara Gordon, aka Batgirl, for a teensy-weensy little organ harvesting. It's up to Batgirl to escape her chilling situation, while Batman and Robin do some sleuthing to deduce her location and rescue her.
You don't need to put me under for a blood transfusion. It's more than that, isn't it?
It's a decent enough premise, but nothing to get terribly excited about because, in contrast to Mask of the Phantasm, Sub-Zero doesn't feel like an event. It does just feel like an extra-long episode of the animated series. Other than some more elaborate demonstrations of burgeoning CGI animation, in contrast to Phantasm's limited integration, there's absolute zero new things to talk about with this movie. Flashbacks to the origins of Batman and the end of the Joker, all paired with our first real in-depth romantic relationship, Phantasm was a blowout. But we've done the Freeze wants to cure Nora plot before in Deep Freeze, although this time we're skipping the extraneous also let's freeze the world for no good reason plot, because Arnold was busy doing that in live action. Member of the Bat family spending the majority of the plot captive behind enemy lines where they have to stay frosty. Done it. And though Barbara manages a number of escapes so she can explore the evil lair is fairly nondescript and not much to write home about. Abandoned oil rig is practically the polar opposite of Abandoned World of the Future. Though I will concede the climax where Freeze confronts the Bat family by attempting to freeze them in an active inferno makes for some neat Hailfire Peaks-esque visuals. There's not much to say about Freeze's evil cohort either, except that he has apparently recently returned from a trip to Arrakis and is flying on spice the whole film. And I can't even single out Kevin Conroy's voice acting for special praise, since the focus of the film is really Batgirl and Mr. Freeze, then Robin, then Batman. So the character is effectively on ice. There's a very tenuous thematic connection where Freeze lost his wife to the cold, calculating hand of business, and is now bribing a doctor to help him kill someone else's loved one, but it's kind of a stretch. Anyways, Freeze's ally gets iced, Freeze's wife is cured thanks to aid from Wayne Enterprises, and Freeze himself decides to live in snowy isolation rather than reunite with her. A decision the canonically later but release-scheduled earlier New Adventures of Batman would endeavor to explain, in a pretty creative fashion, I must say. In conclusion, the movie certainly isn't bad, so apologies if my reflections on the film have been chilly. In truth, I probably know more about this film than most of the others in the DCAU. When I was a kid, we'd rewatch this one over and over until the VHS froze up. Yeah, I grew up watching VHS. I know that makes me a dinosaur. What killed the dinosaurs?
The Ice Age!
Okay, I need to stop this madness. The New Batman Adventures, not to be confused with The New Adventures of Batman. Debuting on the WB network on September 13th, 1997, with a Christmas special, so yeah, we're 3 for 3 on airing Christmas-themed episodes months before Christmas. The series would see a number of style changes as it shifted to the new network. As I mentioned previously, the series would give us a more terse and stern Batman, as well as shift the focus to the Bat family as a whole. So episodes that weren't focus episodes for that week's villains would instead be focus episodes for Nightwing, Batgirl, Robin, or Gordon. In fact, arguably none of the episodes could be considered to be Batman focus episodes, with the possible exceptions of Never Fear, Chemistry, and Legends of the Dark Knight. Though that last episode is more about paying homage to various iterations of comic book Batman, through wonderful vignettes styled to 50s Batman and Frank Miller Batman, all tied together with a quick potshot at Schumacher.
I love Batman. All those muscles, the tight rubber armor, and that flashy car. I heard it can drive up walls.
Yeah, sure, Joel.
Along with the shift in character focus was also more adventurous exploration of mature themes and violent elements. Bruce Timm noted in an interview that the WB took a much more hands-off approach than Fox, only setting hard and fast rules for violence guidelines while allowing the writers to run wild with narrative concepts. And run wild they did. For every episode with a twisted central theme like Over the Edge, the inverse of Perchance to Dream, where the characters explore a nightmare world instead of a fantasy world, or Judgment Day and Growing Pains, which both wrestle with characters finding and confronting alternate personalities that have manifested. The series also crosses the 100 episode mark with the New Adventures, and that's typically when things start to go off the rails. Mostly fun off the rails, like the aforementioned Legends of the Dark Knight, or the madcap nonsense of Beware the Creeper, where reporter Jack Ryder is transformed into essentially a heroic version of the Joker and just does a 15-minute Looney Tunes bit for the duration of the episode. The only episode that I felt took the zaniness too far is Critters, because unlike the previous two I mentioned, it doesn't seem entirely self-aware of how bonkers its plot truly is. A farmer ruins his business by putting all his money into researching making animals gigantic, so he decides to hold the city for ransom with a bunch of giant mantis men in a silo that's actually a missile that just looks like a silo, on a farm that's actually a secret research facility that just looks like a farm. Who am I kidding? Typical day in Gotham. Oh look, darling, there goes the genetically modified talking ransom goat.
50 million in unmarked bills. The docks tonight or the bugs come back for good.
A few returning characters would have their voices recast, most notably Batgirl, who would now be voiced by up-and-coming voice actress Tara Strong, who has gone on to an illustrious voice acting career, which includes many other DC animated projects as various roles. Dick Grayson has struck out on his own as Nightwing, and both this decision and Batman's amplified ruthlessness from previous seasons are explored in the episode Old Wounds. A new, younger Robin is brought onto the team in Tim Drake, though in practice the animated series' second Robin also shares more than a few similarities with the comics' second Robin, Jason Todd. Both are the children of criminals who are no longer in their lives, relying on their street smarts to survive.
Your father was an asshole who looked down on you too?
Not really, actually. He supported me in all my endeavors, was there for me pretty much every step of the way, so my goals.
And the animated Tim Drake will go on to meet a similar tragic fate to Jason Todd when we get to Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker, albeit a slightly more family-friendly tragic fate. The original theme song and title sequence is back, but those stylish little episode title cards have been cut. And most noticeably of all, several characters underwent a redesign to facilitate ease of animation, consistency of animation, and consistency with the Superman animated series that the new Batman Adventures would share crossover episodes with. The redesigns are a mixed bag, to say the least. On the stronger side, the new Robin's blackened redesign that cuts the green is more in line with the rest of the Bat family. I'm partial to the full-on Monster Mash Scarecrow we get in this series. Mr. Freeze also ups his creepy factor, now revealed to be nothing more than a head in a jar cruising around on a robot body. How cool is that? And Poison Ivy. Yeah, that'll do nicely for evil green-skinned women who awaken something primal in you if She-Go was a few years after your time. Some redesigns had a mixed reception. Killer Croc is trying to horn in on Ivy's sexy green recolor racket, along with a shift in voice actors from the more comedic-oriented Aaron Kincaid to the more menacing Brooks Gardner. Bane has gone from showing off his love of loot droids to seemingly some of his other interests. The Penguin now reflects his snooty animated series personality, abandoning the Batman Returns-inspired design elements. Meanwhile, Catwoman leans even more toward her Burton counterpart, with a cadaverous pallor to match all the pale-skinned villains of Returns that always made Batman look tan by comparison on the poster.
Bruce Wayne, why are you dressed up like Batman?
Because he is Batman, you moron.
Then there are the what the hell were they thinking designs. The Riddler, look how they massacred my boy. He's got no mask, he's bald, he's in tights, and he doesn't even get a focus episode the whole series, appearing only in brief cameos where he gets his ass kicked. Consider his ritualistic humiliation throughout the new Batman Adventures preemptive payback for all those Riddler trophies he's going to force us to hunt down later. The Mad Hatter is now modeled after Sir John Tenniel's classic Alice illustrations, which was a choice. It could be worse. Last, least, and surely most infamous of all is the Joker's redesign. He's lost the green hair, the red lips, and most baffling of all, the eyes, now replaced by sinister black voids that certainly harm the character's expressive range, which is doubly a shame because the new Batman Adventures takes the character to more extremes of both his comedic side and his sinister, sociopathic side, allowing Hamill and the writers to show off the character's range while somewhat limiting the animators. We have probably the silliest animated Joker scheme to date in Joker's Millions, where Joker has a sudden windfall bequeathed to him and goes on a spending spree, blowing the fortune. It's a classic episode, and yes, it's got the classic line. Don't worry, I'll play it for you. I know we all want to hear it.
And if I don't pay up, I'll go to jail for tax evasion. I'm crazy enough to take on Batman, but the IRS, no, thank you.
So that's a lot of fun. But we also get a much more manipulative, evil Joker than the character has been portrayed in previous animated series entries with one of the series' highlight episodes, Mad Love. Mad Love flashes back to Harley's initial infatuation with the Joker. Well, in the present, Harley endeavors to capture Batman on her own in an effort to impress her puddin', a mission that she succeeds in, but succeeding naturally only galls the Joker further. It's a somber insight into the abusive relationship. Whereas previously, the dynamic was played more for slapstick and the occasional girls get it done comeuppance. The coda that concludes the episode on Harley falling back to the Joker all over again after a token gesture was especially affecting.
One of the painful truths of comedy. You always take shots from folks who just don't get the joke.
My fault. I didn't get the joke.
Another major standout of the new Batman Adventures is Over the Edge, in which Batgirl plummets to her death in the opening. Heartbroken at the loss of his daughter and learning she's been endangered by his closest friend in crime fighting all this time, Gordon sicks the cops on the Bat family, unmasking Bruce to the public and even enlisting the aid of Bane to bring the Dark Knight to a bitter form of justice.
Oh yeah, justice is done. Not actual justice, but what I wanted to happen, which is
basically the same thing.
Even suspecting that this is a fear toxin-induced nightmare, the episode is an absolute thrill ride. And the reveal that this was not Gordon's nightmare or Batman's nightmare, but Barbara's nightmare, provides clever insight into her guilt surrounding her double life, and the risks she acknowledges she's taking by continuing along on Batman's dangerous crusade. I was destined to love this episode. Longtime viewers will know I'm a sucker for this fake reality kind of stuff.
I was killed without ever telling him about this.
Your deepest fear brought to life by the Scarecrow.
I can only think of one problem with Over the Edge, and it's not a problem with the episode itself, but really a problem with watching the new Batman Adventures on HBO Max. A lot of new Batman Adventures episodes are going for unconventional premises that have a twist Batman foe running the scheme from behind the scenes, usually revealed at the episode's halfway point or even well into the third act. But that doesn't stop Max Descriptions from shamelessly giving away exactly who the true culprit is in the episode description blurb. Oh my god, Batwoman is dead! Not to worry. It's all a fear toxin dream induced by the Scarecrow. Nightwing's old circus animals are running amok in Gotham, committing crimes. They're controlled by the Mad Hatter. Bruce Wayne gets engaged and is considering hanging up the cowl. Poison Ivy. It's Poison Ivy. She's growing sentient Chia Pet brides to seduce the wealthy. Robin befriends a young amnesiac girl being pursued by her Clayface. Wait, a scout for Clayface? That one's not even right. She was a part of Clayface that dissolved off him and gained her own consciousness, and Clayface was trying to reabsorb her to become whole again.
We'll book them on the robberies in B&E, right? Anything else?
Yeah. Murder.
Mercifully, they at least didn't have the nerve to spoil Judgment Day, the episode where yet another killer vigilante comes to Gotham to clean up crime via bloody murder. The Judge has a number of different Batman villain deaths on his to-do list, so it's a real Rogues Gallery sightseeing tour, and the twist revelation that the Judge is a third personality of Two-Face is cleverly hidden since he previously attempted to kill, himself. Another great episode with another dark, impactful ending. Judgment Day, Over the Edge, and Mad Love are really the holy trinity of the new Batman Adventures, and establishing the DC Comics animated series as a shared universe, Bruce Wayne would hop a flight to Metropolis only a month after the new Batman Adventures debuted to give the Superman animated series a holy trinity of its own.
Bruce Wayne. You peaked.
Invigorated by the success of Batman the Animated Series, Bruce Timm and Paul Dini would get a taste of the WB's less restrictive modus operandi in 1996 with Superman the Animated Series. With Timm and Dini at the helm, the series was a, forget all the crazy stuff, back to the basics, Superman adventure series, drawing narrative and visual inspiration from both the classic Fleischer Superman cartoons and, of course, the recent Batman animated series. And it would be another year before the Bat joined the WB, but the three-parter pilot is happy to allude to the character's existence.
It wouldn't be bad if people knew a little more about Superman. I don't want anyone thinking you're like that nut in Gotham City.
Since Superman has a less well-defined rogues gallery, the writers chose to instead focus on multi-episode spanning arc villains, namely arch-nemesises Lex Luthor, Brainiac, and Darkseid. Nemesis? Nemesis?
Nemesis. What's the plural on that?
Nemesis.
Whatever.
And hey, you may have a stronger villain roster, Batman, but you know what Superman has? Friends. And many episodes of Superman the Animated Series are team-ups with various DC characters. The Flash, Aquaman, Green Lantern, no Wonder Woman though. Apparently there were some legal issues surrounding the character, and according to Bruce Timm, even getting her into the later Justice League show took some legwork. But of course the big one, the feature-length three-parter crossover episode that linked Superman and Batman together, titled World's Finest, officially establishing the DC animated universe as a universe. Superman the Animated Series would cross over with both the new Batman Adventures and, later, Batman Beyond, all sowing the seeds for the eventual mega crossover Justice League, but we'll get to that in a bit. For now, World's Finest. Debuting in October of 1997 and later released on home video as a standalone movie, the three-episode event follows the Joker as he travels to Metropolis, having made off with a kryptonite statue in a pawn shop robbery, a statue that presumably has rendered all the Pawn Stars infertile. Joker pitches his latest scheme to notorious corporate mastermind Lex Luthor. Pay me $1 billion and I'll kill Superman.
What makes you think you can kill Superman when you can't even handle a mere mortal in a Halloween costume?
There's nothing mere about that mortal.
Batman makes his way to Metropolis to investigate the Joker's intentions, along the way running afoul of the Man of Steel due to his head-smashing, gruff interrogating ways. The two only come to passing blows, not the knockdown, drag-out, third-act fight typically demanded of a Batman-Superman crossover nowadays, but it's still exciting to watch the duo get their licks in on each other. And the real duel is on the romantic front. Bruce Wayne is quick to sweep Miss Lois Lane off her feet, an understandable crush on a funny meta level, as both Lois Lane and his long-lost vigilante fiancée, Andrea Beaumont, are voiced by Dana Delaney. Lois having a crush on Bruce Wayne but despising Batman, while simultaneously having a crush on Superman but viewing Clark Kent as a Midwestern dork, is a really fun dynamic, especially because of the ways Batman and Superman's secret identities contrast with their alter egos in contrasting ways. And especially since everyone becomes privy to everyone else's secret identity by the end of the three-parter, excluding Lois learning Superman's identity, of course. When it comes to Batman, it's a behind-the-mask insight previously reserved for Andrea Beaumont alone, even if I don't get the impression he intends to be terribly serious with Miss Lane, and that's probably why he didn't cry at a grave. The dynamic is so much fun, but it's kind of a bummer that the writers had to go on and explicitly spell the dynamic out.
It's ironic, you know. She likes Bruce Wayne and she likes Superman. It's the other two guys she's not crazy about.
Too bad we can't mix and match.
It's also a fun dynamic to pit the Joker against Superman and Batman against Lex. Batman's brawn and intimidation tactics are ineffective against a corrupt businessman who, to all the world, appears to be on the up and up, as we've seen with many of the miserly millionaires before him in the animated series. Meanwhile, Superman just isn't prepared for such a demented, unpredictable villain. Joker's death trap in Part 2 is spectacular fun, although World's Finest doesn't really rise above its superhero TV formula, and in Act 3 the whole thing sort of devolves into Joker tries to blow up the city for a laugh, then meets an ambiguous demise so he can come back next episode. Still, it's an endearing and, at the time, novel crossover, and an inviting promise of more things to come. And more things would indeed come. Superman the Animated Series and the new Batman Adventures would cross over 2 more times. The first is in the immaculate episode Nighttime. With Batman mysteriously missing from Gotham, Superman decides to pick up the slack, donning the cowl and posing as the Dark Knight while attempting to track down Bruce. It's some ridiculously playful shenanigans, as a cavalcade of Batman's street-level foes attempt to take on the last son of Krypton, only for the episode to reverse polarity in the last minute and become a big Superman vs. Brainiac showdown, cleverly and effortlessly tying the two shows together.
Kal-El. This development was highly improbable.
The final crossover with Superman the Animated Series would come in the episode The Demon Reborn. World's Finest and Nighttime were such electrifying fun that this one sort of pales in comparison. Ra's al Ghul, yeah, it's Raish, not Raj, get used to it, wants to steal Superman's strength to feed his own. We get to see the new animated series Raish redesign. Other than that, nothing to write home about. Speaking of nothing to write home about, I've betrayed my thoughts already. That's a bit mean-spirited. But let's talk about the final film tied to the new Batman Adventures, specifically before the Justice League would become the epicenter of all DCAU content moving forward. Mystery of the Batwoman.
Who are you? Why are you doing this?
You're the great detective. Figure it out.
Batman Mystery of the Batwoman essentially functions as the grand finale of Batman the Animated Series, as all future animated Batman films would either be standalone adaptations or tie into other existing continuities such as the Arkhamverse or the Nolan films. Sure, there would be new Justice League films with this continuity's Batman featured, but in general terms, this is the final animated series film that's focused specifically on Batman. With all that in mind, Mystery of the Batwoman was an act following some tough acts to follow. The previously discussed animated gem Mask of the Phantasm, as well as the Batman Beyond tie-in masterpiece Return of the Joker. Indeed, big murderous clown shoes to fill, especially when those two films were even more noteworthy as they both got the honor of dramatically killing off the Joker. I mean, I guess Mystery of the Batwoman drops Bane to his fiery death? But at this point, he's already reappeared in the future, in the past, in Batman Beyond, so I guess not really. So in case my preamble hasn't teed it up enough, Mystery of the Batwoman isn't remembered terribly fondly by Batman fans, if only by virtue of being up against some stiff competition. I have to admit, I was pleasantly surprised. It's an admittedly inconsequential romp for a pseudo-final entry, but the mystery at the core of the film is fun, and Bruce Wayne gets plenty of time to shine out of costume. Though one of my main criticisms of the movie is that he always feels like Bruce Wayne. even in costume, and rarely feels like Batman. Especially jarring coming after that Batman Beyond episode that established Bruce himself sees Batman as his true identity and Bruce as the mask. It's a result of misguided vocal direction sanding down the character's edges well in costume, combined with less sure-handed writing that's desperate to give the character quips in the heat of the moment that all make you yearn for the sterner, self-serious character we've come to know and love. It's pretty telling that the most iconic Batman moment in the movie is the scene where Batman doesn't talk at all.
Somebody in here?
Something wrong?
Nope.
My other major knock would be that the movie indulges in way more awkward humor than previous entries. Both awkward as in jokes not landing, but also awkward humor, like look at this person ramble on because they feel so awkward, isn't it funny, haha.
My boyfriend is very understanding. What about yours? Girlfriend. I mean, of course, girlfriend. After all, considering your reputation. Not that it's bad or anything, or even any of my business, because it's not.
Even the typically unflappable Batman gets in on the gag, when rampant phone flirting from Batgirl leaves him flustered.
Spring break will be coming up soon, and I'll be back in Gotham for 2 whole weeks. Won't that be nice?
Barb, we're going through the East Tunnel now. Afraid signal's breaking up. Talk later.
Me the opportunity.
Okay, enough of that.
Batgirl flirting with Batman. Yeah, we haven't touched on that yet. There was that almost kiss dream sequence in the Batman animated series episode Batgirl Returns, and allusions to a romance gone wrong in Batman Beyond, which would air before Mystery of the Batgirl, but suffice to say, the Bruce and Barbara ship is a contentious pairing among fans for obvious reasons. I'm going to kick that can down the road for now, as there is a lot more apt film to delve into that topic coming up later. All I'll say for now is that Batman x Batgirl sitting in a tree is typically assumed to be a fixation of Bruce Timm's, but it's worth noting that Tim was not directly attached to Mystery of the Batwoman. Anyways, that's enough on Batgirl. Let's talk about Batwoman, around whom the titular mystery resolves. A new vigilante known as Batwoman comes to town and starts targeting a trio of mobsters: Rupert Thorne, Carlton Duquesne, and the Penguin, with little concern whether her crime fighting results in fatalities. Batman must deduce the identity of this new masked figure, lest she sully his own reputation, all while the mobsters become increasingly desperate and recruit a surprise hidden antagonist to take over the operation. In case you didn't catch on, yeah, Mystery of the Batwoman's plot is basically Mask of the Phantasm all over again. Although while Mask of the Phantasm was more about the characters, Mystery of the Batwoman is more about the mystery. It helps that Batwoman's identity isn't quite the gimme that the Phantasm's identity was, and as soon as a masked woman makes her debut in town, Bruce suddenly finds it's raining women in Gotham, and a trio of female red herrings walk into his life: Wayne Tech researcher Rocky Ballantine, new GCPD detective Sonia Elkanah, and mobster Duquesne's daughter Kathy, who has the hots for Bruce. Each woman has their own distinct personalities, capabilities, potential motives, and alibis, and it makes for a genuine whodunit with a pretty clever final revelation. None of these women are red herrings. They're in cahoots, and they're all Batwoman.
Guys, they're multiplying!
No, Penguin, that's not the line. You were supposed to say, I'm seeing double here. For Batwoman. Interesting note, the voice cast is all rejiggered for Mystery of the Batwoman. Kevin Conroy returns, of course, I'm covering it, as do John Vernon as Rupert Thorne and Bob Hastings as Commissioner Gordon, both in their final appearances as those characters. However, Bane is now voiced by Hector Elizondo instead of Henry Silva, and the Penguin is voiced notably differently by David Ogden Stiers instead of Paul Williams, a deliberate decision by Alan Burnett to experiment with the character. And Robin is voiced by the Static Shock cameo Robin voice actor, not the new Batman Adventures Robin voice actor. Anyways, the mobsters are apprehended, Batman defeats Bane in an obligatory fistfight only tenuously related to the plot, Sonia turns in her badge after admitting to being the Batwoman mastermind, and Bruce rides off into the sunset with Kathy. Wait, like, as Bruce. So he's gonna date Kathy as Bruce while keeping it a secret that he's also Batman, and keeping it a secret that he knows she was Batwoman. You see what I mean about him not feeling like Batman in this movie? Mask of the Phantasm Batman had a hard enough time dating one woman who he didn't know was a vigilante, without feeling as if he's abandoning his vow. Now Bruce has got a whole harem of age-inappropriate women who dress up like his OC. So yeah, all in all, Batman Mystery of the Batwoman is fun enough. A cute, if completely inessential movie to wrap up our new Batman Adventures discussion. But of course, there was more to the new Batman Adventures beyond the small screen, in the form of video game tie-ins, which brings us to The Adventures of Batman and Robin Activity Center.
At this point, the police have no clues, but they admit that the criminals could be hiding anywhere in the Gotham City area. Unconfirmed rumors tell us that the Batman has been notified. Yours truly is wondering just who will have the last laugh.
The year after the end of Batman the Animated Series, the show would take one of its earliest steps into the virtual world with children's game The Adventures of Batman and Robin Activity Center. While not as technically impressive as the game's Edward Nygma was busy developing / turning into death traps in-universe, it was impressive enough that a decent chunk of the voice cast reprised their roles just to explain to kids how main menus, mazes, and card matching games work. Though, of course, the greatest puzzle of the game nowadays is finding it and getting it to run on a modern PC. We'll see if I've just doomed the project and the planet by uploading Hardak or the virtual ghost of Robert Vance onto my PC.
Put me online.
For what?
Put me online and you'll see.
Yeah, I see no red flags here. Let's hop into the Adventures of Batman and Robin Activity Center on medium. Let's go with medium. All of Batman's greatest foes are on the loose in the city, and it's up to you to complete a series of mini-games to bring them all to justice. In practice, the game really is just a handful of visual, spatial, memorization, and mathematical tasks, cutely adorned in various Batman the Animated Series trappings. On a weird personal note, I recorded this right after doing an autism assessment test, and I started to go like, wait, is the test still happening? Is the doctor watching me play this right now? Especially when Two-Face went, "If you want to catch me, Batman, first you gotta tell me a story, using these miscellaneous toys and objects." Really not much to say on the game. I mostly just wanted to do it for the novelty of doing it. And I guess I should note there are some video games that technically credit Kevin Conroy as Batman, but that I won't go into discussing in this video. I'm referring to any online games that are no longer playable, though I'll do my best to touch on what I can without having the means to play them myself, as well as any games that just repurpose episodes of the series into cutscenes with no new Kevin Conroy material. Specifically, the Sega CD game Adventures of Batman and Robin, and the 5th generation console game Gotham City Racer. So sorry if those omissions make me a fraud and this whole video's a sham. But if you just wanted me to include those because you sadistically wanted to watch me play janky old video games and suffer, don't worry, because there's still plenty of material in that department. Which brings us to Batman Vengeance.
Our friend in tights takes the bait, takes a dive, and then we string him up and drop him in the drink. Any questions?
Batman Vengeance would release in 2001, nearly 3 years after the conclusion of the new Batman Adventures, developed as one of the first releases of the then-fledgling studio, Ubisoft Montreal. At the time, Ubisoft was known for making various video game tie-ins for existing IPs, if indeed they could be considered known at the time at all. But they would soon break into the mainstream as one of the largest financial successes in the gaming industry, starting the Splinter Cell series a year after Batman Vengeance, the Prince of Persia series a year after that, the Far Cry series 2 years after that, and the Assassin's Creed series 2 years after that, which meant they would no longer need to slap together cash grab spin-offs of other people's IPs, since they now have their own IPs they can slap together cash grab spin-offs for. Ubisoft may be printing money, but the company's modern-day copy-paste output has earned them a contentious reputation in the gaming sphere. But again, that's a story for another day and another channel. This time named Retrospective. Let's stop talking about the sins of the present and focus on the sins of the past. Batman Vengeance would release on 6th generation consoles in the nebulous gameplay grab bag genre dubbed action adventure. The game spans 5 chapters, though chapters 4 and 5 are basically just one big chapter, as Batman battles the Joker and Harley, Mr. Freeze, Poison Ivy, and the Joker again. The game pretends to have some sort of overarching storyline spanning all chapters, with the Joker faking his death in Chapter 1 and then supposedly being the mastermind behind all the other villain schemes when he reappears at the climax. But the connections to the other villains are incredibly tenuous, and his ultimate plan is just to spread gas all over the city and blow it up. And as far as the faking his demise scheme, does anybody really think the Joker is going to die unceremoniously off-screen at this point? Even Batman doesn't play along with the game's own plot, basically fully operating on the assumption that the Joker is still alive.
I have to tell you, he's gone. He's dead.
What do you mean?
He's dead.
He's dead.
He's
No.
dead.
Sorry, nice try. If Jeff...
In practice, the game's much more episodic. Escape a trapped Joker set for Batman on a bridge, stop Freeze from raiding a cryogenics lab, stop Ivy from occupying a chemical plant, then there's a big rooftop chase with the GCPD, very reminiscent of the classic chase sequence from Mask of the Phantasm, before a final showdown with the Joker on an airship. Batman Vengeance does lovingly recreate the new animated series' visual style in 3D, and the streamlined character designs of the series translate well within the limitations of 7th gen hardware, though the Joker's redesign remains questionable as ever, and he looks like some sort of homunculus worm monster in the in-engine cutscenes. Let's talk about the gameplay. As soon as you're in control of the character, you're going to immediately realize something is missing. no design document. Oh, sorry, I'm getting my games mixed up. No camera controls. There's no camera controls. In the varied grab bag of gameplay styles, not as much of a concern in the vehicle sections or the one-on-one melee combat, but it does turn some fairly simple platforming challenges into an absolute nightmare. Batman Vengeance is not a hard game per se, but you are going to die a lot from misaligned jumps or just slipping off the edges of surfaces. Listen, I'm no stranger to challenges. I've beaten my fair share of FromSoft games without too much difficulty. I've beaten Through the Fire and Flames on Expert. I've beaten Jack 2. I scored a 5 in AP English, I passed Calc 3. Listing all that just for context when I say that jumping over these 3 cauldrons in Batman Vengeance was the most difficult thing I've done in my entire life. Aside from that, the most difficult aspect of the game is figuring out where the hell you're supposed to go sometimes. There's a very early level where I spent a good several minutes trying to glide from one box to another to retrieve some sort of glowing, humming collectible, assuming it would progress the level because I couldn't find any other way forward. Finally relenting to the frustration, I looked up a guide, because this video is taking plenty long enough to make already without adding several hours of aimlessly wandering the corridors of Batman Vengeance. And turns out you're supposed to use the stealth mechanics to slide through this crevice. The only use of the stealth mechanics in the entire game other than the tutorial, as it is impossible to sneak up on enemies. As far as I can tell, the developers flat out forgot to implement stealth. I have to imagine there were hundreds, if not thousands, of kids who rented Batman Vengeance from the video store, only to get stuck right here 30 minutes into the game and never saw a majority of the content. And me? I don't have the excuse of being a child, but technically I'm a games journalist now, so where's my yellow paint that tells me where to go? Doubling the frustration of roaming around looking for a path forward is the bat cuffs mechanic. Once an enemy has been knocked out, you have to slap a pair of bat cuffs on them to keep them down, or else they'll revive after a short duration. Problem is, for whatever reason, you're only given a limited number of bat cuffs, which means unless you already know in advance which areas you're doubling back through over and over, you're going to end up pulverizing the same henchman into unconsciousness over and over. I mean, these guys just do not give up, and neither do I, even though I can't figure out where to go. So this poor goon is trapped in like the Doctor Strange Dormammu scene. Given the limited number of bat cuffs, I assume it's meant to be some sort of resource management mechanic, but it also seems like the developers wanted to avoid the real-world implications of leaving someone unconscious for an extended period of time, which would result in severe brain damage.
Oh, and by the way, try not to be unconscious too long. It's super bad for you.
The Arkham games do that though, and it's a concession you make to facilitate the gameplay. Batman's like snapping legs and dislocating arms, not literally knocking every single person unconscious with blows to the head. But the game just goes, yeah, they're unconscious, because leaving a room full of enemies writhing in pain would be too difficult on the engine. Or too disturbing, or if it's like the villain in the Batman Beyond episode The Winning Edge, too funny. Combat in the game is very simplistic. You have a block that reduces most incoming damage, a punch, and a kick to use when you realize the punches you're spamming keep getting blocked. Filling up a combo meter allows Batman to deliver a devastating power attack. There's actually multiple different power attacks that are unlocked over the course of the game, but the game never notifies you when you unlock one, so like me, you'll probably just use the starting power attack the entire game with no issue. For the most part, enemies are fought one-on-one, and mooks who are not currently engaged in fisticuffs with you will politely stand to the side and wait their turn. They'll even wait their turn to open fire on you. Armed enemies can be disarmed with a batarang, but aside from the very final fight with the Joker, I found it was easy enough to dodge their bullets by running diagonally at them and then disarm them with a single punch. That tactic works in real life too. Little self-defense tip there for you. You can generally mindlessly trade blows with enemies and come out the victor, but Joker's mime henchmen in the final chapter start to pack a wallop. Not to worry, as you can sprint past all of them and run straight to the final boss. Very Dark Souls. Batman has access to a number of different gadgets throughout the game, or rather, he has access to the grapple and one other gadget throughout the game. Each chapter will only ever supply you with a single FPS gadget. Batarangs that disarm enemies in chapters 1 and 2, electric batarangs in chapter 3 that insta-kill plant monsters, and a stun gun in chapter 4 that insta-kills the GCPD. There's also nets, which instantly incapacitate early chapter enemies, but I only found them in the final chapter, and they don't work on the mime enemies. If only we had a bat invisible box to trap them instead. Despite only ever having access to one gadget at a time, the game does frustratingly force you to cycle through the list of potential gadgets you might have every time you need to use one. Gadgets are also how the bosses are confronted. Every boss fight aside from a couple fistfights with the Joker plays out as a ludicrously easy first-person shooter segment. Use chapter gadget to shoot weak point to defeat chapter boss. That's about all there is on Batman Vengeance. There are a few puzzles to break up the gameplay, though perplexingly, the very final puzzle is mix the primary colors to make green and purple. Meanwhile, in Chapter 2, they throw a timed 3-phase, 3-dimensional Rubik's Cube color-matching pipe flow puzzle at you. There's also 2 vehicle sections. A Batmobile chase, where you have to press the shoulder buttons to turn, turn, but you can actually fail even if you press the buttons while the arrows are still on screen. No, you needed to press them earlier than that. How much earlier?
I don't know. You figure it out.
The Batwing Star Fox segment was much more enjoyable, though don't bother wasting your time trying to shoot down the Freeze copter while you're still weaving through traffic. Getting a beat on the Iceman gets a lot easier once you take the fight high up into Gotham's red sky. It's probably not too challenging to shoot Freeze while flying through the streets, but I did this part after a 4th of July barbecue. Maybe I had a few too many bat cocktails at the cookout, but still, look at that graceful maneuvering. I was like Denzel in Flight. They found 2 bottles of vodka in the Batwing. It's funny. I drank 3. So that's Batman Vengeance. It's admirable that they got the voice cast together to put the production on, but gameplay-wise, it was a pretty rough experience. Ubisoft would return to create a pseudo-sequel to Batman Vengeance in 2003 with Batman Rise of Sin Tzu. Ubisoft, please try harder this time.
The art of war is deceit. First, you must attack your enemy when he least expects it, in a place where he feels strong.
The same year that Mystery of the Batwoman would give Batman the animated series its sorta swan song, Batman The Rise of Sin Tzu would also release. Ostensibly a sequel to Batman Vengeance as it would be developed by the same studio, but in practice another largely standalone adventure. Unlike the preceding entry, Batman The Rise of Sin Tzu introduces a new, completely original centerpiece foe for the story to revolve around in Sin Tzu, a former warlord overseas who was captured by special forces and has now mysteriously reappeared in Gotham, with his ominous return coinciding with massive breakouts from both Arkham Asylum and Stonegate Penitentiary. It's up to Batman to collar the escaped Clayface and Scarecrow before they can spread gas all over the city, because of course, they want to spread gas all over the city, to either turn people into Clayfaces because Clayface wants people to feel his ostracization, or to spread fear because, hooray for fear, I'm the Scarecrow and I love fear. After taking the chemical attack cohorts down, Sin Tzu finally appears on your comlink, announcing that he used his mastery of mind control to send Scarecrow and Clayface off on their sprees. Even though, what a waste of mind control, man. Sure they would have just done that shit anyways.
I was the mastermind the entire time! Every single thing that's happened to you over the last 24 hours was orchestrated by me and my insane mind!
In Chapter 3, Batman does, I think, both the most impossibly smart thing we've seen him do yet, as well as the most ridiculously stupid thing we've seen him do yet. The way he's able to deduce that Sin Tzu has been behind the Knight's attacks before the villain's introduction on the sole hint that Gordon is cagey about revealing who the feds think is the mastermind, he's just instantly, Sin Tzu. You told me all I needed to know right there. Could have been any terrorist in the world. Nope, Sin Tzu has to be. Then Sin Tzu goes, hey, I have a weapon of mass destruction on this freighter. Better stop it, and Batman hijacks the entire freighter, takes it back to his Batcave, which now has, I can't even imagine how massive the stern gate would need to be. I try not to nitpick the logistics of how the Batcave was ever constructed without raising the public's eyebrow, and accept the conceit on its own terms, but that boat is huge. Then Batman inspects the ship's cargo, which is very obviously crates full of henchmen, but he instead exclaims with confusion, skeletons. World's greatest detective, everybody. Anyways, much to his horror, the skeletons suddenly regain their flesh somehow, pop out of the crates, and ambush him, before their leader, the real weapon of mass destruction, Bane, arrives to finish the fight. Batman takes down Bane, while throwing in a token line that Bane will have forgotten where the Batcave is by the time he wakes up. Bane, and presumably the entirety of his army of darkness.
By the time you wake up, you'll long since have forgotten where the Batcave is.
Absolutely preposterous. That's right up there with Stryker knowing the adamantium bullet will erase Logan's memories in X-Men Origins Wolverine.
His brain may heal, but his memories won't grow back.
Is he an expert in things that have never ever happened?
Batman deduces that Sin Tzu stayed behind in the Arkham breakout and has turned the Asylum into a fortress. After battling through the very, very, very long corridors of Arkham, Batman confronts Sin Tzu and beats him so savagely that he somehow loses his mind control powers. Yeah, definitely nothing to write home about with the plot, which is a shame, especially when it comes to the titular original villain. He's pretty much a non-entity, with hurried lore, a cliche insert Asian villain here aesthetic, and flimsy motivations. And if you're going mind control at this point in the timeline, just go Mad Hatter, because DCAU Mad Hatter rules. Nothing to write home about with the plot, but how's the gameplay? Well, the gameplay has been heavily streamlined. No puzzles, no vehicle sections, no platforming, no FPS combat, no open levels. The name of the game is all hand-to-hand combat, which has been expanded into a 4-button combo system complete with blocks, grabs, and dodge rolls. Each of the 4 chapters take the form of 3 timed missions, where you have to either rescue hostages or defuse bombs as time extensions, while invisible walls gate your progress until all enemies have been defeated, or defeat a certain number of enemies within a time limit. Each chapter ends with a boss fight, which range from tedious to fun, and from easy to hard. I could put them on an axis chart, they're all on this side by the way. Scarecrow turns invisible and slinks around the arena until you land a hit. He seemed to have some sort of audio cue to tell players when he's in range of a strike, but I could never get it to work. I eventually resorted to looking up playthroughs on YouTube, and apparently Scarecrow basic strategy is just blindly thrashing about the arena until you errantly sock him. Bane resorts to the rather pitiful trick the boss into charging into a wall dynamic, sadly for the character, not for the last time in this video.
Sidestepping their charge so that they run into a wall. A gameplay mechanic that is only slightly less common than a fucking start button.
Not that it's a particularly easy charge to dodge. He did land it on me several times over the course of the boss encounter, and every time he does, he recreates the famous breaking of the bat scene from Batman Nightfall. So poor Nightwing here has had his spine shattered so many times in 5 minutes, I started to wonder if it was beginning to hurt Bane's knee. And the final boss, Sin Tzu, can only be hurt by power attacks after filling the combo meter, but for some reason only some, not all, power attacks, and given the annoyances of the game's combo system, this made Rise of Sin Tzu's final fight an unbearably frustrating endeavor. Let's get into the combat. Players are given the option to choose between 4 characters: Batman and Nightwing, who have slower, more powerful attacks, and Robin and Batgirl, who utilize less damaging quick attacks. I opted for Batgirl because I figured quick attacks would give me more opportunities to dodge roll out of danger, but quickly realized I couldn't get in the groove with the combo system. Even the most basic combos only seemed to activate properly half the time, and I couldn't tell if I was inputting the combos too fast or too slow. Then I watched a playthrough online and saw a guy playing as Batman and whipping out the combos faster than my supposedly fast character. So I said, screw it, I'm switching to Nightwing, because, frankly, that mantle's not getting much representation in this video otherwise. Only to realize move unlocks don't carry over between characters, so he'd be starting again from square one. Not that you really need to rely on a ton of combos anyways. Learn a few easy ones that will build your meter up, then mash the power attacks that actually do damage, because non-power attacks are fairly wimpy. Oh, and Batwoman and Robin's power attacks have a smaller hitbox and can almost never hit multiple enemies, so ding, another knock against them. Just make sure you unlock that combo that doesn't knock enemies back ASAP, so you don't have to finish every fight waiting for the final opponent to slowly pick themselves up over and over while that precious timer continues ticking down. But remember to learn the difference between enemies that are stunned but still standing versus enemies that are dead but still standing. Because yes, the standing death animation can be interrupted. Repeatedly. Sure, it might net you a few measly extra combo points, but remember, every level is timed, and even on medium difficulty, the later levels can be pretty unforgiving. Since most of the upgrades only add more useless combo moves to your roster, the characters not sharing upgrades isn't actually a deal breaker. The only upgrades that outright improve your survivability are for the Batarang. The electric upgrade opens up any enemy in the game to a combo, and the bounce upgrade lets you hit 4 targets at once. Though, of course, even with 4 targets, it will reliably always miss the one Sin Tzu monk that's about to cast the mind control spell that inverts your controls. The controller inverting spell that also changes the soundtrack to Mario Sunshine Yoshi bongos for the duration of the effect. One of many frustrating music tracks, with the most frustrating being that the intro cutscene uses the Batman '89 theme instead of the animated series theme. Which, I mean, it's a good theme, but why? Yeah, even if it wasn't as rough a ride as Batman Vengeance, the control inverting mechanic combined with the final boss mechanics mean Batman Rise of Sin Tzu really leaves a bad taste in your mouth by the end. Still, it does allow co-op play, and almost any game can be fun with friends, or so I've heard, and at least I can feasibly imagine a child actually finishing this game. If only through sheer button-mashing attrition and tyranny of will. Let's move on to greener pastures, by paradoxically traveling to a corporatist, cyberpunk hellscape in the Batman animated series follow-up, Batman Beyond.
Time comes when you gotta hang up the cape. But Bruce wouldn't. No, I don't hate him. I hate what he's become. Such a great man. So alone.
Batman and Superman's respective animated series may have both been rousing successes, but the suits at the WB noticed that the new Batman Adventures audience skewed toward a higher age range, and made plans to target a younger, more advertiser-sought audience. And those plans were high school. Let's get in touch with those tween and teen audiences by creating a series detailing Batman's adventures throughout his high school years. Well, since Bruce Wayne spent most of his youth traveling the globe training with mysterious individuals to hone his crime-fighting skills, and didn't don the cowl until he was a man, in practice, that premise doesn't really check the relatable high school adventures for the youths box, or the Batman is in it box. Not to worry, as Batman Beyond creators Paul Dini, Bruce Timm, and Alan Burnett had a clever workaround to the issue. Batman in high school, but not with Bruce Wayne behind the mask. Instead, the series would be a dual protagonist piece with original character Terry McGinnis taking on the mantle of Batman following Bruce's retirement, while Bruce serves as both mentor and mission control, all with the backdrop of a sci-fi futuristic dystopia. Though a year and a half later, Warner Brothers would get the contemporary, straightforward DC superhero high school animated show they initially envisioned in Static Shock, a comic book character in the Spider-Man mold airing alongside a younger, quippier, high schooler Batman juggling school, superheroics, and romance all at once. Yeah, kids WB definitely stole Spider-Man's thunder on the small screen. First by forcing Fox to reimagine their anticipated Spider-Man 2099 series since Batman beat them to the futuristic punch, then by getting the reimagined Counter-Earth Spider-Man Unlimited pulled from television only 3 episodes in after Batman Beyond outmatched the series critically, while Pokémon, also airing on the WB, decimated Spider-Man Ultimate's ratings in the same time slot. But hey, they get the Spider-Verse films, well, any semblance of a Batman Beyond movie will languish in development hell for the rest of eternity. So, who really got the last laugh? Batman Beyond catches audiences up on the fate of Bruce Wayne following the animated series. Relying on a powered batsuit to accommodate for his aging body, Bruce nearly dies rescuing a hostage after a heart condition incapacitates him, only surviving when he is forced to pull a gun on the last thug standing. Hanging up the cape and cowl after that night's events, Bruce also gradually loses his capacity to aid Gotham through charitable efforts via Wayne Enterprises, when corrupt businessman Derek Powers initiates a hostile takeover and transforms the newly minted Wayne Powers into a sinister business that specializes in corporate espionage, pharmaceutical exploitation, and war profiteering. On top of that, not even Bruce's secret is safe. After Bruce is saved from a gang of jokers, local ruffians who style themselves after the presumed dead Clown Prince of Crime, and his rescuer, Terry McGinnis, stumbles on the Batcave.
You gotta do something. You're Batman.
I was Batman.
Something happened to you, didn't it? And it wasn't just that you got old.
After Terry's father is killed in a cover-up on orders from Derek Powers, Terry sneaks back into the Batcave to don the hyper-advanced powered batsuit that will enable him to confront Powers and his men. And after some initial reluctance from Bruce, where Bruce seems nearly willing to let Terry die for the transgression, and potentially morbidly for knowing too much, the two join forces, stop Powers' latest plot, and strike up a partnership with Terry donning the mantle of Batman while training under Bruce's stern guidance. Terry's demanding cover story job as the elderly Bruce Wayne's personal assistant gets him into frequent hot water with his family, his academic pursuits, and his girlfriend Dana. But the worst is yet to come, as Derek Powers recovers from his first encounter with Batman, now sporting a killer new look and a killer new radiation-based power set. So Powers can do battle with Bruce trying to oust him from the company, dead or alive, on the corporate front, while doing battle with Terry through super-powered showdowns on the physical front. And that's the setup for Batman Beyond.
Very good then, Mr. McGinnis. Welcome to my world.
Beyond brings some beloved new character designs and a broader color palette to facilitate the futuristic setting. The series would shift from traditional animation cells to digital coloring halfway through the run, marking a transition for the DC animated universe as a whole. The score has shifted from the full orchestra of the animated series to more of an industrial rock style with the occasional frequent shredding guitar at the forefront. It does well to establish the darker tone the show is going for, particularly in that crazy hype-building intro segment, minus the one random shot of all Terry's friends dancing, which is bizarrely incongruous. It's as if they made the intro then suddenly remembered, teens. Oh, right, this is a teen show. I personally think that the more rock-leaning score makes some action-packed scenes ridiculously awesome, but I can understand complaints that I've seen that it can veer into try-hard edgy territory, or conversely, doesn't try hard enough compared to the full orchestra that preceded it. Kevin Conroy's voice acting remains stellar as always, and while he had a more stern edge to him in the new Batman Adventures, Beyond gives the character some real edge. He's so bluntly pragmatic that sometimes you wonder if he's lost his way, but with the perfect rationed amount of tender moments to reassure viewers that decades of being benched from the crusade for justice hasn't blackened his heart. He is patently more ruthless now though, as demonstrated by most of his lighthearted one-liners being reserved for only the most horrific of villain demises. Sherman Howard was not new to DC properties, having voiced a handful of one-off villains in Superman the Animated Series, as well as portraying Lex Luthor in the live-action late 80s Superboy series. But Season 1 arch-nemesis Derek Powers would be his big recurring role in the DCAU. There's an infectiously fun, sinister flow to the performance. Sure, there are funny villains, funny because they're inept, funny because they're charismatic and charming, funny because they're so self-serious, but I'm just talking pure fun. Powers is frickin' evil, and he loves it.
And behold, I shall be a blight upon the land, and everything I touch shall wither and die.
New to the DCAU, and in fact voice acting as a whole as this would be his debut role, was Will Friedle as Terry McGinnis. Known prior to the series as the older brother in Boy Meets World, Friedle is now known for his expansive catalog of voice acting roles. Friedle often credits Conroy's mentorship of him while working on Batman Beyond, that mirrors the primary characters, with inspiring his success. In an interview with Cinema Blend in 2023, Friedle said, "Kevin Conroy was my first mentor, my only real voiceover mentor. I've had many people that I've admired that have certainly helped me out, but Kevin really went out of his way to make me feel comfortable, to teach me the ropes. And I got to sit next to him, every week for 5 years as we were doing the show. He's a special man. Was a special man. God, I'm not even used to talking about him in the past tense."
Batman. Well, they said, what do you know about Batman? I said, well, I know the Adam West series. They went, no. That's not what we're doing.
While fans of Batman the Animated Series were skeptical when the premise for Beyond was initially announced, most were quickly won over with the show's deftly executed premiere, darker tone, and dystopian sci-fi elements. Which isn't to say the series is all dystopian sci-fi all the time. True to their word, Dini, Tim, and Burnett did manage to inject a lot of teen storyline elements as well. Say no to drugs, say no to peer pressure, say no to bullying. Some episodes maturely integrate the sci-fi world-building elements into the traditional teen lesson plot. One standout example being the episode Hooked, in which villainous illusion master Spellbinder gets kids addicted to perfect realities within virtual worlds he has created so that he can withhold the virtual worlds for the purposes of manipulation and extortion. Because of course, I love the fake reality episode. If you put me in the perfect virtual world machine, my fake reality would be a fake reality where every episode of every show is set in a fake reality. Some teen element stories were fun but silly, most notably the entirely comedy-focused Egg Baby episode, where Terry has to carry around a fragile, crying, simulated baby in order to pass his home ec class while doing his duties as the shadowy, secretive Dark Knight. That would make for a pretty interesting Arkham Predator challenge. That episode actually secured a Primetime Emmy Award, and I've heard rumors the episode was deliberately designed as a pure comedy episode with the sole intention of doing exactly that.
Do you have to keep lugging that thing around with you?
I need the grade.
Even real parents with real children find ways to get away for a night.
Nobody would know more about getting away from their children for a while than you, right, Bruce? Okay. Way ahead of myself. Definitely kicking that can down the road until Justice League Unlimited. Back on teen storylines, some were less successful, veering into fairly by-the-numbers high school storylines with a flimsy sci-fi paint job. Kid commissions a synth girlfriend so he can be more popular on campus. Kid hijacks a killer robot to get revenge on his bully. Kid tries to kill the valedictorian because he was runner-up and his parent is overly demanding. While most kids' animated shows tend to be innately preachy, even if they aren't overtly preachy, and Batman Beyond is no exception, which could have damaged its cyberpunk bona fides, the series does harbor a rebellious streak in that nearly every authority figure in the show is neglectful, overbearing, corrupt, or morally bankrupt.
I don't know, it just feels so high school.
The other facet of the teen drama elements are Terry's romantic relationships. Yes, relationships plural. Terry may have a long-term girlfriend and classmate Dana, but he's certainly no one-woman man. Dana plays the role of the out-of-the-loop partner who puts pressure on Terry's double life, as his spontaneous Batman adventures result in Dana constantly being stood up on dates. In the vast pantheon of out-of-the-loop romantic interests, she's remarkably understanding compared to most, though she does garner some distaste in the fandom simply by virtue of being boring. Poor Dana is totally underserved as a character, with her sole focus episode in the entire series being a damsel in distress plot where she's captured by an infatuated rat boy. Being ignorant of her boyfriend's double life burns Dana even further when their classmate Max discovers Terry's alter ego and gets brought on board the team. Max is another contentious character among both the fanbase and the show's creators. She increasingly plays the mission control and tech support role, stepping on Bruce's toes a bit, and her relationship with Terry is far more developed to the extent you wonder why the character of Dana exists beyond her function as a Terry has multiple responsibilities plot device. Bruce Timm is on the record as disliking Max as a potential love interest. Meanwhile, Alan Burnett took a shine to her. I've seen rumors that the two came to a head when Burnett pitched a script where Terry and Dana break up and Terry and Max get together, shortly after Timm had pitched a Focus episode script for Dana that strengthens her and Terry's relationship. I can see the appeal of the Max character, though beyond the hinted at will they won't they, there are a few other misses with Max early on that I can imagine inspired some viewers' distaste. In one of her earliest appearances, the episode Babel, Terry is forced to choose between saving himself or saving the people of Gotham, and Max gets written a little too aggressively as the screw the people of Gotham, save yourself shoulder devil.
People are gonna get hurt, aren't they?
Nah, I mean, it's a possibility. It happens because, it's war, but what can I tell you? Anyway, what do you owe these people, huh?
And the other missed opportunity, she's the only character in the main cast to wind up in Spellbinder's Dream Machine. Huge opportunity to flesh out her psyche, but they just go with, oh, my family isn't around much, so my dream world is we all have dinner together. That's it. Especially when one of Max's primary motivations is integrating herself as part of the Bat family. Not to go all armchair screenwriter, but you could have a lot of fun with her fantasy world being a world where she becomes the next Batgirl. It would even facilitate some clever fake-outs. Terry's in trouble, Max rescues him, then we realize she didn't really rescue him because that was the fantasy world, but Terry is still really in trouble in the real world. It's just an idea.
You call me Robin, and I'm out of here.
No problem. Alfred.
Alfred?
Let's see, we've got the sci-fi bubble girl Terry harbors a crush on in Untouchable. Rapunzel, let down your force field. There's Melanie, aka the conflicted crook 10 of this time period's Royal Flush Gang, whom Terry macks on for a few episodes. Honestly, Terry should have just rebuffed them all and gone with Chels. I'm not good with social cues, but I think she made a pass at him once.
All this? Come on, Chels.
Come on yourself.
Of course, this is not just Terry's show, it's Bruce's as well. Terry taking up the Batman mantle offsets some of the despondency of Bruce's reclusive fate, as it means Batman's quest for justice will continue after his death, even after 20 years of the city descending into peril. But the writers don't stray away from demonstrating the tragedy of Bruce's lonesome life as a result of his devotion to his crusade. And nothing exemplifies the tragedy more than seeing how Bruce's romantic relationships wound up. Yes, apparently at some point he and Barbara wound up fighting evil in the streets and not fighting their urges in the sheets. But Barbara ultimately became disillusioned with their mission and pivoted to legitimate law enforcement, meaning the Commissioner Gordon Terry deals with throughout the series is more obstructive than cooperating when it comes to Batman antics. Punctuating the episode featuring Terry's first fling/showdown with Melanie, the card-carrying, card-surfing thief 10, Bruce name-drops Selina Kyle while consoling him. It's clear neither were able to work out the secret identities, occasional backstabbing, and contrasting stances on the law that divided them. Most devastating of all comes in the final season with Talia al Ghul's fate. Returning to the solitary Bruce rejuvenated to her youthful beauty through her late father's mind-melting fountain of youth, the Lazarus Pit, Talia offers Bruce a second chance, not just to rekindle his romance with her, but at life as a whole. It's far and away the most intriguing episode of Beyond's final season. The Lazarus Pit has always been a cheat in Bruce's eyes, but turning the opportunity down was much easier as a young man who could go toe-to-toe with immortals, demons, and demigods and still win the day. The unrelenting march of time, and rekindling a relationship with Talia, is enough to weaken Bruce's resolve, if only for a moment. The episode isn't exclusively Bruce either, giving Terry a B story where he worries he'll lose his Batman license if Bruce gets back into fighting shape. Of course, there's some things you just don't get second chances with, and it turns out Talia is gone, and her body has been brain-jacked by Ra's al Ghul, plotting to continue his so-called mastery of death by get-outing Bruce next.
Lady, that is the sickest thing I've ever seen. You're creeping me out.
You? She kissed me.
It is a lot more silly than scary when they switch over to Raisha's voice coming from Talia's lips, but sometimes having the possessed actress impersonate their co-star can be just as silly. See Bellavia in Fringe. Ra's isn't the only returning foe to meet his final DCAU destiny in Batman Beyond. A training simulation features robotic replicas of Two-Face, Killer Croc, and the Riddler, and Terry's friend dates a robot. Bane appears in The Winning Edge as a withered husk of a man after his overuse of venom took its toll. And the Joker's death is the central plot point of the film Return of the Joker. One of the most praised episodes of Beyond, titled Meltdown, brings back the immortal Mr. Freeze, who was given a new body and cured of his chilly condition by Powers as an unknowing lab rat so Powers can find a way to undo his own unwanted supervillainous makeover. Learning he is nothing more than a test subject due for vivisection, Freeze opens fire on the Wayne Powers labs, but thanks to Terry's efforts, only manages to kill his doctor and, at long last, himself. He's asked Batman not to save him in the wake of his own chaos twice before, and this time, he finally gets his wish.
You gotta get out of here, Freeze. The whole place is gonna go.
Believe me, you're the only one who cares.
Yes, there are appearances from some of the old gang of gang leaders, but Batman Beyond avoids the potential pitfall of pitting Terry against aging versions of Batman's rogues gallery every week, or against a new set of villains that are obvious stand-ins for the most popular villains. Indeed, the creators noted that a lot of the new team members brought on board were interested in more contemporary 90s anime and sci-fi, as opposed to hard-boiled dark deco capers, and Terry's unique gallery of rogues reflects that. Most villains have elements of classic Batman foes to them, but are original in other ways, keeping them from feeling like new Batman, lamer versions of their originators. The previously mentioned illusion and hypnotism master Spellbinder has elements of Scarecrow and the Mad Hatter in his methods, but with more impersonal and less grandiose, scam-oriented schemes that prey on the weaknesses of others. Ten and Terry draw comparisons to Catwoman and Bruce, but the secret identity angle is playfully played with. Catwoman never wanted to go straight, and always wanted to invite the attention of Batman, even if it was the wrong kind of attention. Ten wants to go straight, which means she only cares for Terry McGinnis, and can't stand when her criminal bloodline invites the wrath of Batman, even when she herself is keeping her nose clean. Ink is similar to Clayface on power set alone, but she couldn't be more different on how she uses those abilities. Clayface is the kind of guy who will try to drown Batman by trapping Batman in himself. Ink will try to drown Batman by trapping herself in him. Terry's enemies are almost entirely superpowered in one way or another, while few of Bruce's in the animated series were, but Beyond shines in how those powers are creatively explored. Shriek, who really doesn't have any sort of animated series counterpart, is probably the best example. Where most sound manipulation characters in superhero media just use sound blasts that are effectively interchangeable with energy blasts, Shriek's sonic scrambling powers are used to remarkably imaginative effect. In his introductory episode, he not only completely deafens the final fight scene to cripple Terry's situational awareness, but also uses his abilities to project Bruce Wayne's voice into Bruce's own head in an attempt to goad Bruce into suicide, which is the genesis of one of Beyond's most classic moments.
Why were you so sure those voices weren't coming from you?
The voice kept calling me Bruce. In my mind, that's not what I call myself.
What do you call yourself? Oh, yeah.
Shriek only ups the ante with his return appearance. After losing his hearing due to his first encounter with the Bat, he scrambles the speech of all the citizens of Gotham into Simlish, leading to mass pandemonium, and vows to only reverse the effect if Batman hands himself over to be executed. Such a devious scheme, but also with an inherent humor to it, with the biggest punchline coming in the third act when he tries to give his final evil speech before the showdown and forgets to turn off the device, so nobody understands it. The episode Babel is a very, very heavy rotation, a very derison by, let's go ahead, terrastation reventet.
Maybe he found some way to Pradish dash Pergrana.
What? You're not making Ursino. Cordytiotoxin?
Terry, what's happening to you?
To combat those superpowered beings, Batman now sports a superpowered suit of his own, equipped with rocket boots, a tactical cloak, detective vision, an electric field generator, and super strength. Well, super strength depending on the stakes of the episode. Sometimes he's ripping apart concrete walls and smashing up vehicles with his fists. Other times, a couple of thugs with improvised melee weapons can completely whoop him. Terry may have his own rogues gallery, but Season 1 also gives Terry his own arch-nemesis, the man who ordered the hit on his father, Derek Powers, doing dirty business by day in dark, smoke-filled rooms, while illuminating the streets with crime at night as his glowing, radioactive villainous true form, Blight. I praised the voice acting and character personality earlier, and Blight's presence really does tie the first season of the series together. Terry and Bruce both harbor personal vendettas against the foe, and since his company is responsible for a lot of the woes of Gotham's populace, his plans to recover his body that he has lost necessitate criminal methods, and he sets in motion a number of backroom schemes to have Bruce Wayne eliminated so he can seize complete control of Wayne Powers, Blight is a believable villain tying most of the episodes together, rather than a hokey mastermind directly orchestrating everything. And while it is cool to see Powers unmasked in the Season 1 finale and have a literal meltdown over it, it's a shame what the writers do with the character after the fact. Or rather, what they don't do. Blight meets an ambiguous demise, with Terry anticipating that he probably survived and will one day return, and Powers' equally evil son Paxton takes over Wayne Powers. Then, Blight never returns, and Paxton only reappears in a brief cameo in Season 2 before getting unceremoniously arrested in the Season 3 premiere. Technically, Blight would return in the Batman Beyond comics, but I've never read them myself, and some people whose opinions I generally trust told me I'd be better off if I never did. Blight's absence is felt, and the later seasons never quite reach the same consistent highs as the first without him tying the whole thing together.
You killed my father.
Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down?
Season 2 survives on the strength of its increasingly elaborate villain plots, but Season 3 is pretty superfluous aside from the Talia episode, especially because the most frequently occurring antagonists of Season 3 are the frankly lame terrorist organization Cobra. Reminds me of when you're playing City of Heroes and you could be fighting cool villains like The Family or The Freak Show or the Carnival of Shadows, but no, your contact keeps sending you to fight the stupid Sky Raiders. Not the only thing about Batman Beyond that will remind you of City of Heroes if you're a fan, because wow, City of Heroes and Batman Beyond use a lot of the same stock sci-fi sound effects. On the subject of wilder and more varied villain superpowers, many of Terry's foes learn that these powers are not to be trifled with. These violent delights have violent ends, and one of the reasons Batman Beyond is widely regarded as the darkest DCAU project is because of the grisly and disturbing fates awaiting some of its villains, like the episode Earthmover, where the mud-manipulating Mr. House is mummified as a radioactive, rotting corpse for years, or Disappearing Ink, where a lovelorn employee at the lab where Ink is imprisoned helps her escape in the hopes that she will love him and give him powers just like hers, only for Ink to deliberately mess up the mutation and leave him a deformed, misshapen blob monster forever confined to the lab he just got fired from for being such a pervert. Perhaps the most infamous fate befalls Ian Peake, a gossiptainment journalist who uses stolen phase-walking technology to spy on celebrities and politicians to get his stories. After drawing the attention to Batman, Peake uses his powers to bug the Batmobile, learns both of Bruce and Terry's identities, and plans to reveal them live on the internet. However, his misuse of the phase-walking technology makes his atoms dangerously unstable, and when only gravity remains as an influence on him, Peake falls to the center of the Earth, taking the secret of Batman's identity with him. It's a disturbing fate, especially since it's unclear if his new intangible form will actually die when he gets there or just sit in the Earth's core for all eternity. Looping back to my point on creative uses of sci-fi devices and superpowers, I've seen a lot of sci-fi shows where characters have the ability to phase through objects, but they usually either don't address the floor situation or throw in a technobabble handwave for why it's a non-issue. Batman Beyond is the only time I think I've seen a show involving a phase walker facing the possibility of actually falling through the floor. Wait a second. Ian Peake was voiced by Michael McKean? Are you telling me a man just happens to fall through the earth like that? So that's Batman Beyond. The series would serve as the springboard for 2 additional DCAU shows. The first is The Zeta Project, set in the same futuristic time period as Batman Beyond, a spin-off for the Master of Disguise assassin robot Zeta character from the episode Zeta. Zeta, the episode, not the robot, or the project, is often mistakenly assumed to be a crappy setup episode for an already planned sci-fi show, attempting to garner interest by linking the upcoming series to Batman Beyond. In point of fact, it shockingly actually was a legitimate spin-off born from the episode, though why that episode was the one the network felt most warranted to spin off is beyond me. Batman Beyond me. Not to say Beyond wouldn't shamelessly shill the show in the penultimate episode of Season 3. With an episode where Zeta returns, now voiced by a different member of the Meyer administration than his first appearance, basically just going, well, Batman Beyond is about to end, but check out this fun show. Batman Beyond would also further fuel the fire for Warner Brothers to create a full-on Justice League show, with a futuristic roster of the Justice League appearing in the 2-part episode The Call. The Call is also Beyond's pseudo tie-in with Superman the Animated Series, using that show's Jor-El voice actor instead of Kal-El's voice actor to demonstrate Superman's advancing age. The Call is it's fine. The writing heavy-handedly makes the Justice League super mean-spirited in a bid to throw viewers off the scent that Superman, the only nice one, is the real traitor under the influence of Starro. But the existence of the Justice League in the DCAU at all would be a sign of more to come with Cartoon Network's Justice League debuting in 2001. But before that, we have one last Batman Beyond event to touch on. Arguably, the Batman Beyond event, Return of the Joker.
Behind all the sturm and batarangs, you're just a little boy in a play suit crying for mommy and daddy. It'd be funny if it weren't so pathetic. No, what the heck, I'll laugh anyway.
Return of the Joker marks the monstrous return of, who else? The Penguin. No, it's the Joker, of course, spreading chaos in Gotham once more with a string of robberies and apparently possessing knowledge of the Bat family's secret identities. It's up to Terry to figure out how the Joker came back, how he knows everyone's secret identities, and why Bruce is so convinced this can't be the real Joker. The real DCAU Joker's final fate is revealed in Return of the Joker's famous infamous extended flashback sequence. As his final act of terror, the Joker and Harley kidnapped Tim Drake, then tortured and brainwashed him for weeks until he gave up the identities of the Bat family and became a broken shell of himself, reimagined by the Joker into a twisted mockery of Robin nicknamed Joker Jr. In a final showdown, the Joker attempted to secure Tim's madness by forcing him to deliver the killing blow to Batman, only for Tim to turn the gun on the Joker instead.
That's not funny. That's not...
Yes, the Joker of Return of the Joker is all new levels of insanely evil. A darker character shift somewhat retroactively explained by his final DCAU release order appearance in Justice League's Wildcards, where he winds up on the wrong side of a psychosis-inducing psychic. I mean, I know he's already crazy, but I doubt that helped. I enjoy that his demise is a payoff to the cosmic, karmic undercurrent the character had throughout the animated series. The Dark Knight cemented the meta notion of Joker and Batman are destined to do this forever, and the Arkham games primarily focused on playing with that concept as well. But the DCAU Joker instead gave the impression that one day he was going to take a joke too far, and he'd either die in the mayhem of his own mad schemes or die at the hands of one of his tormented victims. The flashback sequence is definitely the stuff of nightmares, and speaking of taking things too far, you're probably wondering how they got away with all that in a children's film. The answer is, they didn't. Batman Beyond Return of the Joker was in production when the Columbine shooting occurred, and Warner Brothers heavily censored the film in an effort to distance it from current events. I'm not talking about just have the Joker use laughing gas instead of a gun. I'm talking about removing individual punches because 2 is fine but 3 is too many, changing the word putzes to yutzes, or changing the color of the Joker's spray paint. If you comb through the full list of edits for the censored version that was released in 2000, it is actually insane. Though the original cut would be made available in 2002, and nowadays the full censored version is fairly hard to come by. And, as they seem to do pathologically, Dini and Tim still found ways to make the censored scenes somehow just as horrific as their band counterparts. With the flashback sequence as the centerpiece of the film, Return of the Joker is very Batman TAS lore heavy, which could risk Bruce Wayne stealing Terry McGinnis' thunder in his own movie. Fortunately, Terry has plenty going on to ensure he doesn't fall victim to the Batman live-action movie curse of being sort of the guy who punches the villain at the end who's just along for the ride. The film examines his relationship with Bruce, with the scene of the Joker's attempt on Bruce's life even mimicking the scene of his own father's murder. And the story forces him to not just play Batman the ninja, but Batman the detective, when Bruce shuts himself off from the world once more, after being forced to recall the event that made him shut himself off from all his teammates in the first place. At the end of the movie, the method of Joker's resurrection is revealed. He implanted a chip with a copy of his consciousness into Tim Drake's mind, a chip that also has genetic rewriting capabilities that essentially turned Tim Drake into a were-Joker. Funnily enough, not the most implausible means of resurrecting the Joker by turning someone else into him that we'll see in this video. As his final torment from beyond the grave, Joker plans to steal Tim's body once and for all, then use a hijacked orbital laser to blow up Bruce Wayne and everyone else Terry has ever loved. His ultimate plan was more interesting than I had remembered it. It's been a thing with the Joker throughout the DCAU as early as episodes like Joker's Favor, Be a Clown, and The Laughing Fish, that the Joker's schemes usually have some really interesting personal element where he singles out some poor soul to torment, but then the grander scheme is just some boilerplate set off a bomb or spread gas all over the city thing.
Oh, hell, let's just do what we always do. Hijack some nuclear weapons and hold the world hostage, yeah?
But using the orbital laser to just wipe out the Bat family and everyone they care about is pretty fascinating, especially in how it reflects how he learned his lesson from dying the first time. No more grand schemes, no let me look bats in the eyes while I kill him in a symbolic manner. Joker's like, that's what got me killed last time. No more games, nuke Batman from orbit. Once again, this isn't the two sides of the same mad coin destined to do this forever, Joker. This is, I want you dead as cheaply and as quickly as I can make it happen, Joker. And in doing so, he's done the impossible. Make the done-to-death superhero climax where a blue light shoots in the sky feel fresh and exciting again.
Adios, Brucey. I guess I should salute you as a worthy adversary and all that, but the truth is, I really did hate your guts.
Terry destroys the Joker consciousness chip, Tim is freed from the Joker's clutches once and for all, and Bruce finally reconciles with his old team. Oh, and can I just say I'm glad the movie doesn't bother going into a whole philosophical, is the Joker's copied consciousness a person that should be spared to face justice debate. It's core to Bruce's character that he has made a vow to never take a life, but when it comes to sentient AI, the buck stops here. Sure, they may have a philosophical reflection on the nature of the soul after the fact, but Bruce and Terry have never shied away from throwing thinking, feeling artificial intelligences into the trash compactor, which I found refreshing, as lately I've been getting burnt out in the whole Black Mirror, Fallout 4, Detroit Become Human feel bad for robots shtick.
I'll kill them with knives, I'll kill them with guns, I'll kill them with my hands, I'll talk them into suicide. It doesn't matter.
In fact, it's never really called attention to, but Terry has no qualms with killing even his human adversaries. I know it's a bit of a meme in certain fan circles to portray Terry as like a mass murderer, but throughout the series, Terry indirectly or directly killing the bad guy is a bit of a recurring element. If your superpowers make you too difficult to defeat non-lethally, or you're hideously mutated, Terry will kill you. Ah, you turned into a monster. You're not a man anymore. I have to kill you. But you're the one who turned me into a monster. Ah, it doesn't matter. Die, monster, die. We'll revisit the world again a couple times with the Justice League, but for now, that's Batman Beyond. It's time to leave the grim, dystopian, but very shway world of the future and go back to the Golden Age. Over on Cartoon Network, the gang was, at long last, finally here. It's on to the Justice League.
And he's in black. Always chic. But here come the fashion disasters.
Driven by a parasitic imperium from his Martian homeworld of, Mars, John, aka Martian Manhunter, arrives on Earth to protect the populace from the parasite's imminent invasion. In order to fend off their attack, Martian Manhunter uses his telepathic abilities to request the aid of Earth's mightiest heroes, the Justice League. Or Earth's mightiest heroes is an Avengers thing. Terra Firma's Herculeanist Lionhearts. Rising to the call are three heroes we've become acquainted with throughout the DCAU. Batman, still voiced by Kevin Conroy, as well as Superman and The Flash. Though Superman's voice actor Tim Daly was unavailable due to scheduling issues, and his replacement George Newbern would take over as the new voice of the DC Animated Universe Superman. And one-off Flash voice actor Charlie Schlatter from Superman the Animated Series would be replaced as well. Michael Rosenbaum steps into the Flash's swift new shoes now that the character will be recurring. Rosenbaum, who only a couple months prior to Justice League's debut, was already making a name for himself in live-action television as another character who has plenty of run-ins with Clark Kent. And rounding out the seven are Martian Manhunter, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and Hawkgirl. It should be noted that the founding Justice League members of the series differ slightly from those that made up the original League in the comics. The Green Lantern Corps member that joins the team has been changed from Hal Jordan to John Stewart, not just because they didn't want the Justice League to be all white and green, but also per Bruce Timm's issue of Modern Masters, this was done in an effort to integrate a Green Lantern with a more distinct voice that wouldn't just be interchangeable with the other clean-cut soups and tights, specifically Superman and The Flash. Though the reimagining did catch some flack from fans for neglecting his civil rights activist background and making him a soldier instead. Meanwhile, Hawkgirl took the place of Aquaman, speculated to be because the creators didn't want Wonder Woman to be the lone woman who winds up relegated to the chick role. You know what I mean. Getting caught up in love triangles with all the single boys in the team, every Focus episode winds up being a hokey girl power thing, and all the bad guys show what jerks they are by directing their inherent evil sexism at the poor chick. Not that Hawkgirl's inclusion really managed to help Wonder Woman avoid that pitfall. Bruce Timm and writer Dwayne McDuffie have both admitted to struggling to write the character, and that can definitely come through as a viewer, since the writers lean heavily on the proud warrior race angle that negates some of the character's compassion and complexity. Most of her signature foes get shortchanged, changed for seemingly no good reason, or square off with Batman instead and hardly interact with Wonder Woman, and when the show changes to Justice League Unlimited, her biggest ongoing contribution is pretty much just doing the will they won't they with Bruce. I'm kind of opening on a negative there, but yeah, it's a shame. Still, the reimagined roster didn't mean that the Silver Age members would be entirely absent. Aquaman is given a prominent guest role in a handful of episodes, and Hal Jordan makes a cameo appearance as a result of time-traveling, dimensional warping shenanigans. Given the MCU nowadays is increasingly using alternate timelines and dimensions as an excuse to bring back old favorite casting choices or neglected characters, that gag was remarkably ahead of its time.
Enid Clinton, we've got business with your husband. What? John? Hal Jordan, another time shift. I'm up to speed. Carry on.
As we've got a more expansive cast to deal with than ever before, the first season of Justice League endeavors to give the new kids on the block the limelight so they can establish themselves. That isn't to say our dear Dark Knight is relegated to the sidelines. He gets a fun arc in the episode that introduces the Injustice Gang, where he attempts to prove to the League and himself that he's valuable to the team despite his lack of superpowers, by doing the whole let myself get captured on purpose thing, better known in con artist circles as the Gotham City Shuffle.
You're not going to leave him like this, are you?
Why?
Hello? He's still alive.
Even when it's not a Focus episode, you can always depend on the Caped Crusader to stay true to form when he makes his part-time appearances as the part-time League member. Superman, on the other hand, gets done apocalyptically dirty throughout the show's first season. First off, the new Batman adventures didn't have a grand finale last season. It just sort of ended. The first season of Superman the Animated Series had a huge showdown with Darkseid. that resulted in much of the public losing their trust in the Man of Steel. But as soon as Justice League begins, he's immediately back in the public's good graces. The producers discuss on the Justice League second season DVD that they wanted Justice League to stand on its own, but realized after season 1 concluded that they shouldn't be afraid to incorporate continuity and callbacks with the preceding shows. But what truly shafts Kal-El in the first season is his role in nearly every episode, the Worf Effect. For those unfamiliar with the term, the Worf Effect refers to episodic series where the writers let the villain of the week demonstrate how powerful they are by having them beat up the strongest character in the main cast, thereby showing the audience how serious the threat is. If used too often, this villain introduction tactic counterintuitively makes the strong character seem weak, rather than making the villains seem strong. The name comes from Worf, the regularly abused Klingon warrior lieutenant in Star Trek TNG, who was often on the receiving end of such beatings, who was also supposedly the toughest member of the Enterprise crew, though we all know technically Data is the strongest, but that's neither here nor there. Season 1 Superman is an unfortunate victim of the Worf Effect. I revile power scaling, the whole competitive concept of meticulously describing why your favorite fictional character should be able to beat any other fictional character in a fight. But even I started to wonder if we're doing the opposite of Nighttime, and that's actually mere mortal Bruce Wayne in those tights getting his ass handed to him on a weekly basis. Granted, Superman was known to get worked over in his animated series too, but it was much better when he would rally and save the day himself, instead of lying in a pile of rubble while his friends sort everything out. In case you aren't picking up what I'm putting down just yet, the first season of Justice League has its fair share of growing pains, and the show's pivot to almost exclusively doing 2-parter or 3-parter episodes certainly doesn't help with the pacing either. Most Season 1 episodes share a similar structure. The League is introduced to some alien or secret society, and must defeat whatever antagonistic force is working against said society. Be those societies Atlantean, Themysciran, Alien, traveled through time to replace Hitlerian, or Gorilla. Yeah, the DCAU has been ramping up to it for a while now. From the 50s through the 70s, DC Comics realized that comics with apes on the cover sold better, and endeavored to put as many comics out with apes on the cover as possible. The volume of ape-covered comics was positively bananas, and after flirting with the idea in earlier seasons, Justice League is finally ready for full-on apes a-poppin'.
Right, this monkey is not going to drive away in that car, or we're never doing this feature again.
It was an automatic.
Right. You must know that is shit.
Problem is, the show isn't really saying anything with these secret societies, or fleshing them out beyond the bare minimum to explain why we should hate the bad guy. So they can't carry a full 45-minute 2-parter on their own. And sure, the odd episode will sprinkle a character arc here and there, but they're all very surface level. Is Flash too immature? Is Batman too much of a lone wolf? Does Green Lantern have a sinister past? Never anything juicy enough to inform the full 2-parter. That being said, the first season of Justice League isn't all bad. The first part of the Savage Time 3-part finale is a spectacular bad future concept, even if, as I mentioned previously, the latter parts are stretched out a bit.
You understand that if we do change the past, you, this version of you, will never have existed.
Nothing would make me happier.
Real. The easy winner of Year 1 is Legends, in which Green Lantern, The Flash, MM, and Hawkgirl are transported to a 1950s alternate dimension where adorably sincere Golden Age heroes do battle with adorably campy villains. I was eating this episode up already between the cheesy and hilarious new cast of characters, as well as the unnerving undercurrent of the apparently idealistic town. And that was before the revelation near the end of the episode that, of course, no wonder I was loving it so much. We've been in a fake reality the entire time. This is how I know the theory that life is a simulation isn't true, because if it was, I'd be having more fun.
The Injustice Guild has just robbed the Seaboard City Mint. Now they're escaping by blimp.
Only they would commit such a heinous act, and on a Sunday.
Legends was simply a taste of greatness to come. The second season of Justice League is a marked improvement over the first, hitting the ground running by immediately addressing the Superman issues by bringing back all 3 of his greatest foes in the first 2 episodes. First is a big team-up between Brainiac and Darkseid, immediately followed by a Lex scheme where he manipulates a Peter Petrelli power-copying android into attempting to kill the Justice League, all with Superman's prowess, personality, and simmering animosity toward his nemesis running throughout.
You don't know Darkseid like I do.
We know he used you, humiliated you, brainwashed you, wound you up like a tin soldier, and turned you loose against Earth. Cry me a river.
The series continues with the two-parter format, but revises the episode structure to give them proper momentum. Some episodes accomplish this by having the nature of the plot completely redefined by the Part 1 cliffhanger, like Only a Dream. Only a Dream starts with a mass prison break containment effort by the League. All while new villain Dr. Destiny plays around with his newly acquired Nightmare on Elm Street powers. Then Part 2 wraps the prison break and has Destiny send the Justice League to their own individual Nightmare worlds. Nightmare worlds are great, they're like fake reality light, and the insights into each character through their deepest fears does a fantastic job of fleshing the cast out. The Flash worries about outspeeding time itself and winding up alone. Green Lantern worries that the ring is all that defines him. Superman worries his powers are too immense for him to coexist with humans. Hawkgirl worries about being buried alive. Okay, last one isn't quite as character defining, but I mean, hey, fair enough. Hereafter is another Part 2 plot shift masterpiece. Part 1 is the death of Superman. Part 2 is Superman after the death of the world, roaming the red-sunned post-apocalyptic wastes with only the regretful, immortal, end-times instigator Vandal Savage to keep him company.
Self-help books? You don't seem to type. I read whatever I can find. Anyway, I've got issues. What with my destroying the Earth and all.
And episodes that don't have a Part 2 plot shift warrant their runtimes by virtue of being spectacularly bombastic spectacles. A Better World has the Justice League square off against the Justice Lords. They're doubles from an alternate universe who turned to totalitarian peacekeeping after lasering Lex Luthor's head off instead of taking him to jail just sat right with them. Now they've come to our reality to introduce our Justice League to their merciless crime-fighting MO, whether we want to participate or not. With their first target being our still-living Lex. High road. We don't take the high road anymore. It leads to Pansy Town. Again, I know we all love to applaud in the theater when the latest blockbuster uses alternate universes as a convenient excuse to do crossovers, but I'm gonna be that old man and yell at clouds for a minute. Back in my day, alternate universes were used to explore choice, regret, meeting the other you who walked the road not taken, and learning about yourself by learning what became of them. And it was awesome.
And this is the one thing you'll never do.
I've done a lot of things I thought I'd never do these last 2 years. One more won't hurt.
Perhaps the biggest blowout of all comes with Wild Cards, with a premise that speaks for itself. The Joker plants explosives all over Las Vegas, and the Justice League has to race against the clock with the whole episode unfolding in real time, all while the Joker provides running commentary over a live broadcast of the bomb hunt while sicking a superpowered Royal Flush gang of his own on the heroes. A Royal Flush gang voiced by the main cast of Teen Titans, before finally revealing the real gag, that everyone viewing his live is being driven to insanity. Sounds like back when I used to stream. It's a face melter.
Even you can't disarm one of my bombs in time.
Shut up!
What kind of a retort is that? You're not even trying.
Hot off the heels of that barn burner, Justice League also was getting into the groove of how to slow down and sink its teeth into the main cast, with the only single-part episode, Comfort and Joy the Christmas Special, being a prime example. It's incredibly schmaltzy and adorable, and a lot of the time, that's exactly what you want in a Christmas special.
This little guy was crazy for Christmas. We used to wrap his presents in lead foil so he couldn't peek.
You mean Santa wrapped them?
Oh, of course, dear.
Wild Cards and Comfort and Joy also officially established the Green Lantern Hawkgirl romance, which the show had been quietly building up to in a simple and sweet way that wasn't melodramatic, though the pair's relationship would inform the drama of the show's finale, Star-Crossed, in which Hawkgirl is revealed as a spy for her race keeping tabs on Earth, unaware that the other Thanagarians intend to destroy Earth by turning it into an interstellar fast travel point for their people. The Thanagarians are thwarted with Hawkgirl's assistance, but some members of the League feel she's betrayed their trust too severely. The group votes on whether Hawkgirl should remain a member, but she departs of her own accord rather than wait for the poll's outcome. A neat role swap from the Tower of Babel comic, in which Batman does the same. Yeah, Tower of Babel is in the Babel plot from Beyond, too, and we'll see the moment again, with Batman in the hot seat, later in this video with Justice League Doom. The DCAU and DC Universe animated original movies loved carving up and adapting elements of that comic. Green Lantern and Hawkgirl confess their love for each other, but now a traitor to both the League and her people, Hawkgirl feels too alone in the universe to stay, and departs for parts unknown. And this isn't one of those fixed in the first 5 minutes of the next season falling outs, either. Hawkgirl wouldn't reunite with the team until the final episodes of the first season of Justice League Unlimited, really solidifying the impact of this moment, which brings us out of Justice League and onto Justice League Unlimited.
The point is, these things happen. You just have to deal with it.
Thanks, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, John, don't take relationship advice from Batman. Listen, I know right now he's like Mr. Bitches, but I've seen the future. He's gonna fumble all of them and wind up a lonely, bitter old man.
When I was younger, women used to throw themselves at my feet all the time.
What'd you do?
I stepped over them.
Smooth.
I thought so.
In the aftermath of Starcrossed, Justice League Unlimited finds the League in dire straits. The Watchtower has been destroyed, the Javelin has been destroyed, and one of the founding members has flown the coop. Their response? Aggressive expansion. The League opens their operation to any guy on or off the globe with superpowers, as well as qualifying vigilantes without them, constructing a new, massive watchtower complete with a whole Javelin launch bay and a binary fusion death ray to accommodate them. Bruce, I know you hand-waved the construction of the first watchtower by shuffling around some Wayne Enterprises R&D funds, but Coleman Reese is definitely going to notice this spending spree. While the heroes restructure the Justice League in-universe, the writers were busy restructuring the Justice League on the small screen, with Unlimited abandoning the two-parter structure that defined the original series. It's readily apparent that, with runtimes reduced from 40 minutes to 20 minutes, coupled with the joyful success of the single-part Comfort and Joy last year, the writers were emboldened to indulge in much more experimental, playful one-off episodes without the obligation to develop a story quote-unquote deserving of a double-episode runtime. Couple that with the ludicrously expansive hero roster now roaming the halls of the Watchtower, and it's no wonder why Justice League Unlimited is renowned for its catalog of unconventional and zany episode concepts, coming in hot right out the gate with a Superman in a fake reality plot as episode 2, an adaptation of Alan Moore's For the Man Who Has Everything comic. Famously one of the few, if not the only, adaptations of Moore's works that the creator himself approves of. There's experimental, playful, lower decks day-in-the-lifestyle episodes, like The Greatest Story Never Told, in which fame-chasing hero from the future Booster Gold is relegated to crowd control work, while the primary League members handle the real fight off-screen a few blocks away. Or Flash and Substance, where the Flash's most notable Central City rogues realize they've had enough of talking about how they almost got him, and decide to finally team up and get him.
What about your enemy?
Oh, right. Dude, as soon as you finish your drink, turn yourself in.
Got me again, Flash.
Then there's the goofy fun episodes. Wonder Woman is transformed into a pig, and the only way for Batman to cure her is to perform a musical number. Nice pipes, Conroy. Sniveling schoolboy sorcerer Mordred Le Fay sends all adults on Earth to the Nether Zone so he can rule a paradise of preteens, prompting the core Justice League members to de-age themselves so they can enter his realm and stop him. Perhaps the most beloved wacky episode is The Great Brain Robbery, in which the Flash and Lex Luthor inadvertently pull a Freaky Friday. It's up to the Flash to fake his way through supervillainy before his killer cohorts catch him out, while Lex runs amok in the Flash's body, laying waste to the Watchtower while attempting to get back to Earth. Also a bit of meta fun. We've got the guy who plays Lex Luthor in Smallville, also voicing the Flash, now possessed by Lex Luthor.
If nothing else, I can at least learn the Flash's secret identity. I have no idea who this is.
As if that added variety and faster pacing wasn't enough to enervate Justice League Unlimited, the series also gets to work establishing a larger story arc that will define the first 2 seasons, Project Cadmus. Throughout the first season, the mysterious Project Cadmus makes a handful of appearances, planting the seeds of some nefarious conspiracy attempting to master the development of superpowers while clearly existing at odds with the League. Planting the seeds while also reintroducing seeds from earlier seasons, cleverly, retroactively planted.
Searching for new technologies, both for national security and profit. That Volcano woman, she was one of ours. Same with those freaks the Joker made up like playing cards.
With the second season, the nature of the Cadmus conspiracy begins to take center stage, as well as take shape. Spearheaded by Amanda Waller, Project Cadmus is an effort by the US government to develop countermeasures to the increasingly unchecked Justice League. Whether those countermeasures come in the form of creating your own super soldiers, or planting bombs in the brains of criminal masterminds, and tasking them with infiltrating the Watchtower to get their life sentences commuted. Infiltrate the Watchtower? These guys don't even have powers, Waller. That's an incredibly dangerous mission to send this Task Force X on. I mean, what are they? Some kind of suicide squad? It's an understandable, well-developed conflict. For all their caped crusading, the Justice League did murder the Commander-in-Chief and install their own autocracy in a parallel universe. And they did build a giant orbital death ray without telling anyone in this reality. Those facts would make any world power a little jumpy.
You've got a spaceship floating over our heads with a laser weapon pointing down. In another dimension, 7 of you overthrew the government and the president. We're the good guys.
Gee, it's almost like if you establish the characters well, in advance and pepper significant story events and understandable moral quandaries throughout, the concept of a supervillain conspiring to sabotage Superman's reputation can actually be well thought out and intriguing. Although Superman is written pretty dour in Season 2, which works as character development from his continued hostilities with Lex if you're familiar with Superman from his own animated series, but can make Superman come across as justifiably mistrusted by the public if JLU is your entry point.
Batman said I was supposed to keep you guys honest.
Do I look like Batman to you?
Actually, you kinda do. Especially when you're all scally like that.
The Cadmus conflict is justifiable, which makes all of their shady plots and confrontations with the League more intriguing, but this is still a show for kids at the end of the day, and Cadmus are obviously the bad guys, demonstrated by how every member in the conspiracy other than Waller is a bloodthirsty psychopath looking for any opportunity to kill the Justice League for their own sadistic glee. Chief among the Cadmus conspirators who fit the villainous bill, Lex Luthor, pardoned of all crimes after saving the day from the Justice Lords, and now campaigning for the Oval Office after learning how successful his Doubles campaign was on the other side. Behind closed doors, he's manipulatively fueling Superman's paranoia to damage the Big Blue Boy Scouts' public image, as well as aiding Cadmus in their crime fighter fighting R&D department, supposedly in exchange for their assistance with his presidential campaign, but actually working a conspiracy within the conspiracy for even greater ambitions of his own.
President. Do you know how much power I'd have to give up to be president?
Justice League Unlimited thrives not just on the shorter, more experimental episodes, but also the expansive roster of heroes the series has to play with. In fact, Justice League Unlimited was produced during the infamous Bat embargo, a vaguely defined period of time, roughly around the release of the Nolan Batman films, where either DC or Warner Brothers, it's unclear which entity, decided that Batman Rogues planned for the big screen should only appear on the big screen. This is why you don't see any Joker, Harley, Scarecrow, Riddler, etc. springing up to contest the Justice League in JLU. Though thanks to the huge hero lineup from the greater DC catalog, their absence isn't really felt. There are plenty of enjoyable standouts from said catalog, but with the big Cadmus conspiracy front and center in Season 2, no guest character stands out more than the mother of all conspiracy theorists, the Question.
How did you... What, do you go through my trash?
Please. I go through everyone's trash.
The Question spearheads the investigation into Project Cadmus, and as a seasoned television viewer, I've come to expect that most evil, nebulous, villainous conspiracies are just gonna wind up being hand-wavy episodic bad guy motivations with no meaningful motive or endgame, which is why I am delighted to report that all this Project Cadmus stuff really does go somewhere when all is said and done. Justice League Season 1 had a self-professed aversion to callbacks and alluding to events from previous DCAU shows. Project Cadmus? Not so much. I'm gonna walk you through what the shady government plot is up to. So Cadmus was born from horror at learning what the Justice League did in a parallel universe as the Justice Lords, from the episode A Better World. Further exacerbated by the discovery that the Justice League possesses an orbital death ray called the Binary Fusion Generator, BFG. I just got that. In the episode Dark Heart. Professor Hamilton stole some of Supergirl's genetic material to create a clone of her during her recovery from the Superman animated series episode Legacy. While good old Dr. Timberwolf Estrogen from the Batman animated series episode Moon of the Wolf unleashed Cadmus's doomsday experiment on Superman. The Royal Flush Gang from Wildcards were test subjects who ultimately led to the creation of the mass-produced superhero Ultimen from the episode Ultimatum. And Lex, the world's smartest man, is recruited to aid Cadmus in exchange for furthering his presidential aspirations, again originating from A Better World. But Lex is working his own angle within Cadmus, and that's where the conspiracy within the conspiracy gets wild.
That was the last piece I needed.
Got it all figured out, have you?
Now I understand everything. Now your whole evil plan is clear as day. But if you need to explain it to your men, I understand.
So Lex's presidential bid is all a ploy, killing 3 birds with 1 stone as he can use it to harm Superman's public image, trick Project Cadmus into thinking they're giving him what he wants, and bait the Question into attempting an assassination of his own to preemptively stop the formation of the new Justice Lords. With the Question in Cadmus' custody after he botches the job, it's inevitable the League will try to break him out, and when they do, Lex can hijack the League's space laser to effectively false flag the League into declaring war on the United States. Being the Boy Scouts they are, the League surrender themselves to the government willingly and take themselves off the board. Well, except Batman, of course. He's like, this is the world's biggest mystery, and I'm the world's greatest detective. Turn yourselves in if you want. Waller can reveal my identity if she wants, but I'm solving this thing.
Where's Batman? Running late. The Batmobile? It lost the wheel. The Joker got away.
Well done. And solve the mystery, Batman does. Lex took the opportunity while helping the League research how to defeat Amazo in the episode The Return to learn how to build Amazo, plotting to upload his brain into a duplicate of the only foe the Justice League never managed to defeat. With the League discredited for their apparent atrocities, Lex will no longer be just the smartest man in the world, but also the most revered and the most powerful.
The real purpose of Cadmus was to give you superpowers.
And to ruin Superman's reputation. Imagine how sweet it will be when I save the world from the menace of the Justice League. Now, when I kill Superman, they'll build statues in my honor.
Maybe next time.
It's insane, and insanely impressive how well this multi-series mastermind plot comes together. Unfortunately, after Batman and Lex's showdown, things kind of go off the rails. In the grand Cadmus finale, we learn that Brainiac has sent his consciousness into Lex's body, and has been influencing Lex's actions the entire time. It is kind of disappointing to have a super cool villain plot unfold expertly before your eyes, only to reveal 5 minutes later that it was kind of two villains doing two different plots and one was being mind-controlled the whole time. Lex's grandiose scheme to discredit the Justice League doesn't have the same impact or even seem to matter when Brainiac is going to destroy the world before sunrise either way. Still, it is a blowout spectacle, where Lex bets on the wrong horse and allies with Brainiac, even though he could totally pull the whole "I was brainwashed the whole time" bit if Brainiac loses and get himself another pardon. The League loses the final battle, but Flash discovers the Speed Force at the last minute and uses it to separate Brainiac from Lex and destroy Brainiac. And that's the end of Cadmus. It was so awesome that I can forgive everything devolving into apocalyptic good guys beat the bad guys with mystical powers nonsense in the 11th hour. Project Cadmus was such an integral through line for Justice League Unlimited that it was tough to develop a follow-up for it in the show's third and final season. Season 3 instead revolves around Gorilla Grodd's newly formed secret society, a villainous contracted crime consortium developed to mix and match villains so they'll have the numbers to square off against the League while doing their heists. All under the psychic protection of Grodd, so Martian Manhunter can't read their minds and learn of the society's existence. Which, come to think of it, I'm glad we just don't have Martian Manhunter show up if it would inconvenience the plot, instead of doing the whole beat his ass every episode thing we did with Superman in the first season. John Johns would have obviously snapped the Cadmus arc in half if he were, around to read Lex's mind. But at least we didn't have to watch him get doused in kerosene every episode to ham-fistedly explain why he wasn't reading Lex's mind. Unfortunately, Grodd's secret society does enable the series to fall back into bad habits, and most of the final JLU season episodes boil down to a grab bag of heroes and a grab bag of villains blasting lasers at each other over some inconsequential MacGuffin for 20 minutes, followed by a coda after the good guys win where the heroes note, "Someone is protecting their minds from interrogation." I will give huge props to Grodd's ultimate goal, however, turning all of humanity into gorillas. It's such a patently stupid plot, which brought immense joy to me, not just because I loved how shamelessly stupid it was, but also because the rest of the cast are very vocal about how stupid they think it was too. And not in a, he's right behind me, snarky dialogue way. Like, it's funny because all the villains learn what ridiculous ends their schemes have been in aid of, and just become extremely annoyed.
Hold up in that lab, talking to yourself.
After Grodd tried to turn the world into apes, you can imagine how seriously we'd take something like that. What are you going to do? Make everybody bald?
Sorry, Lex, that's tough. Between pairing up with the Ultra-Humanite only to get betrayed, and throwing in with Grodd only to get hoodwinked and temporarily monkeyfied, Lex has had a really rough go when it comes to super-intelligent simians. And listen, I've put enough clips from classic-era Simpsons into this video for all of us to know where I'm going with this. And if you don't know where I'm going with this, you haven't watched enough classic Simpsons.
I wasn't going to do this for another few weeks, but seriously, turning all of humanity into apes? That was your master plan?
I hate Every ape I see, from chimpanzee to chimpanzee.
In the wake of Grodd's humiliation, Lex seizes control of the operation, intent on reviving the last lingering remnant of Brainiac so he can continue chasing the dragon of technological godhood. Alas, Lex in charge doesn't do much to save the final season of Unlimited from its random selection of heroes versus random selection of villains weekly episode structure. And further disappointingly, the whole storyline ends with the writers pulling a Superman the Animated Series villain out of a hat with a convoluted magical resurrection scene, just like they did with Cadmus the year before. Attempting to bring back Brainiac, Lex accidentally resurrects Darkseid instead. Sure. Darkseid invades Earth, defeats Superman with the Agony Matrix, which he also pulls out of a hat, before Lex finishes the hat trick and pulls the anti-life equation out of his hat, seemingly eradicating both himself and Darkseid in the process. It's all far too rushed and filled with just-in-time magical nonsense to enjoy, except for Superman's final fistfight with Darkseid. The big World of Cardboard speech Supes gives before brutally laying out Darkseid is fantastic, a satisfying moment that shows how far the writers have come from the super wimp days of Season 1. Justice League Unlimited would also take the opportunity to cross over with Batman Beyond for the first 2 season finales. Always a treat. Season 1's finale, the Once and Future Thing, is a sort of reverse Back to the Future sequel's two-parter. Core Justice League members do battle with newbie time traveler Kronos, with Part 1 being a big Jonah Hex adventure in the Wild West, and Part 2 being a big Batman Beyond adventure in the hoverboardy future. You see what I mean? Back to the Future sequels, but reversed. Kronos had no clue what he was in for, though. Should have stayed in the Wild West to be hanged. You're a villain, and you decided to flee to the Batman Beyond timeline. Has he not seen the show? You're just begging to wind up with a fate worse than death. And boy does he get one. With his time-jumping suit on the fritz, he's unknowingly time-looping getting chewed out by his wife for, to him, a perceivably unending eternity. Good God. Just phase me to the center of the earth at that point. The second season finale, Epilogue, is also a highlight, though one with a few contentious revelations at its core. Do I like the revelation that Terry McGinnis is Bruce's genetically engineered son, done by Waller without Bruce's knowledge? No. Do I like that the writers bring Andrea Beaumont back as some work-for-hire assassin? No. But is the episode a heartfelt wrap-up to Batman Beyond 4 years after the show's finale? Yes. Is the flashback sequence where Batman comforts the dying Ace instead of confronting her one of the most iconic Batman moments across all mediums? Yes. Is watching Waller, Bruce, and Terry all soften up their hardened hearts, if only ever so slightly, incredibly endearing? Yes.
You should eat something first. Keep up your strength.
When I get back,
You're a stubborn piece of work, you know that.
just like my old man.
Joining in on the crossover fun was the series Static Shock. In fact, Static Shock was having the most crossover fun, managing a crossover with every DCAU project. Oof, except the Zeta project. Missed him by that much. Static Shock debuted a year after Batman Beyond and a year before the Justice League, and benefited from having 2 of the comic book characters' creators, Dennis Cowan and the late Dwayne McDuffie, also on the writing team of the animated series. The series follows high school student Virgil Hawkins, who is gifted with electrical and magnetic manipulation powers in the aftermath of a chemical plant explosion, and takes up the name Static. This chemical plant explosion serves a similar purpose to the big meteor shower in Smallville, granting a number of other, more sinister characters supernatural powers as well, so Static will have a pantheon of adversaries to face off against. As I mentioned in the Beyond section, Static Shock contended not just with superheroics, but also teen drama, including a handful of very special episodes that wrestled with very serious societal issues. There were, of course, also some very special episodes that weren't serious in the slightest, in which Static joined forces with various DC Animated Universe characters for playful and wacky adventures, even though in early episodes of the series, DC characters are presented as works of fiction. Maybe at some point in the series, Static stumbled into a fake reality similar to the one from Legends, where comic book characters become real, and he just never managed to escape. That's a disturbing notion. Each of the crossover episodes does well to represent the series they're crossing over with. The Batman TAS crossovers showcase the silly, stern seriousness of Batman, and the charmingly chaotic, why-so seriousness of the Joker and Harley. The Justice League crossover is, true to form, a 2-parter, and true to form, just a bit too long for its own good. Hey, he wasn't lying. The Beyond and Unlimited crossovers are the true highlights, because rather than being a Batman or Justice League adventure that Static tags along on while fanboying, they're episodes about Static. Beyond's is a jaunt to the future where Static learns that his future reputation in crime fighting precedes him, even if he's in danger of witnessing his own death decades in the future if he can't save the day. And the crossover that aired the same year as Unlimited's debut explores Static and his idol Green Lantern coming to blows after GL seemingly turns to a life of crime. A good Static episode, and also a great Green Lantern focus episode. John had the whole love triangle thing with Hawkgirl and Vixen, further juicily complicated by meeting his and Hawkgirl's child in the future. But he never got a great battling one of his own famous rogues plot until now. Sinestro's fun, but he was basically a bad guy benchwarmer the whole Justice League series. Like, what was his biggest contribution to Grodd's secret society? His availability?
I'm gonna do every low-life thing I can think of. By the time those other lanterns get here, everyone will be as sick of the color green as I am.
And with that, that's the end of the cameos. The end of Justice League Unlimited, and the end of the DC animated universe. Kind of. Many of the DCAU cast members would return in the DC Universe animated original movies, and 2019's Justice League vs. the Fatal Five was planned as another movie in that era, intended to emulate the animation style of films like Justice League Doom and Crisis on Two Earths. However, a last-minute decision was made after the script and voice cast recordings were done to animate the film in the style of the DCAU, and though its canonicity with the animated universe was at first ambiguous, producer Bruce Timm eventually declared that he feels the film is canon. That being said, it is pretty obvious that the film wasn't intended to be a big Justice League Unlimited send-off movie. Not like there are outright contradictions, merely notable omissions. Batman's latest trainee is Miss Martian, even though the core emotional crisis of Martian Manhunter in the DCAU was that he was the last of his kind. And the villains are the Fatal Five, a gang of 5 foes from the future who appeared in the episode Far From Home. That episode ended with Supergirl traveling to the future and staying in the future so she could get some brain from Brainiac 5 for her 21st birthday. But in this film, neither Brainiac nor Superman acknowledge Supergirl's existence. But let's forget splitting hairs about the lore and talk about the movie itself. Justice League vs. the Fatal Five introduces Jessica Cruz as our protagonist. Sort of. There's a lot of characters running around jumping in and out of the spotlight in this movie. Anyways, Jessica, a woman chosen to be the next Green Lantern, but paralyzed into inaction when she was the sole survivor of a shooting. The Fatal Five travel from the future to kidnap her, to force her to use her ring, to invade the Green Lantern headquarters, to get a Green Lantern power supply, to blow up the sun. The Fatal Five are like 90% of all superheroes seem to come from Earth or live on Earth. Let's just go back in time and destroy Earth, nip that in the bud. Oh no, you can't blow up the sun. Where's Amazo going to send people he doesn't like? Where are we going to send the cast of Total Drama to their deaths? Okay, I've never seen that show. I've just been binging Switchy's videos on the series. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Think of all the heroes this planet alone has spawned. We destroy the sun. We destroy it all. The League, the Martians, the Legion.
Fatal Five is definitely overstuffed with characters, who all have decent enough emotional arc concepts, but lack the time to explore them. Jessica Cruz's survivor guilt backstory is explored for, I estimate, approximately a minute. The future hero Starboy coming back to help the gang, but losing his memories and being mistaken for crazy, is similarly not terribly explored either. And when Batman proudly tells Miss Martian she's the latest recruit of the Justice League in the denouement, my first thought was, I forgot Miss Martian was in this movie. I mean, Fatal Five, we got 5 main villains, plus the 3 new League hopefuls, and a movie barely longer than a Justice League 3-parter. And the depths of the villains isn't improved by their grand scheme, which winds up being a simple destroy the world affair. The film is fine enough, but it's definitely got an identity crisis. Even though it looks like a big DCAU reunion movie, it doesn't play as one because that wasn't the plan when the script was penned. It was intended to be a showcase for Starboy and Jessica Cruz, as they are both beloved characters by director Sam Liu, but it feels more like a pilot for a show that's going to gradually explore the characters instead of a standalone movie that fleshes them out in full. Well, feels like a TV pilot except for the fact that Starboy dies at the end.
I think none of us will ever be able to look at the sun again without thinking about what Thomas did for us.
So, the DC Universe animated original movies. Spanning over 50 feature films at the time of this video's release, the DC Universe animated... the original movies. For the purpose of brevity, we're calling them the original movies now. The original movies were developed with 2 purposes in mind. To not be constrained by canon and have freedom to adapt existing comic stories or create animated spin-offs to live-action films freely, and to have a more adult focus with the increased levels of violence, language, and sex earning most of the film's PG-13 ratings, and a handful even earning R ratings. 13 actors in total lend their voices references to the Caped Crusader throughout the run of original movies, with Kevin Conroy and Jason O'Mara fairly evenly splitting the majority of the roles, but plenty of noteworthy actors also getting the opportunity to don the animated cowl, notably for longtime followers of this channel, Dexter alums Michael C. Hall and Peter Weller, as well as Dexter alum Jennifer Carpenter voicing Selena Kyle in Gotham by Gaslight. But to quote absolutely none of the executives at Showtime, "That's enough Dexter, let's stop." For the purposes of this video, I'll only be covering the movies in this collection that star Kevin Conroy as Bruce Wayne, though it should be noted that Kevin Conroy does appear in 2015's Batman vs. Robin as Thomas Wayne. Let's kick off our original movies lightning round, that I realize is not actually all that rapid fire because I just did a word count on this section, in order of release date with Batman Gotham Knight. Intended to capitalize on the success of Christopher Nolan's Batman films, Batman Gotham Knight would release 1 week prior to the theatrical debut of The Dark Knight, and purportedly exist within the Nolan-directed franchise's continuity. Rather than functioning as a standalone adventure, Gotham Knight would instead be a series of 6 shorts, each with a different writer, including one penned by David Goyer, who was a credited writer on the Dark Knight trilogy, and each with a different animation style, with different animation studios credited for individual shorts. As Christian Bale stopped working for cheap ever since he did American Psycho in exchange for a ham sandwich and a cigarette, the production team made the classy choice to recruit definitive DCAU Batman voice actor Kevin Conroy for the lead role. A much appreciated choice, though the effectiveness waxes and wanes from short to short, given the varying animation styles. Kevin Conroy as a bat-suited up Bruce cracking skulls? I can dig it. Kevin Conroy voicing a twink anime version of Bruce Wayne the Playboy? That's bizarrely disorienting.
Mr. Marshall's reputation is getting a little too shady for me.
I like the shade.
Gotham Knight is a fun idea in concept, essentially a mini-series of miscellaneous Batman adventures for Nolan's interpretation of Batman. Which brings me to the big question, does this movie actually feel like a faithful adaptation of Nolan's version of Batman? Well, yes and no. Unfortunately, the film doesn't do itself any favors by front-loading the lineup with the worst short of the bunch. Some kids trading stories about seeing Batman, all purporting he has superpowers. Yeah, it's Legends of the Dark Knight from the new Batman Adventures, just less self-aware and with horrible adults writing for teens slang dialogue. Not very shui. Also the most jarringly not Nolan visuals of the half dozen. I mean, Batman looks like a Dr. Seuss Sneetch. Fortunately, the film trends upward from there, although, frankly, Goyer's own segment is probably the least Nolan-y of all. Despite the attempts to justify the monstrous character's existence, Killer Croc's presence sticks out like a sore thumb. And in the final showdown, Jonathan Crane is brandishing his ridiculous Scarecrow scythe that's straight out of Bloodborne. Christopher Nolan isn't touching Scarecrow's massive murder scythe with a 10-foot pole, though I will admit, the mental image of Oppenheimer whipping the Weed Whacker 3 trillion at Bale while wearing full Scarecrow regalia, all portrayed with Nolan's direction, brought a smile to my face. The strength of the film, besides its very impressive stylized animation variety, comes from the other shorts. Bruce and Lucius develop a bullet-repelling personal field, but Bruce has to contend with nearly killing a mobster shot by his own redirected bullet. A series of flashbacks while Bruce struggles his way through a life-threatening injury, exploring his globe-trotting travels and studies in meditation, finally culminating in a showdown with Deadshot, who has his eye on both Gordon and the Bat. Not to go armchair screenwriter, but I feel like the bullet-reflecting guilt, nearly dying reflections, and showdown with Deadshot could easily be expanded and blended into a singular plot, instead of this episodic business. I know the Dark Knight trilogy has a few people who criticize Batman's lack of off-screen adventures, like shows up in town, beats Ra's and Scarecrow, immediately into stopping Joker's terror campaign, beats him, abandons the mantle after Harvey's demise, then returns to finish off Bane and retires. An adventure where Batman experiments with this just sci-fi enough to still be plausible technology, nearly dies while ruminating on his training, then defeats Deadshot just as Deadshot plans to assassinate Gordon, would be a perfect little Dark Knight trilogy Batman standalone adventure. It showcases his 3 primary allies in each part, Lucius, Alfred, and Gordon, and features Deadshot, a street-level villain who fits right in with Nolan's grounded universe. Although, if Deadshot really wanted to fit in with the villains of the Nolan films, they'd have to rewrite him so that every line he says turns into a meme.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally?
Next in line are the 2 Superman-Batman films, based on the Superman-Batman comic series, with the 2 films serving as animated adaptations for the first 2 story arcs in the comics. The first installment, Public Enemies, reunites most of the voice cast from Justice League, though it should be noted that Tim Daly of Superman the Animated Series returns to voice the son of Krypton following his recasting in Justice League. The Superman-Batman comic series was created with the intent to showcase a real friendship between the 2, and these 2 films endearingly capture that. They butted heads but begrudgingly respected one another in the Superman Animated Series crossovers. They're all goody two-shoes buddy-buddy for the most part in Justice League, but in these movies, yeah, I buy they're best friends, because they're so relentlessly catty.
Your cousin just torched $50,000 worth of custom hardware.
Send me the bill.
On a reporter's salary. Right.
The counterpoint to nailing those character dynamics is the film's villain, Lex Luthor. He at least had a supernatural excuse for his insanity in the source material, but here he is just full-on insane in the membrane, insane presidential campaign. But if I'm going to decry Lex, I had to just get to the plot. It's President Lex, for real this time. Kind of. He is going to eventually use the position as part of a conspiracy to become superhuman and try to destroy the world again. And as his first initiative in office, he's cracking down on superhero regulation. Either bend the knee and become an employee of the government, or hang up the cape. Batman refuses to be beholden to anyone, and Superman would never dare trust Lex, so they flagrantly disobey this new directive. Hence the public enemies, and Superman, Batman, public enemies. With a meteor on a collision course with Earth, Lex extends the olive branch to request Superman aid in thwarting the planet's destruction. But when the meeting turns out to be a trap, Superman is framed for murdering Lex's bodyguard Metallo, and goes on the run with the Bat having his back. The film is very engaging starting off. Lex in control of the government, Superman on the run with only Batman by his side, but that compelling logline isn't as exciting or as inventive in practice, simply because the story goes way too over the top, way too early. Superman's been a wanted man for all of 60 seconds when Lex puts a bounty on his head and every DC villain ever conceived by man descends on him and Batman, all at once for an extended brawl in the streets. And not only is the movie just a string of action scenes from there that don't really capitalize on the film's core premise other than having an excuse to pit Superman against a handful of C-lister heroes, but none of the action scenes could even hope to top the sprawling chaos of this bounty-hunting hoedown that kicks off the festivities. Lex juices on kryptonite steroids, reveals his plan to let the asteroid hit Earth so he can rebuild society in the ashes, with Amanda Waller as his post-apocalyptic warlord concubine, I guess. Superman beats Lex, Batman destroys the asteroid, leaving Lex to be impeached while Superman and Batman ride off into the sunrise.
You know, nobody got hurt. People got hurt. I'm saying I think they died quickly, though, so I don't think that they got hurt.
Public Enemies is fun enough, but I did feel the film opened with a much more intriguing story premise that gradually reduced to typical boilerplate, endless grudge match, end-of-the-world chicanery. Conroy and Daly would return for the sequel, Batman Superman Apocalypse, with Susan Eisenberg and Ed Asner reprising their respective roles as Wonder Woman and Granny Goodness as well. However, Michael Ironside does not return to voice Darkseid. I know on release a lot of people took issue with the recasting, but I didn't find it that distracting. I don't know, you tell me.
Prepare to be obliterated by Darkseid and the armies of Apocalypse!
Superman Batman Apocalypse opens in the immediate aftermath of the kryptonite meteor's destruction. It turns out there was a stowaway hitching an intergalactic ride on the Big Green Rock. One Kara Zor-El, Superman's cousin, voiced by Summer Glau back when she was still getting typecast as wide-eyed spacefaring innocents with supernatural powers who make their first appearances jumping naked out of shipping containers. With the naive young Kara's arrival, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman all have different ideas on what to do with the girl. Superman wants to show her what it's like to fit in with humanity. Wonder Woman wants to train her to handle her phenomenal and phenomenally dangerous powers, while Batman regards her as a dangerous unknown element who could potentially be working some sinister angle. It all works toward the theme of the film. Three of Earth's biggest heroes are all trying to define who Kara will be, when they really need to give her space to discover and define herself. The theme ties in well with the villain plot of the picture. Darkseid is looking for new superpowered champions to brainwash into serving him, so he kidnaps Kara and turns her into his deadliest new tool, forcing Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman to join forces with Darkseid defector Big Barda and boom Tomb over to Apocalypse for a rescue mission.
You need me, so get over it.
I'm over it. What about you two?
I like the central concept, though I do wish how Darkseid manipulated or brainwashed Kara wasn't left so vague. All the people she put her trust into were trying to mold her to fit the person they wanted her to be in one way or another. And I wish we got a little more insight into Darkseid potentially exploiting Kara's angst over that to make her more susceptible to his manipulations, rather than the implied outright brainwashing we got. I also wish Darkseid's manner of defeat, where Batman jury-rigs Apocalypse to explode off-screen so he can force Darkseid into a truce, were a lot more climactic. Fortunately, that latter wish would be granted. Just as Clark is about to introduce Kara to the Kents and the credits seem ready to roll, boom. Darkseid bursts out the farm's front door, round two, baby. It's a wonderful surprise, and the final showdown is a bombastic spectacle to behold. Though the thought at the forefront of my mind the entire fight was, oh my god, they're destroying the Kent farm. It's okay, Clark. We can rebuild. And a few years later, Man of Steel comes out, and oh my god, they destroyed it again! Superman and Kara boom tomb Darkseid into the endless vacuum of space, and Kara takes on the mantle of Supergirl. So that's Batman Superman Apocalypse. It has some ideas for the character of Supergirl, even if those ideas are only shallowly explored. And even if some of those ideas, like the goofy clothes montage, are bad ideas. But frankly, if you've never seen it, you can go ahead and look up the final fight scene and pretty much get your money's worth.
Well, here I am.
Reuniting the Seven is Justice League Doom, based on that old chestnut Tower of Babel. Justice League Doom is probably one of the original movies that has most entered the pop culture consciousness, because it introduced a wide variety of viewers to the concept of Batman having contingency plans to defeat his own teammates. Or rather, the viral YouTube videos that include audio of Conroy reading the contingency plans introduced the public to the concept years after the film's release. It's such an intriguing idea that we get this little peek into how the master of prep time does his prep. And fans have gone on to develop their own crossover contingency Batman plans that speculate how he would deal with other superhero teams from other universes, such as the Avengers and the X-Men. It's also the intriguing central premise of the film. A cadre of villains get their hands on Batman's famously overpowered prep time and unleash a series of death traps of the League, each tailor-made to exploit the weaknesses of each individual member.
Alfred, get the Batwing ready. The Justice League is under attack.
By whom?
By me!
The rapid-fire death traps make Justice League Doom a kinetic watch that flies by, though some are certainly more devious than others. Mirror Master bolting a kinetic bomb to Flash's wrist, trapping him in a self-propelled Speed the movie, is pretty devious. Metallo's plot to kill Superman? I mean, did you really need Batman to tell you what to do there? Shoot Superman with a kryptonite bullet from a gun. And while the plans are all exciting and varied, they are pretty susceptible to nitpicking if you're the kind of person who likes to do so, because yeah, despite it fitting the over-the-top superhero setting, admittedly, all the plans are pretty Dr. Evil-y.
Wait, aren't you even gonna watch them? They could get away.
No. I'm going to leave them alone and not actually witness them dying. I'm just gonna assume it all went to plan. What?
Batman survives the trap Bane set for him, and that combined with the unexpected spanner-in-the-works Cyborg allows the League to survive the attempts on their lives and turn the tables on the Legion of Doom. There are quite a few deviations from the source material, most of them relatively minor. Several of the death traps have been altered. Plastic Man and Aquaman were both targets in the comic, while Cyborg replaces them as a rogue element in the film. Hal Jordan is the Green Lantern Corps member instead of Kyle Rayner, and perplexingly, Barry Allen is the Flash instead of Wally West. God knows why, since he's still voiced by Michael Rosenbaum, who voiced West in the DCAU. However, the big changes come with the big bad and his big bad plan, with Ra's al Ghul from the comic being replaced by the immortal Vandal Savage, and the inventive titular Tower of Babel scheme to scramble human text and speech and destabilize the world is instead replaced by a frankly lame plot to shoot a weapon at the sun, again, to cause the apocalypse and rule the ruined new world, again. I've seen the future, Savage. Even if you win, you're not going to enjoy it. Between the lackluster villain endgame and the Legion of Doom standing no chance against the League once their perfect traps have been foiled, the third act can't help but be a letdown, but between the breezy 77-minute runtime and the exciting core premise that comprises the bulk of the film, Justice League Doom is a highlight of the original movies. The League hold a meeting to officially induct Cyborg as a member, while also discussing if Batman can still be trusted, given he secretly developed plans to destroy them all.
If that's how you treat your friends, imagine how you treat your enemies. Worse, I expect.
Batman resigns without waiting for the League to make a decision, though he and Superman have a final farewell and end things on good terms. And just because he's done with the Justice League doesn't mean the Justice League's quite done with him, as Batman would return in Justice League: The Flashpoint Paradox.
Linking your name forever to the city's darkest hour? Then my life is a small price to pay.
I agree. Your lives aren't worth much.
2013's The Flashpoint Paradox is an adaptation of the DC Comics crossover event Flashpoint. Similar to how breaking the sound barrier generates a sonic boom, misuse of the Speed Force to travel through time creates a time boom of sorts, disrupting historical events, including ones before the time traveler's temporal destination. Waking in a disturbing, rewritten timeline, Barry Allen realizes a time boom has turned the new timeline into an absolute nightmare, aside from his murdered mother now being alive, and endeavors to track down Eobard Thawne, aka Reverse Flash, aka Professor Zoom, who is hogging all the Speed Force for himself to prevent Barry from using it to set things right. The biggest difference between the film and the comics is the endgame. The film is a fun little Elseworlds adventure with an end where all the horrors of the new timeline are reversed, while the comic crossover was intended to pave the way for the New 52. For those out of the loop, the New 52 was a comic franchise relaunch by DC back in 2011, where the Flashpoint crossover comics would end in the erasure of the existing timeline, all existing DC comic titles would be cancelled, and a new 52 line of comics in the new continuity would debut, now incorporating Vertigo and Wildstorm titles in the same universe. Still, even as a standalone film, Flashpoint is a novel little what-if adventure. With all the changes to the timeline that make this world Hell World, the Flashpoint doubles are all very dour and grimdark on the surface. I mean, Wonder Woman uses the lasso of truth to force Shazam to Shazam back into a child so that she can stab him to death, for goodness sake. But in practice, these evil doubles are actually pretty novel and fun to watch. Bruce died in that alley instead of Thomas and Martha, and Thomas Wayne became Batman to avenge his son's death. A Batman who loves guns and loves murder.
He's probably already dead.
Then so are you.
Wonder Woman and Aquaman are both leading their respective secret societies on a bloody crusade against one another that's devastating the world. Superman is a withered husk of a Kryptonian being kept as a lab rat deprived of Earth's yellow sunlight, and Hal Jordan was never chosen to be a Green Lantern after the ring crash-landed on Earth and said, "This place blows, I'm out of here." The only problem with all these nasty, naughty, alternate timeline counterparts is that most don't get enough screen time to do anything but make the audience go, "That's the Flashpoint version of that character." Neat. Through a flashback sequence, we learn that the trauma of Bruce's death was the one bad day that turned Martha Wayne into the Joker. That's pretty awesome and crazy. Wow. Is she ever going to appear or be mentioned again? Nope. Hey, comes with the territory when you're adapting a 61-issue run into an 80-minute movie. In the end, Reverse Flash reveals that, hilariously enough, it wasn't him, Barry. Barry himself created the Flashpoint time boom by traveling through time to prevent his mother's death. As Aquaman brings the world to an apocalyptic end, Batman ventilates Reverse Flash, and with the Speed Force back in his possession, Barry travels through time to prevent himself from traveling through time in the first place, seemingly restoring the original timeline. Barry shares a letter Thomas penned for his dead but soon-to-be undead son, and that's the Flashpoint Paradox, an ambitious adaptation of a sprawling, ambitious comics event, with enough fun, gnarly moments to make the gruesome jaunt through time enjoyable enough, even if it is filled to the brim with nods to the comics that were definitely lost on me. And next up would be an even more ambitious film adaptation of a comic event that fans had been wishing for decades. Let's curl a finger on the monkey's paw with The Killing Joke.
You're doing what any sane man in your appalling circumstances would do. You're going mad.
At the time of The Killing Joke cinematic release, Conroy and Hamill's interpretations of Batman and the Joker were at the height of their popularity, as Arkham Knight, the final game in the Batman Arkham trilogy, had released the year prior. In fact, Bruce Timm revealed The Killing Joke was entering production less than a month after the game's release. This was great news for Hamill in particular, because voicing the Joker in an adaptation of The Killing Joke had been a dream, passion/vanity project for him for some time. Hamill began petitioning for an adaptation featuring him as early as 2011. Hey, Trump hadn't gotten into politics yet. The guy needed something to constantly tweet about. But while Hamill would be center stage on a film years in the works with the 2016 debut, Kevin Conroy would make a decision in 2016 to go public with something else, a decision decades in the works. Kevin Conroy would come out as gay to the public in a New York Times interview during the Killing Joke press tour, casually dropping the information while discussing some of his previous roles, but would elaborate in much greater detail on the decision to come out with the Finding Batman comic years later. The comic details Conroy's struggles with admitting his sexuality publicly throughout his life, from his youth in the 50s and 60s raised in a strict Catholic family, the conflicting public reactions to Stonewall in the 70s, the AIDS epidemic throughout the 80s that claimed the lives of many of his friends and creative collaborators, and struggling to land leading role opportunities due to discriminatory casting, all culminating in how leading a double life for so long became an element he infused his Batman performances with over his long career as the character. It's a short but affecting read that examines the pressures that pushed him to conceal that part of his life from the public for so long, as well as how his most iconic role was informed by those experiences. While Conroy was coming out to a world he finally felt he could be accepted in, the story of the once-renowned Killing Joke has been on an opposite trajectory throughout its lifetime. Watchmen and The Dark Knight Returns were taking superheroes to darker, more serious places in 1986, but The Killing Joke in 1988 would spark a revolution that shifted the DC comic universe as a whole toward a darker, more serious place. This revolution sparker was revolutionary for its time, but has gone through a re-examination in recent years, including by its own creator. Yeah, remember how I said For the Man Who Has Everything was one of the only adaptations of Alan Moore's works that Moore himself likes? Well, forget adaptations. Moore doesn't even like his original Killing Joke comic, feeling with hindsight that it was just a nasty story that made the whole DC universe nastier as a consequence of its success. The Killing Joke details Joker's tortuous attempt to drive Jim Gordon mad, paralyzing Barbara Gordon's legs with a gunshot, abducting and humiliating Gordon at an amusement park, and further tormenting him with photos of Barbara bleeding out and nude. All the while, the audience is given flashbacks of dubious authenticity to the Joker's origins, in which his wife dies in a house fire, and that same night he's coerced by the mob into aiding them in a chemical plant B&E, during which he falls into that fated vat of mystery Joker juice.
What made you what you are? Girlfriend killed by the mob, maybe? Brother carved up by some mugger? Something like that, I know. Because something like that happened to me.
Hamill is hamming it up as always, sinking his teeth into the big Joker speeches about his philosophy on the world that were central to the comic. So if that's what you're here for, you won't be disappointed, even if I personally don't find his interpretation is the best fit for this material. On the positive side, I would praise the visual direction, but it's kind of the Watchmen movie thing all over again, where every visually inspired shot is just ripped straight from the page. and the animation quality itself is questionable. As to why people have come to dislike the Killing Joke story, the aforementioned mean-spiritedness and edginess that seem to spread like wildfire throughout the entire industry, annoyance with audiences misinterpreting the message of the piece and interpreting the Joker as some sympathetic, tragic figure, and most prominently of all, fridging. Fridging, or women in refrigerators, is a pretty well-known online media discussion term, but for the sake of my parents, Mom, Dad, if you made it this far, this is what fridging is. Fridging is when a female character is abused, brutalized, or killed by the villain for the sole purpose of further motivating the male hero. Named after an issue of Green Lantern New Dawn in which the villain killed Green Lantern's girlfriend and stuffed her corpse into Green Lantern's fridge for him to find. So clearly in the context of the Killing Joke, we're talking about Barbara getting paralyzed by the Joker, with her paralysis primarily serving as a motivating and raging factor for Batman and Gordon. Now they need to fight their vengeful urges to kill the Joker in retaliation. I feel the complaint that Barbara gets fridged in the Killing Joke isn't as legitimate when discussing the comic. As part of an ongoing comic universe, Barbara is going to continue to make appearances that will examine how she handles what happened to her, and her taking on the widely beloved mantle of Oracle in the wake of this traumatic experience. Less so in a one-off movie, which brings me to why the Killing Joke film in particular draws more audience ire than the comic it was based on. The Killing Joke is not a long comic, so its story would need to be extended to reach a feature-length runtime. Hey Bruce Timm, how are we going to fill 30 minutes in a movie featuring Bruce Wayne and Barbara Gordon?
No, please don't.
I want to show you something.
Whatever it is, I don't want to see it.
It's relevant. I already know what it is.
Okay. Let's not blame Tim entirely. The decision to have Bruce and Barbara sleep together was a joint decision made by Tim, Burnett, and screenwriter Brian Azzarello, the latter of whom openly claimed he tried to make the project controversial, then insulted fans during a Comic-Con 2016 Q&A when questioned about said controversy, further tarnishing the film's reputation. So the first 28 minutes of the movie is entirely original material, and feels extraordinarily incongruous with the bulk of the film. The opening sequence details the events that resulted in Barbara retiring as Batgirl days before her injury at the hands of the Joker, when sex pest mobster Paris Franz attempts to get under Batgirl's skin by constantly coming onto her during their altercations. At the same time, Barbara obsesses over Bruce, not looking at her romantically despite all the crime fighting they do together, until one night after a few too many slip-ups, she's pulled off the Franz case, and her argument with Batman turns into, making a two-person Voltron. I can glean from interviews with Azzarello that the intent was clearly to flesh out Barbara's character and make her less of a prototypical female victim, but her over-sexualized and petulant characterization, paired with all the male characters being chauvinistic assholes, leaves you squirming in your seat. And, do I need to state the obvious? Adding a sexual component to her relationship with Batman just makes the women in refrigerators thing even worse. But these are the things that everyone knows and that everyone has already talked about. What I see less discussed is how atrocious the opening segment's dialogue is.
I lost 4 men yesterday. 4 idiots. They said they could knock out the tracker on the armored car. I don't think they could plug a computer in their ass.
What? So that's Batman the Killing Joke, a film that tried to be quote-unquote controversial by throwing in a sex scene the writers knew would rile up the fanbase, but that also clearly desperately wanted to tackle the actual controversy surrounding the source material head-on by fleshing out Barbara as a character within the piece instead of relying on the existing history of the character that the comic benefited from. Unfortunately, they wrote the segment extremely poorly and exacerbated all the issues instead. There's also a lot of ambiguous situations and definitive lines of dialogue from the comic that have debatable reinterpretations in the film, but I'll leave that to people more versed in the source material than myself to hash out.
Why can't you see the funny side? Why aren't you laughing?
And rounding out the lightning round, 2017's Batman and Harley Quinn. I'll admit, I was stealing myself for this one, as I have heard nothing but bad things about it. I'm surprised and pleased to report that it wasn't as bad as I expected. I didn't hate it with the same fiery passion the people in my milieu seemed to on release. Big points of criticism I saw floating around were that Melissa Roche isn't a suitable replacement for Arlene Sorkin or Tara Strong as Harley. And while at times, sure, the new voice can be grating, all Harley Quinn voices can be grating, and I've never been all that won over on Strong playing Quinn anyways, so recasting's fine by me. And hey, they roped Lauren Lester back in to play Nightwing, 13 years after his last appearance in Rise of Sin Tzu, so that's kinda neat. I'd also heard that the movie is particularly sleazy, most notably thanks to the notorious, superfluous Nightwing and Harley Quinn sex scene in the first act. Which, sure, it is pretty shameless sex sells material, but I'll take shameless sleazy titillation over sleazy titillation masquerading as something deep and thematic. Killing Joke. And I mean, can you really blame them? Just look at that cake on Nightwing. Also, side note on the sleaze stuff, we need to stop doing this thing in Bruce Timm projects where random male extras are constantly commenting on how hot the female main character is, then we get like a scene where she mentions how much she hates being objectified, and that's feminism. They do it relentlessly in this. It was all over that Killing Joke opening, even all the way back to Wonder Woman Focus episodes in early Justice League. Please stop.
Wouldn't say no to a slice of that pie, know what I mean?
And while we're on the topic of never doing this again, I'm putting a moratorium on musical numbers. Conroy crooned in JLU's This Little Piggy, and it was great. And that's it. Harley Quinn's number in this movie is unbearable. The fake Shakira song that plays in Mystery of the Batwoman twice? No. The musical number for Hamill and Killing Joke? It's okay. Even if it is further confirmation for my confirmation bias that Hamill did Killing Joke as a vanity project after he already got a musical number in Arkham Knight. And even if committing to Moore's lyrics from the comic renders the song's meter fairly stilted. Yeah, welcome to my Rate Your Music account. Wait, I'm an idiot. I totally forgot about Batman the Musical from Batman Beyond. Never mind. That earns every other song a pass.
They were no problem, Commissioner. For as we all know, criminals are a superstitious, cowardly lot.
Alright, the plot. Poison Ivy and Floronic Man team up to release a mutagen that will turn the people of the world into plant monsters. Figuring the out-on-parole Harley Quinn will have a good idea where her gal pal is hiding out, Nightwing, pumps Harley for information, and Harley decides to tag along with the dynamic duo in the hopes that when they find Poison Ivy, she'll be able to talk her out of her evil scheme.
Please, Mr. Kinda Scary but actually really nice Batman, please let me come with you. I can make Ivy change her mind and give up a diabolical plan with Tree Guy. I know I can.
Like I said, I didn't hate it like I anticipated, but I certainly wouldn't recommend the movie. Batman and Harley Quinn has a big identity crisis on what the movie wants to be. Sometimes it functions as a lighthearted but sincere reunion movie for Batman the Animated Series. For instance, aside from a couple jokes at the very end of the movie, everything with the villains is played completely straight. Other times it's a broad parody movie of Batman media, though it really lacks punchiness when it comes to the punchlines. Take, for example, the ending. Swamp Thing makes a grand entrance to save the day, then leaves without actually helping. Shows up, doesn't help, that's the joke. You don't have to keep going on and on about it. And lastly, intermittently, and most infamously, sometimes the movie is a pee-pee poo-poo fart sex comedy, exemplified by the two most notorious scenes, the Harley Nightwing sex scene, and the scene where Harley Quinn repeatedly farts in the Batmobile to force him to pull over.
Ugh. Holy.
It's not so bad. Smells like discipline.
That's Batman and Harley Quinn. From one lightning round to another, let's do a roundup of assorted cameo appearances. You know, the little one-off Conroy Batman cameos I couldn't figure out where to put anywhere else in this video. I know I claimed I wouldn't cover it earlier, but we actually are going to look at Batman the Brave and the Bold for a hot second. Created after the cancellation of out-of-DC-AU continuity The Batman, Batman the Brave and the Bold stars Diedrich Bader, of Zeta Project fame, the massive fame of the Zeta Project, as Batman. Batman the Brave and the Bold made a point of featuring lesser-known DC characters via frequent team-ups, and indulged in a wildly campy execution that was more about silly fun than sincere caped crusading, made all the funnier by Batman's comical self-seriousness, perhaps best exemplified by the full-on musical episode Mayhem of the Music Meister, an episode that further disproves my earlier opinions of DC animated musical numbers, because it is so much fun. Kevin Conroy would appear in 2 episodes throughout the series. The first is The Super Bat of Planet X, in which Batman travels through a wormhole to another planet, where he meets another Batman, voiced by Conroy.
It's logical 2 Batmen would come to exist on 2 separate planets.
Then I assume, as a crime fighter, that you too were inspired by one of these.
Something like that.
Rather than being content to run with just a Batman and Otherworld Batman team-up premise, the Batman from Earth soon realizes the atmosphere of Zur-En-Arr gives his human physiology superpowers, stealing the thunder from Zur-En-Arr's former protector of Gothtropolis. A premise made all the more amusing because the DCAU's Lex Luthor actor, Clancy Brown, appears as the supervillain who uncovers Earth Batman's own interplanetary form of kryptonite. Well noted for its wacky antics, Brave and the Bold's darkest half hour would be Conroy's second contribution, Chill of the Night. Reopening the investigation into his parents' death, Batman's latest case is overseen by 2 incorporeal beings, the Phantom Stranger, showing Batman visions of why his father was targeted in the hopes of giving Batman closure, voiced by Kevin Conroy, and the Spectre, revealing the identity of his parents' killer in the hopes of driving Batman to kill him, voiced by Mark Hamill.
He is beaten. Let your devotion to justice temper your rage.
He knows who you are. If this man lives, Batman dies.
The episode ends on a cathartic note, with Bruce revealing his identity to his parents' killer, Joe Chill, but refusing to kill him. Chill doesn't get much use from Batman's identity, as Batman's hot-headed rogues are more interested in punishing the man responsible for Batman in the heat of the moment than learning who Batman is.
So it's your fault Batman's always on our backs.
No, guys. Wait!
Despite being a dark entry for Brave and the Bold, it's still a lot of fun, not the least of which because of the referential voice cast. I know I technically didn't need to cover it since Conroy isn't voicing Batman specifically, but really, how could I leave this one out? Conroy and Hamill together again, but you've also got Jennifer Hale reprising the role of Zatanna, Two-Face voice actor Richard Mole voicing one of the mobsters, and Adam West, the 60s Batman, and Julie Newmar, one of the 3 60s Catwomen, voicing Thomas and Martha Wayne.
And here I thought I was going to be one of a kind. I guess great minds think alike.
In the course of his wacky adventures and team-ups, Brave and the Bold Batman would team up with Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Gang in the aptly named film, Scooby-Doo and Batman, The Brave and the Bold. But he wouldn't be the only one having the team-up fun. The year after the film's release, a new animated series named Scooby-Doo and Guess Who would debut. Guess Who would feature a different guest star every episode, from musicians such as Macklemore, Sia, and Weird Al, to celebrities like Alton Brown, Joey Chestnut, and Mark Hamill, to fictional characters, such as renowned detective Sherlock Holmes or notorious mobster Steve Buscemi.
Watch my lips. Buscemi.
Buscemi?
Okay, you know what, guys? Let's go with your way. I'm starting to wonder if maybe I'm the one saying it wrong.
Rounding out the fictional characters would be several crossovers with founding Justice Leaguers, hence the reason we're here. What a Night for a Dark Knight, which features Kevin Conroy reprising the role of Batman and Mark Hamill reprising the role of the Joker. Spoilers, the Joker is the one who would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those meddling kids. Though, probably not a big spoiler. In general, if there's a big mystery scheme in any Batman universe, even odds it's either going to be the Joker or the Riddler behind it all. And the Brave and the Bold crossover already did Riddler. But yeah, it was pretty fun. Combine that with the intriguing roster of some unexpected guest stars in other episodes, and I put a brief hold on this Batman media consumption blitz to watch a few more episodes of Scooby-Doo. Staying on the Cartoon Network, Kevin Conroy would voice Batman in an amusing little Tales from Metropolis pseudo-bumper short, as well as lent his voice to a cutaway gag in one of the Titans of the network, Teen Titans. Go. Teen Titans Go, the long-running follow-up to Cartoon Network's Teen Titans, a show that is widely loved, especially by its network, but that also drew some ire from fans of the original series for its shift to all-out zany comedy. In keeping with the zany comedy antics, the show's Batman is far from the dark Knight we've been seeing for most of the video. Batman appears, typically alongside Commissioner Gordon, as a pair of non-speaking background characters up to their own silly antics. However, Conroy would cameo to finally lend the character a voice in the series in one of the show's recurring fake team formation origin story episodes, an episode which emulates various animation styles in each flashback segment, from general anime to Young Justice to Batman the Animated Series. Though much like Batman and Harley Quinn, they kind of do the looks like the animated series but is actually poking fun at the 60s Adam West version thing.
You're leaving?
It's the short shorts, isn't it? I can get you longer shorts if that'll make a difference.
Lastly, we have Conroy's appearance in the CW's big DC Arrowverse crossover event, Crisis on Infinite Earths. Crisis was not only a crossover of Arrow, The Flash, Supergirl, Batwoman, and Legends of Tomorrow, but would also incorporate other former DC actors from other DC continuities as part of the multiverse hopping fun, including the classy decision to finally allow Kevin Conroy to portray Batman in live action. My shameful confession is that I didn't entirely do my due diligence for this one, and by that I mean I did not watch the entirety of all 5 Arrowverse shows leading up to Conroy's single episode appearance. Because, frankly, if I'm going to revisit the heyday of the CW's original programming, listen, we've been through this already, but I figured it wouldn't be too hard to jump right in. I'm usually pretty quick on the uptake. It surely can't be that convoluted, and between growing up on Batman stuff and now having the entire Justice League series under my belt, introducing me to all these characters and plot lines, I should be able to figure out what's going on. Nope. Though I was able to kind of make sense of it as things went further and further along, with the assistance of recaps I kept pausing the show and alt-tabbing over to reference. It's the end of the worlds as we know it, and the core group of heroes split up with 3 missions. Mission 1, find an alternate reality with a still-functioning Lazarus pit to throw Oliver Queen's corpse into. You guys should probably put that thing on ice if this is going to take a while. Mission 2, save an alternate universe Superman from Lex, who is tearing across the multiverse with the Book of Destiny, killing Superman just in case the multiverse gets saved and its destruction doesn't do the job for him. And Mission 3, recruit the aid of an alternate universe Bruce Wayne, who is prophesized to help prevent the titular crisis.
Don't be so rude, Luke. We're not used to having guests.
Unfortunately, the cyber-suited Bruce reveals that he broke his no-kill rule, then went a little crazy breaking it over and over again, with Supergirl and Batman coming to blows with him and inadvertently killing him after learning he employed one of his little contingency plans on the Man of Steel. It's a lot of fun fan service to see Conroy finally step into the role in live action, even if things quickly take a turn to the bitter, evil Batman angle. Wait a minute, fighting evil alternate versions of characters? A Superman who lost Lois in a big scheme cooked up by the Joker? Batman and Superman doing grand battle with one another? That's as good a transition to Injustice as I'm getting. Let's look at Injustice.
Think you'll ever love again? Maybe you won't kill your next family.
Injustice: Gods Among Us is a fighting game. A fighting game with, in hindsight, a bit of an amusing reputation when it comes to its character matchups and gameplay mechanics. It's kind of become a poster child for just how broken fighting games could be on 7th generation consoles, with a video by fighting game community commentator Sajam released in 2023 that detailed some of the game's wackier cheese strategies and overpowered characters. Like, every DLC character was ridiculously overpowered on release and had to be patched later. These unsportsmanlike but very humorous strategies would be on full display when Injustice hit the tournament scene. See, a lot of fighting game tournaments have actual prize money on the line. And how do I put this? You ever hear of that guy Paul Michael Larson? He's the guy who realized the supposedly random board on the game show Press Your Luck wasn't actually random, and when he got on the show, he had memorized all the patterns, won like 110 grand, and could have theoretically played the game infinitely. Yeah, sometimes the chicanery of Injustice tournament play feels like watching that. Not to decry the experience of these professional players, their talents are clearly on display. But matches can sometimes degenerate into a game of find the exploit. Like, here's a Superman player spamming laser eyes against his opponent, who has little to no recourse, from across the stage while the audience audibly boos in the background. This was a match in a tournament with a prize pool of $5,000. Some character matches resulted in borderline hard counters. Again, no recourse. Lex Luthor has to just crouch the Zod balls and inch his way over to him. Got him with the low one, back to square one, start inching again. I get kneeling before Zod, but this is ridiculous. And then there were the stage hazards. Fighting games don't typically have stage hazards. Would you like to see why? Well, why exchange blows through combos when you can just swing this pig carcass back and forth at each other? Or the infamous dumpster tech. Injustice has power characters and gadget characters, and the two have different interactions with interactable stage hazards. And while power characters will slam and destroy the Gotham Alley stage's dumpster, gadget characters will throw the dumpster across the screen and not destroy it. Combine that with the character of Batman, who can endlessly spam homing batarangs and air batarangs to keep characters in the corner, and then, while they're in the corner, dumpster. Unblockable dumpster, and it rolls right back. Hits you if you're standing, hits characters when they're knocked down, and if you try to jump over it, the hitbox is active on the way back. So, eat shit, dumpster. So if you're not running a character who can teleport, I mean, this is it, it's over. Again, this is a tournament match. Granted, a lot of the most egregious, unbalanced things have long since been patched. But I figured I'd start on some of the absurdity surrounding the professional scene. I figured I'd get Injustice at the pro level out of the way first, because you will not be seeing professional fighting game gameplay for the remainder of this video. I must admit, I am not well versed in the fighting game genre. I played Smash Bros. 64 and Smash Bros. Melee some as a kid, but the only strategy I ever really employed was good old Falcon Punch. Nothing beats that. Like, I booted up the Injustice tutorial for the first time while using keyboard controls, assuming those would be just fine. And I mean, if you thought that infamous games journalist Cuphead tutorial video was bad, you should have seen this. It was like the typing tutor from hell. One PC controller with same-day shipping later. Don't worry, it's a write-off. I am now ready to jump in and give you thoughts on Injustice from the total fighting game amateur point of view. Here instead for the love of the characters. Though I must admit, when I managed to beat the story mode on only the second lowest difficulty, I was quite proud of myself. I'm gonna be the next fighting game champion! I'm gonna be the next DSP!
Your eyes, pure evil, just like his.
Injustice is a fighting game developed by NetherRealm Studios, also famously the developers behind the Mortal Kombat titles since the 2010s. In a parallel world, the Joker uses Scarecrow fear toxin to trick Superman into murdering his love, Lois Lane, then detonates a nuke in the heart of Metropolis. Superman kills Joker in retaliation, and in the wake of his guilt, goes full-on Justice Lord and turns the world into a superhero-run dictatorship, with Batman slinking in the shadows running the only opposition to Superman's new regime. Since other Batman didn't have the good sense to leave his contingency plans all to himself, he needs to assemble the rest of the core Justice League members to unlock his Superman-defeating kryptonite weapon, kept under lock and key. Since the League has followed Superman to the dark side with varying degrees of remorse, other Batman decides to borrow our Justice League, sans Superman, instead, inadvertently bringing along our Joker for the ride. You might wonder why Batman and Superman could go toe-to-toe, and while I was ready to give the game the benefit of the doubt as just a fun superhero fighter that ignores canon strength of the characters, there is an in-universe reason. Evil Superman is giving his underlings Kryptonian DNA pills that allow them to match his strength and endurance, and the Resistance starts juicing on the stuff as well, which explains why Harley Quinn can survive this. Although it doesn't explain why characters like Green Arrow or Deathstroke work. They're using projectile weapons that function the same regardless of the user's strength. Whatever. Maybe it's like Fallout New Vegas, and if you're really, really supernaturally good at using guns, the bullets hurt more. Anyways, it's good Justice League versus evil Justice League. A catalog of mercenary-minded rogues working with their own angles, two good Batmans working side by side, and a turncoat noble Lex, all coming to blows to justify this DC Universe Super Smash session.
The leader of the insurgency will pay for his crimes.
Oh, I don't like this.
At 6 p.m. local time, Batman will be executed at Stryker's Island.
In anticipation of this segment, I started looking into which character I should main. Batman is the obvious pick, but being the fighting game novice I am, if he were a poor pick for beginners, I figured best to steer clear. Fortunately, 1, he is a good pick for beginners, and 2, in the story mode, you don't get a choice. So that research didn't matter in the long run. But at least I knew from my research that when Shazam rolled up to kick my ass, I had nothing to worry about. Injustice's story mode is divided into 12 chapters, each where you play as one designated character, instead of playing the whole thing front to back as a single character. Of course, it facilitates the story to go with this hopping perspectives angle, and again, as a novice, it was exciting to get a sampling platter of multiple characters. From what I've been led to believe, fighting games in general have been trending towards being more accessible for beginners while also being more complex for the high-level players. And I can attest that the Injustice games are at least a sign of the former. Excluding DLC characters, there are 24 fighters in the game, and while they will all at least make appearances, in the story mode you only get to sample 11 for yourself. And I'm sure I speak for most novices, Deathstroke. It's Deathstroke. Deathstroke is my main. He's all cheesy ranged attacks. I don't care if he's a newbie trap, Deathstroke is the king. He literally brought a gun to a knife fight. He brought several guns. As far as the gameplay, it's your typical fighting game stuff. Unique to Injustice, well, besides the dumpster, is the meter. Each character has a meter that they can burn on 3 different tactics. The first is to burn on attacks, imbuing your standard attacks with extra damage, range, or utility. The second option is waiting for the meter to max out, at which point you can use a super move. They may not end the match, but super moves are the PG-13 visual equivalent to Mortal Kombat's fatalities. And as they are much more idiot-proof than meter-burning attacks, I mostly relied on them, since I'm an idiot. Good God. I know she just got the wind knocked out of her, but like, damn. Is Wonder Woman okay? The third and final use of the meter comes in clashes. The match comes to a brief hold while each character trades barbs, and the players wager a certain amount of meter. Whoever bets the most meter wins, resulting in either health regeneration for the winner or damage to the loser. It's fun for the varied and colorful lines of dialogue you can encounter in random matchups, especially when the characters fight themselves. But the AI only ever seemed to use clashes immediately after I did a super move, so I was guaranteed to lose. As the campaign only offers less than half the cast to play as, Injustice also offers the Star Labs trials, independent matches with special conditions for each character. It's a fun way to explore the rest of the roster, and as I was genuinely having a lot of fun fumbling my way through the game and its list of characters, I was tempted to delve into it deeper, but this video has taken long enough, and I've got a whole Injustice 2 to look forward to either way. At the end of the day, the kryptonite weapon is destroyed before Lex can fire it, and the Resistance agrees there's only one man who can stop Superman now. Himself. They warp our Superman in to save the day. and after the Tatooine Sons of Krypton duke it out, evil Superman is defeated, both worlds are saved, and peace is restored. Despite the mid-2010s brown and gray superhero chic, and one surprisingly violent death, the story plays like riding along with the Justice League on a animated Justice League adventure, which was a lot of endearing fun coming off watching the series in full. It's a framework to hang the fights on, sure, and while some fights have huge import, some are totally superfluous. Like, Lex's entire chapter is mostly just him getting mugged by Harley and the Joker. And there is an annoying habit where the pre-fight cutscenes show the characters fighting for at least a minute. Often over a minute. Hey guys, this is a fighting game. Why am I watching a pre-animated fight before the fight proper? I sort of get the intent if the characters are trading dialogue in between blows, but often they aren't. The most egregious example is the two Batmen engaging in fisticuffs, because it wasn't even Batman's chapter at that point. I was like, oh, two Batmen fighting! Let me play it! It looks fun! Fortunately, the game does eventually break the formula and let you duke it out with your Bat double. Beating their Bat with our Bat and running him over with his own Batmobile is one of life's simple pleasures. In addition to a prequel comic series debuting the same year, Injustice: Gods Among Us would receive a sequel with an expanded roster of characters and a brand new story mode 4 years later with Injustice 2. Injustice 2 sees the arrival of Brainiac, come to harvest the Earth's knowledge and wipe it out. Facing a foe that managed to destroy Krypton, the heroes of Earth realize their only fighting chance would be enlisting the aid of the last living Kryptonian, Superman. So Superman is let out of his red-sunned tanning bed prison to aid in Earth's defense, but Superman wears his intent to escape incarceration and immediately return to his evil antics the moment the bad guy is defeated on his sleeve. Sort of like Hannibal in the Hannibal series finale. What, do you think I was going to make a whole video and not spoil the Hannibal finale at some point? Fortunately for the people of Earth, the meanie version of Superman turns out to not be the last living Kryptonian after all, with the appearance of Superman's cousin, Kara Zor-El. Yeah, by the time of Injustice 2, everyone had finally settled on pronouncing it Kara, not Kara. And the only reason I pronounced it Kara in the Superman Batman Apocalypse segment is because all the characters in that movie pronounce it Kara too. So don't give me any shit. I don't have any excuse for why I mispronounced boom tube twice. When I edited the audio, I realized there wasn't a single take where I pronounced boom tube correctly. So here's me saying boom tube correctly. Boom tube. Where was I? Injustice 2. Interestingly, the game's story elects to remain solely in the alternate universe, which means there's a little more contrivance to justify a full story mode of fights, since the writers couldn't fall back on old reliable, evil double. Instead, they fall back on old reliable, they're being mind-controlled, with Brainiac brainwashing a number of characters in the penultimate chapter, and Gorilla Grodd mind-controlling a bunch of heroes for a totally inconsequential side story. Like, what was Grodd really up to at the end of the day? He read Brainiac's mind, realized he was unbeatable, and then just went full The Purge, realizing the end was imminent, but still wasted all this time trying to enact his master plan anyways? Normal criminals usually have logical motives, but Grodd's insane schemes make sense to him alone.
I hate every ape I see.
No, we did that bit already. On the other side of contriving fights, the game opens on a flashback sequence during the rise of Superman's regime, in which Batman's son Damian Wayne betrays his father and joins Soup's cause. I know Damian is a divisive character in the comics, but if, like me, your sole exposure to the character is in this game's story mode, yeah, Injustice 2, no need to contrive a reason for me to fight this twerp. It's on sight.
You coward. We are at war with these animals. You think you're better than him? You let the Joker keep on killing. You couldn't save Lois or Jason or anyone!
I cannot express to you how much I hate this kid.
If I were Batman, I'd be like, shut up, Damian. Your cooler brother, Terry McGinnis, doesn't break the code and kill criminals. Actually, he kills them all the time. But I don't care, because I love him more than you. I'm gonna be a great dad. Batman and Superman defeat Brainiac, and Superman is basically like, okay, well, we all knew this was coming. Regime 2.0, let's go, baby. And the player is allowed to pick a side for the final conflict. Ally with Batman and fight Aquaman, Black Adam, Wonder Woman, and Superman, or ally with Superman and fight Green Lantern, The Flash, Kara, and Batman. I picked Batman, of course, but if Aquaman were an option, I'd vote third party, because that fast jab attack is just as busted as it was in the first game, and the forces of the surface would not stand a chance. Which brings me to gameplay changes between Injustice 1 and 2. Right off the bat, this game's story mode is much more challenging than its predecessor. Last time I was able to fumble my way through a few chapters on medium before needing to bump the difficulty down. Well, with this one, I was struggling from the start on easy and nearly got filtered by the 2 Brainiac fights with his BS tentacle attacks. The added difficulty is just a symptom of the game being better balanced, and, working properly. There were multiple occasions in Injustice 1 where opponents would rattle off devastating combos one after the other and mop the floor with me. Then when I restarted the fight, they would lose the will to live, and stand stock still waiting for me to Google which combo would work best next. There's also a dearth of exploitable ranged attacks that can be spammed for an easy win. Though again, Aquaman has that trident jab move with impressive reach and brutal chip damage, so if you get the option to play Aquaman, it's over. Put a fork in him. No pun intended. And yeah, you do get a choice of which character to play this time. Kind of. Like the first game, you are confined by the story, but several chapters have 2 protagonists and you can choose which one you want to run in each fight. In theory, it's a fun opportunity to sample the variety of characters, but in practice, I'm solely going for the most effective tactic at this point. So as soon as you get a feel for one of the pair, odds are you'll default to that one. There's a late game chapter where the choice is between Aquaman and Black Adam, so I can play proddy stab with Aquaman, or experiment with Black Adam. Even if I didn't know Aquaman's one neat trick, every time I fought you, Black Adam, I decimated you more than the worldwide box office grows.
Easy target. Who's heckling me?
Even with character selection, as a consequence of the expanded roster and the game choosing to remain in a single universe, you're not going to see the full lineup through story mode alone. It is pretty commendable that they refuse to find some hackneyed way to bring the Joker into the story, given the character's popularity. Postscript here. The Joker does show up. Harley fights him in a dream. I just completely forgot. Which means, second postscript, you do see all the non-DLC fighters, so I was wrong. Although, since Injustice 2's Joker is based on the Jared Leto Joker, maybe they were justifiably embarrassed by his inclusion. As to smaller changes, the game has ditched the mini-games that opened each chapter in Injustice 1, where you could win an advantage in the first fight if you succeeded, but suffer a disadvantage in the first fight if you lost. In concept, I think it was a neat idea, but in practice, the mini-games were pretty lame. There are less interactable objects on each stage, and the ones that are there no longer deal pulverizing amounts of damage, and the meter seems to tick up at a higher rate. Which, if you match my Grug Brain playstyle, means you're going to be seeing the super moves a whole lot more. 4 fights a chapter, usually 2 super moves a match, to say nothing of fights you lose and have to restart. Over the course of a chapter, you'll be seeing the same super move over a dozen times, and they start to lose their luster. I see now why Mortal Kombat uses fatalities to end matches, rather than as a short break for the combatants to check their phones. Though again, I'm totally discussing the game from an amateur's perspective. Meter burn attacks are integral to professional play. I'm aware. And at the end of the day, I'm the fool because just like in Injustice 1, lower difficulty enemies don't use meter burn attacks and rarely use super moves. So their meter exists solely to clash with me the second I use a super move and automatically win.
You have false confidence.
Injustice 2 would also introduce loot boxes, and I'm sure we're all on the same wavelength with that. Everyone hates loot boxes, and everyone doubly hates loot boxes that impact the gameplay and aren't just cosmetic. They didn't impact my enjoyment of the story mode in any way. I believe their effects do apply to the characters in the story mode, but even my highest level character, Batman, was still too low level to use anything I'd unlocked. So that's Injustice 2. Kevin Conroy would voice Batman in another online fighting game, Multiverses, which was an open beta starting in 2022 and finally released for real in 2024. But Multiverses doesn't have a story mode, and my thumb is kind of blistered from repeating the final Superman fight 12 times, so I'm going to merely acknowledge its existence. Consider the existence of Multiverses acknowledged.
Computer, what's my location? Computer!
Hey, dude! What's going on here?
A year before Injustice 2's debut, Kevin Conroy would make his final regular series appearances as Batman in Justice League Action. Justice League Action struggled from the start on the Cartoon Network. Debuting in the aftermath of DC Nation's End, Justice League Action was also joining Cartoon Network at a time where the network was obsessed with Teen Titans Go. This was in the same era where every Monday, Cartoon Network would only play Teen Titans Go. They would air 56 episodes of Teen Titans Go back to back. Combined with the nearly non-existent marketing for the series, Justice League Action struggled to find its place in the network, and less than a month after the release of 2017's Justice League, which was a box office bomb, Justice League Action would be pulled from the network and have its final few episodes unceremoniously dumped over the span of a single week several months later. As it stands, Justice League Action is not a well-known show or a deeply dissected show, and while I'm here to give it its day in the limelight, my analysis will not be terribly in-depth because there's not all that much depth here. Justice League Action is designed to fit in with Cartoon Network's lineup, with lighthearted comedy-focused episodes that run a tight 11 minutes. The focus on comedy sometimes comes from comedic episode premises. Darkseid gets trapped at the far reaches of space, so he has to hail a cab to get home. The Joker tries to treat Lex to the best day ever, or a reformed Riddler teaming up with the League as a private investigator, inspired by a similar story arc from the comics. You know I was loving that. Forget the Zeta Project. This should have been the episode that became its own series.
Riddle me this, Gotham. Who's getting better and better every day in every way?
Some comedic premises are based on classic film parodies. The Batmobile gets Christined, Booster Gold travels through time to build his own Jurassic Park, or a King Kong riff with Titano as Kong and Harley as Andero, which reminds me of that classic line. It wasn't the planes that killed the beast, it was the Empire State Building. Other episodes have a standard superhero premise, but aim for comedy by including comedic characters. Firestorm, a goofy, fast-talking soup with two minds, Booster Gold, a ditzy hero/scam artist from the future, and Plastic Man. Although all I can think of when I hear Plastic Man talk is Master Shake.
Yikes! My bad, Tin Man! God, you suck at basketball! Boom!
Dana Snyder is distracting to me because of what media I'm familiar with, but at least he is an actual voice actor. But Justice League Action does lead into the modern trend of throwing in popular actors and just having them sound exactly like themselves. Looking at you, the entire cast of the Super Mario Bros. Movie. So yeah, it's Patton Oswalt as Patton Oswalt, but he's called the Space Cabbie. It's Hannibal Buress as Hannibal Buress, but he's called Mr. Terrific. Granted, some of these at least play, like the late Gilbert Gottfried as Mr. Mixie-Spitalik. Obviously, it's just Gilbert Gottfried doing his Gilbert Gottfried thing, but at least it fits.
I learned all about the atomic guy with the two personalities and backward-talking lady magician, but when I read this guy's name on the file, I thought it was just a typo.
Hey, watch it, girlie. I'm the funny one here.
Similarly, James Woods is brought in as the show's most frequently recurring villain, Lex Luthor. I have to imagine the vocal direction was essentially, remember Hades? We're not specifically asking you to do Lex Luthor as Hades, but can we have very, very Hades adjacent? It's a fun and fitting direction to take the world's smartest, smarmiest man in this more playful interpretation of the Justice League universe. Even if it is a little too on the nose that there's an episode where he literally tries to conquer Olympus. And I'm sure that James Woods and Mark Hamill had a whale of a time making small talk about politics in between takes in the recording booth.
Lexi, baby, funky boo.
Joker, how random.
So that's Justice League Action. It gets off to a weak start with a 4-parter, but quickly finds its enjoyable, playful, if largely inessential footing. I wouldn't recommend going out of your way to watch the whole show unless you're a completionist, but if you're curious about highlights, Booster Gold. Just watch the Booster Gold episodes. It's so much fun to have Kevin Conroy and Dietrich Bader playing off each other once more, and I especially love the running gag that Batman He just hates him. And Booster is the centerpiece of Justice League Action's finale, which, to my surprise, isn't just another random episode built for syndication and actually plays as a finale. Supervillainess Red Velvet comes from the future to kill Booster Gold, and Booster realizes it's because she's his jilted fiancée he left at the altar, so he could go back in time and return to her with a fortune.
Once I have enough money, I'll travel back to the moment I left, walk in, and marry the love of my life.
Except that you didn't. And you won't.
For whatever reason, you don't go back to the future, you leave Margot at the altar, it drives her mad, she becomes Red Velvet and jumps back in time to get revenge on you!
Okay, one more time.
It's a hilarious premise, but with plenty of finale beats to lend it its impact. There's an almost obligatory at this point, destruction of the Watchtower at the hands of Red Velvet. We get the classic season finale wedding trope, and we get the classic season finale character departure as Booster Gold says goodbye and returns to the future. And the way the writers undo all those finale beats at the climax caught me so off guard I was cracking up. It was such an amusing rug pull that I almost don't have the heart to give it away in this video, since I'm sure most of you haven't watched the show. So if you don't want it spoiled, pause this video, go watch the finale of Justice League Action, and I'll see you in 11 minutes. 12, you have to find it on Prime first.
Wait, if it's the same ring, when did Red Velvet get a hold of it?
Right now. It's not being left at the altar that drives Margot mad. It's marrying you.
Justice League Action would also produce a catalog of shorts, the most notable being Missing the Mark, a tongue-in-cheek short where actor Mark Hamill is kidnapped by all the DC Universe characters voiced by Mark Hamill. And with that, it's time. We've got the Justice League under our belt, the OG Unlimited Action, the original movies, Batman the Animated Series, Injustice, the Ubisoft games, the Children's Activity Center. There's only one thing left to cover, the Arkhamverse. Enough of the preliminaries. It's time for the main event.
Ta-da! Honey, I'm home.
Come on in.
Welcome to the madhouse, Batman!
Released in 2009, hot off the successes of Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, Batman Arkham Asylum was a momentous achievement. Where previous IP-based video game adaptations had a track record that was shaky at best, Batman Vengeance, Arkham Asylum wasn't just good, it was great. The game sold like gangbusters, and picked up countless glowing reviews and a pile of Game of the Year accolades from various publications to boot. And that praise wasn't just a product of its time. With a host of sequel games in the franchise, there are many who still regard Asylum as the strongest entry, due in no small part to being written by Paul Dini. It's been a while since we touched on Dini specifically, but rest assured, if there was a DCAU entry I dedicated special praise towards, even odds are Dini was a credited writer. His contributions to the Justice League series were fairly limited, but so many of the other hits can credit Dini. Mask of the Phantasm, as we've discussed, and Dini is credited on every single episode of Beyond in some capacity. He's a credited writer on nearly all of the most highly regarded animated series episodes, Heart of Ice, Almost Got Him, Trial, Joker's Favorite, and hell, even the Batman the Brave and the Bold standout Chill of the Night, he hopped on the team to write that too. It should be noted that many of the more disastrous misses, looking at you original movies flubs, did not involve Dini in any way and were all the worse for it. Safe to say, Arkham Asylum and its sequel, Arkham City, were in capable hands with Dini behind the story wheel. Behind the gameplay would be Rocksteady Studios, a still fledgling company at the time formed by two high-ranking members of the then-defunct but recently relaunched Argonaut Studios, most notable for developing the original Star Fox. Rocksteady would more than prove their worth with the finished product, and the success of the game would lead Warner Brothers to acquire a majority share of the company, though lately the studio has faced significant financial hardships, for reasons we'll discuss soon enough. In the meantime, Arkham Asylum, reuniting Kevin Conroy, Mark Hamill, and Arlene Sorkin as Batman, Joker, and Harley, respectively. Not sure why I bothered saying respectively. I seriously doubt anyone thought they were all gonna, musical chairs the roles for some reason. Arkham Asylum is a pseudo-continuation of Batman the Animated Series by virtue of both theirs and Dini's involvement. In fact, Asylum flat-out works as a Batman the Animated Series game, though later entries within the Arkhamverse establish it as its own continuity that differs wildly from the DCAU. After stopping the Joker's latest plot a little too easily, Batman tags along with the Arkham staff to keep tabs on Joker as he is readmitted to the asylum, suspecting getting captured was part of his plan all along. Sure enough, Batman was right, and the Arkham staff fell for the Gotham City shuffle. Joker and Harley seize control of the facility's security systems and unleash all the deranged henchmen and supervillains stored within. The inmates are running the asylum, and it's up to Batman to follow the Joker into the depths of the institution, do battle with the queue of costume foes ready to settle his hash, and deduce what the Clown Prince of Crime is really planning to accomplish with this latest scheme.
Well, I'd love to stay and chat, but I have a party to organize. I've got guests flying in from all over Arkham. You'll see.
While functioning as essentially a Batman the Animated Series game, Arkham Asylum is of course a more PG-13 version of that continuity. Joker and Harley now relish in wanton, senseless killing. Killer Croc is living it up, cannibalizing people in the sewers, and even the Riddler starts flirting with the whole Jigsaw-esque murderous flair he'll adopt in later entries to the series. The game as a whole dabbles in survival horror elements, through the captivating, isolated atmosphere, incorporation of stealth gameplay, guilt-induced nightmare fantasy sequences, and an ever-so-slight peppering of jump scares. Batman's writing and Conroy's performance also lend a more hardened edge to the character that I particularly enjoyed, at least in this first entry. Arkham Asylum Batman's stoicism and unblinking confidence in the face of increasing adversity definitely lands here, especially because despite his gruff and determined exterior, it is plainly obvious he's having the second worst night of his life, cleverly exemplified by the gradual damage and deterioration of his batsuit as the night's horrors continue. This in contrast to later franchise entries, where Batman's determination is played more as hostility and alienation. Don't get me wrong, it's a funny way to demonstrate his exhaustion when there's little moments where he's just a huge dick for no reason, but it casts a pall over his interactions with members of the Bat family, and when the character's story is all said and done with Knight, I guess I'm not entirely sure what that direction was trying to say. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're in Asylum still, and Batman is in his element. Also returning to his DCAU element is the Joker. For all the praise I can heap on how Batman's character is portrayed throughout the gameplay and dialogue, this really is the Joker's show. Unsurprisingly, as The Dark Knight's recent release had made the character more popular than ever. Giving Joker access to the building's intercom so he can provide running color commentary on the night's events is just as much of a layup as it was in Wildcards. The Joker's ultimate scheme, meanwhile, is evocative of the animated series but does have its issues. Joker didn't just seize control of the Asylum to treat Batman to the most demented party ever. He's secretly also trying to get his hands on a stash of Titan being developed on the island, an experimental variant of the Venom formula that Bane owes his stunning physique to. I know performance enhancers can be desirable to get one's hands on. I mean, that's why I consume 5 packets of royal honey before I hit the gym. But to what end does the Joker need this Titan? Well, destroy Gotham, of course. As I discussed during the Return of the Joker segment, this is a classic DCAU Joker plot. The emotional core and what people talk about is the Joker singling out and tormenting a specific person. But the real plot winds up being a boilerplate destroy Gotham for the laughs thing. So by the game's halfway point, the story sort of devolves into filler missions where Batman has to stop some new scheme the Joker has cooked up to destroy Gotham. Get his hands on the Titan so he can unleash an army of super henchmen on Gotham. Pump Ivy with Titan so her plants grow out of control and destroy Gotham. Dump Titan into Gotham's water supply. Okay, Gotham needs to reevaluate their water services infrastructure. It should not be a recurring problem that the water supply can be easily tainted from within the local insane asylum.
They really should have a better system for this.
With his villains recaptured and the Joker's schemes thwarted, Batman confronts the Joker in his lair and institutionalizes him properly this time. While I'm not exactly in awe of the plot, it works well enough as a playful recreation of the Joker's TAS episodes, though it won't be until Arkham City when the franchise's story becomes just as widely praised as its tone and gameplay. So let's talk about the gameplay. The game is a pretty even split between combat, stealth, and exploration, as Batman navigates Arkham Island and the various levels it is broken up into. Patient intake for your tutorial, the penitentiary, the medical facility, Arkham Manor, and the Botanical Gardens. A decent spread of varied locales that keep the Asylum setting from feeling samey, with the latter 2 levels getting secondary visits as Poison Ivy overtakes the island. There's also a Batcave hidden beneath the Asylum, which, I've never been crazy about. It always struck me as the developers going like, well, it's a Batman game. We gotta have the Batmobile, the Batwing, and the Batcave, even if their inclusions gradually grow more and more implausible. The Batcave only appears twice and is a hassle to access, so it's not some omnipresent blight on the game, but learning of its existence does sort of deflate the game's well-established atmosphere of isolation and the sensation of being trapped behind enemy lines. Not to worry, we literally have a second Batcave for such an occasion. Although Batman should worry, this Batcave is a death trap, just littered with flagrant OSHA violations. Well, technically Batman is always wearing a personal fall arrest system, so I guess it's fine. It's technically fine. Combat is simple but engaging. There's an attack button, and using attacks in a consistent rhythm will increase their effectiveness, as well as enable Batman to jump further and further across the arena to deliver each blow. When the combo meter gets high enough, Batman can deliver an instant takedown.
Oh, you okay down there?
Then there's counters, used to interrupt enemy attacks and retaliate, with the enemy attacks indicated by a glowing icon over their head on standard difficulty settings. Later games will introduce the ability to preempt attacks with attacks rather than relying solely on counters if you see the enemies coming, but counters are really the only option in Asylum, so my Arkham City muscle memory would occasionally betray me. Same with the explosive gel and battering hotkeys being swapped between Asylum and City, which drove me nuts. Later chapters also incorporate a stun, which opens up knife-wielding enemies for attacks, and a dodge jump, which opens up stun baton-wielding enemies for attacks. It's enjoyable and simple to master the combat's flow, though even on the challenge maps and on the highest difficulty settings, the game doesn't have anything all that dastardly to throw at players. The engine and animations do lead to some hilarious slow-mos, like Batman will kick a thug in the balls and the thug holds his head in agony and flies 50 feet across the room. Stealth is a more varied affair. When encountering gun-toting inmates, the game enters Predator mode. Batman may be the knight, but he is only human, so he'll be cut down by gunfire if he attacks in the open. Fortunately, the rooms that the armored thugs patrol are also all conveniently rooms where the architect left several decorative gargoyles along the walls where Batman can hide. The stealth gameplay involves grappling from gargoyle to gargoyle to get a drop on henchmen, then silently taking them out one by sneaking up behind them. The game rather awkwardly forces the player to finish the lengthy animation of silently knocking enemies out, even when they are actively being caught in the act and shot at. An annoyance that later games would remedy by introducing a violently smash them into the floor as loud as possible and deal with the consequences option in case of emergencies. Having access to an imperceptible vantage point at a moment's notice obviously turns the stealth sections into child's play, but Arkham Asylum makes hay by complicating the stealth sections at every turn. A stealth section with no gargoyles, where being detected at all ends in a game over, instead of an escape attempt. Gargoyles rigged to explode as soon as Batman sets foot on them, so they exist only as a last resort escape method. And a soon-to-be series staple, thugs with heart monitors so everyone is alerted to Batman's last known position as soon as he takes someone down. A feature that nowadays it's hard to imagine the stealth sections without. Another sneaky, spooky element of the game that works is the Scarecrow sequences. At 3 points throughout the game, fear enthusiast Scarecrow will slip Batman a Mickey and send the player into a surreal nightmare world. An opening sequence where Batman wrestles with a traumatic memory from his past, followed by a side-scroller section where Batman must sneak around the watchful, murderous gaze of a hallucinated giant Scarecrow. These sequences were showered with critical praise when the game first released, but have been called into question in recent years as flow-breaking self-indulgence. They may be self-indulgent, but in my humble opinion, they're a fun way to add some variety to the gameplay, and the precious flow is preserved. They're also neat little insights into Batman's character. Obviously, self-evident insights if you're at all familiar with Batman. But if this is the first big Batman media that got you into the character, framing Bruce's backstory via the nightmare sequences was a way for the developers to eat their cake and still have it when it comes to depicting Batman's origins. The third sequence where the fear toxin begins to break the fourth wall is the real highlight. Feeding the player nonsense tutorial advice, faking a game over, and faking a system crash, which still got me, even after all these years. Though I did run into a real bug a few times throughout my playthrough where all the game's sound would permanently stop until I quit the game and restarted. Was the fear gas causing that too? Or did Shriek somehow get his hands on a time machine and join Joker's party?
People will think their TV is broken!
While the Scarecrow segments were widely praised on release, the game's other boss encounters were largely considered blemishes on the overall experience, and for good reason. Poison Ivy is probably the most palatable, and it's still a lengthy battle of attrition where you just jump out of the way of her attacks while pelting her with batarangs. Killer Croc's encounter certainly builds up the tense atmosphere, but as the encounter is actually happening and you realize it consists of walking around floating platforms and occasionally hitting Croc with a batarang whenever he pops out the water to send him back down, it becomes a tedious chore. And poor Bane is defeated by forcing him to charge into walls yet again, this time with a charge that is embarrassingly easy to dodge, since the game goes in slow motion as he does it. As if that weren't bad enough, the mini-bosses in the game share the same charge into wall mechanic, so Bane doesn't even get to do anything unique. The cutscene after you defeat him is undeniably awesome, however.
I will break you, Batman! Then the Bruja!
No, Bane. This time I break you!
Ending on a whimper is the final boss against Titan Joker. Again, this has been critiqued to death since the game's release, but turning the Joker into a giant monster for the grand finale is a pretty lame insert final boss here idea. Obviously, despite being tasty in a fight, the Joker isn't nearly as tasty in a fight as Batman, so he's not going to risk the battle for Gotham's soul in a fist fight with you. But transforming into a big Hulk monster isn't exactly playing into the character's strengths. Should have gone all Oogie Boogie in the Kingdom Hearts games with that shit. Would have been amazing, especially since, mechanically, they pretty much do go Oogie Boogie in the Kingdom Hearts games anyways. Titan Joker jumps down into the arena, takes a few swipes at Batman, then jumps out of reach and sends in bombs and henchmen until Batman can knock him down again to deal more damage. And listen, I know, the Joker wanted to turn Batman into a Titan monster too, so they could put on this grand show for Gotham like Titan Batman versus Titan Joker Fight Night. And he's pissed that Batman used the antidote and spoiled the grand finale for everyone. Come to think of it, maybe Batman even spoiled the grand finale for us. Would fighting the final boss as a Titan version of Batman be better than the final boss we got? In like an over-the-top campy way? Or much, much worse and so absurd that it spoils the whole story?
You can't beat me. I'm actually going to win. Ready for the next round?
Always.
What?
I'll never let you win. Never.
Another gameplay mechanic that was widely criticized on release was the detective vision. When the detective vision is turned on, the player can see enemies through walls, and nearly every collectible in the game is highlighted. So yeah. The fair complaint was, and still is, that the detective vision is too good to ever want to turn off. The only reason you'd ever want to turn it off is because it makes the lovingly crafted levels look worse, and means you'll spend the entire campaign fighting skeletons, instead of just the scarecrow sequences. From a gadget that's too useful to gadgets that aren't useful enough, most of the upgrades on offer via leveling up are pretty terrible. I mean, after the combo upgrades and the health upgrades, which you'll have all of within a couple hours of gameplay if you're even getting half-decent combos, what's left? There's one that decreases the difficulty of the cryptographic sequencer, even though the minigame is already piss easy. There are 2 separate upgrades that allow you to automatically detonate the explosive gel, even though there will probably only be a single viable use of the gel in each Predator level, so just detonate it yourself. How about the inverted takedown? Batman leaving screaming thugs dangling from a gargoyle is a classic visual, but when you realize how the inverted takedown works, why would you ever use it? I can do an inverted takedown, which will instantly alert the other enemies to my last known position and lock that gargoyle out from being used for future takedowns. Or I can just drop off the gargoyle right behind the guy, do a standard silent takedown, then go right back up on the gargoyle and wait for his friends to check on the body. Silent takedown them, rinse and repeat. But I guess that's on me, optimizing my way out of fun. And while I'm on that subject, the remote control Batarang isn't vital to solving Riddler's puzzles unlike the following games, so it's really more of a novelty I didn't bother with also. Speaking of the Riddler trophies, I did go ahead and collect all of those so I could comment on the puzzle hunt. And to get the full experience, I raw-dogged the trophies, which is to say I found them all using only in-game hints without the use of a guide.
You must have cheated. There is no way you could have beaten me. Well, you asked for it, Batman. My final challenge for the whole of Gotham is just seconds away. What? Sirens. The police. You cheated, Batman. You couldn't have outsmarted me.
The Riddler's challenges are the only real optional side content in the game's story mode. They consist of various collectibles scattered around the levels, and collecting them all will lead to the Riddler's very underwhelming off-screen capture. Not to worry, as later entries in the series would amp up the final payoff to make the Riddler's defeat a cathartic comeuppance after all the collect-a-thoning he made you do. Though I had the most intense emotional reaction to the payoff in Origins, where you collect Enigma data packs instead of Riddler trophies, and after you collect all of them you find the first Riddler trophy. It's a cool idea, I get what they were going for now, but in the moment on my first playthrough I felt a chill run down my spine when I saw that first Riddler trophy achievement pop up, because I thought, oh, sweet mother of God. Please tell me when I load back into the overworld, there isn't going to be 240 more of these, and this is a Mario Galaxy Green Star situation. In Arkham Asylum, Riddler trophies make up the bulk of the collectibles, and while later games will place them inside little reflex, memory, or logic puzzles, in Arkham Asylum they're kinda just lying around. Frequently lying around conveniently behind obstacles you won't have the gadget to overcome until later in the story mode. Backtracking for collectibles is fine by me. I'm one of those meticulous freaks who always liked Banjo-Tooie more than Banjo-Kazooie. But even aggressively hunting for trophies as I first encountered each area, I was still only able to track down about half the collectibles by the end of the game's story, leaving me with an approximately 2 or 3 hour Easter egg hunt across the now empty island, all while Joker's unending firework display pops across the sky overhead. Most of the tedium of mopping up the trophies comes from a small handful of areas that have their means of access blocked off as the result of story events, requiring the player to find an unintuitive alternate means of entering them again. I'm referring specifically to the medical building's now dormant elevator, where you'll need to rely on a couple of unassuming vent tunnels to access the basement, and the sewer's pump control room. The pump control room especially had me pulling my hair out, with the entrance gated off by a security gate activated during an ambush with Joker's thugs. I scoured the whole island looking for the back door I left the pump room from during the story, which necessitated navigating that stupid collapsing cave room where you aren't allowed to grapple multiple times, only to realize I'd been burned again by not constantly having detective vision on, and there are invisible cables you can detect leading outside the room to a wall panel that opens the gate, the only wall panel that affects something outside the room it is located in the entire game. But again, hey, that's on me for turning detective vision off. To aid in tracking these challenges down, each area has a hidden Riddler map, which will provide approximate locations of the various collectibles, though there is one entirely vertical room with multiple collectibles, the elevator shaft and intensive treatment, where the map isn't going to do jack shit other than tell you you're missing something. The most fun of the collectibles are the riddles themselves, hidden Easter eggs that allude to various characters from the Batman series, hinted at in the form of classic Riddler riddles. There are some real deep cuts here. But even for those not versed in the lore, you'll quickly start to get in the groove and notice anything that's out of the ordinary or incongruously well detailed is probably related to that room's riddle. And the Aaron Cash and Ratcatcher riddles are the only two I think are so imperceptible that I would have never found them without the Riddler maps.
What the f*** that's supposed to mean? That's not a hint.
That's a hint! That's a hint! That's it!
If that's a hint, I might as well just commit.
Rounding out the Riddler challenges, each map has a number of chattering novelty Joker teeth that need to be destroyed, often popping out of Joker present boxes that occasionally contain other goodies, such as skeletons. Unlike the other trophies, teeth are not hidden or even hidden in plain sight. They're just out and about, serving as a soft way to help players navigate to the next story area. That being said, you do need to find all of them to catch the Riddler, and unlike every other collectible, they are not marked on the Riddler maps and are not highlighted by detective vision. So if you plan on 100%ing the game, really try to get them as they appear so you don't have to extend your collectible hunt by another half hour because you missed one in the medical wing and one in the manor like I did. The final collectibles are hidden messages from the self-professed Spirit of Arkham, who, it will only take most observant players a few entries to deduce, is Arkham's unhinged warden, Quincy Sharp. Harboring a burning hatred for the deranged criminals of Gotham, the player unveils that Sharp intended to transform the Asylum into a killing ground for criminals the GCPD and Batman shipped off to the island. Killings for some, lobotomies for others, in keeping with the Arkham Asylum of the Justice Lords universe. Batman Arkham Asylum does occasionally bring Batman's no-kill rule into question, and given the grittiness of the Arkhamverse, questioning Batman's no-kill rule is warranted. In the Burton and Snyder films, Batman kills indiscriminately, and in the Nolan films, Batman is forced to break his one rule by sort of indirectly killing a villain at the climax of each movie. But those are all fictional universes with rapidly stacking body counts. It's easier to accept Batman's no-kill rule in universes like Adam West Batman or the animated series. Every once in a while they have the odd fatality, but for the most part Batman always successfully thwarts the villains before anyone can be seriously harmed, with the imperiled civilians walking away with only a few scratches and lingering psychological trauma. But hey, they asked for it by living in Gotham. There's a reason the rent is so low in that city.
How much is a good night's sleep worth? Now there's a riddle for you.
But the Arkhamverse is in a unique position where the villains are all extremely deadly and rack up huge body counts, but Batman also sticks to his not using guns and doesn't kill the entire franchise. Rather than gloss over the issue, the series does raise the argument that maybe Batman should kill a handful of times, Arkham City's villain plot and finale being the most prominent examples. But at the end of Asylum's tutorial, the Joker gives Batman the opportunity to kill him and stop his scheme before it goes too far. And for the players who went to the trouble of tracking the Chronicles down, there's Quincy Sharp. Quincy Sharp is a foil to justify Batman's no-kill rule on a surface level. Batman is a gallivanting, beloved costumed hero, saving the day against impossible odds, who doesn't kill criminals. Sharp is a creepy old man who delusionally believes he's possessed by the spirit of Amadeus Arkham on a mission from God to kill criminals. So based on the character's portrayals alone, it's pretty much just the Virgin killing the Joker versus the Chad arresting the Joker meme. Not that this game's plot really explores the notion, but the whole dynamic does raise a more complex question. The criminals Batman apprehends are being shipped off to Sharp's clutches anyways, and we're not entertaining that whole won't kill you but don't have to save you notion here. If Batman is going to maintain his code, he has to take on these forces that are more insidious than the costume crooks he catches. And capitalizing on that idea is what makes Arkham Asylum's sequel such a standout in my eyes. Sharp's hidden motives lay effective groundwork for the plot, themes, and world building to come, as well as a few of Asylum's Easter eggs, confidential files from one Hugo Strange, and the toe tag of like-minded criminal killer Ra's al Ghul, whose corpse it's implied Sharp is keeping in cold storage until he can find a suitable Lazarus pit. On top of all that, there's a hidden room in the warden's office where he's drafting plans to expand his operation throughout a run-down portion of Gotham. Plans to build in Arkham City.
I feel I should thank you. Capturing Bruce Wayne is so much easier than Batman. And now that we have you, Protocol 10 is ready to begin.
Cards on the table, Batman Arkham City is one of my favorite video games of all time. Definitely in the top 5, rubbing shoulders with heavy hitters like Fallout New Vegas, The Thousand Year Door, and Ratchet & Clank 2, which, surprise, surprise, in case the background music in this video didn't tip you off, I'm a big fan of those games. This is in no small part thanks to the game's exciting story and world-building concepts, with Arkham City taking place in a quarantined zone of Gotham where the city's criminals are thrown to the wolves of roaming supervillains and serial killers to be forgotten, forced to hide in the shadows, join up with a villain's gang for any semblance of security, or die. The Arkham City concept draws inspiration from the 1981 John Carpenter film Escape from New York, which shares a similar setting, and the No Man's Land Batman comic event that ran throughout 1999, where gangs of villains jockey for power across a quarantined Gotham City. With his secret identity secretly uncovered by Hugo Strange, Strange has Bruce Wayne thrown into Arkham City as a political prisoner, so Bruce can bear witness to a mysterious Protocol 10 scheduled to activate later that night. Shortly after, a dying Joker infects Batman with his tainted, Titan-infected blood, noting that he's poisoned several Gotham hospitals with the Titan blood as well. All this in the hopes that Batman will help Mr. Freeze finalize a Titan poisoning cure. But if a cure can't be found, also seemingly so that he and his longtime nemesis can die together.
It was all a lie. There's nothing wrong with you.
Nice of you to say, but you of all people should know there's plenty wrong with me. Take my blood, for example. I wish somebody would. This stuff is killing me.
It's up to Batman to rescue Mr. Freeze from the Penguin to finish the cure, all while deducing what Strange's Protocol 10 is so we can put a stop to it. Though in practice, the whole cure this blood poisoning that is imminently going to kill me takes precedence for 80% of the game's story, and Batman kind of just winds up waiting for Protocol 10 to happen rather than figuring it out himself. Overall, the story really works. The introduction slickly establishes the setting as Bruce is dropped into the city without his gear, and the final act is a slew of explosive payoffs, reveals, and character deaths that make City feel like even more of an event than its predecessor. Even the middle of the game, where Batman storms Penguin's lair, manages to be fun despite being largely inconsequential to the plot, by virtue of functioning as a throwback to the first game. Batman storming a lair the villain has taken over, all while the villain taunts him over the loudspeaker type stuff. And the big Protocol 10 reveal is a satisfying conclusion that ties together Quincy Sharp's murderous motives, the setting as a whole, and the inclusion of Ra's al Ghul after he appeared for seemingly a one-off fight as the villain du jour, sitting on the last ingredient for the Titan cure. Arkham City is a plot by the League of Assassins to cleanse Gotham of its criminal element by arming the Joker's gang to attempt an escape, then executing every inmate via attack helicopters after saying, "Whoops, everyone's trying to escape, we have no other choice," with Strange and Sharp as Ra's puppet figureheads to get the institution running. It's the first of two surprise villain reveals that trade on the audience's general knowledge of less well-known Batman villains.
Computer, activate Protocol 11.
What are you doing?
Passcode Wayne.
No!
Get out of there!
Glad he didn't ask for the wrong protocol in his dying moments. 10 is kill everyone in Arkham City, 11 is blow up the master control room, 12 is order a pizza party for the inmates. The bigger twist comes in the game's finale. Joker steals the cure, then kidnaps Batman's scorned lover, Talia. Batman arrives to rescue Talia, only for confusion to set in when the seemingly rejuvenated Joker starts demanding the cure.
Give me the cure!
But you've already got the cure.
Talia, no!
With the Joker dead and cure in hand, Arkham City unveils its big finale.
Mr. J, you look perfect.
Ring, ring! So how do you keep a secret from the world's greatest detective? Well, do you know? You stick it right in front of him, right under his long, pointy nose, and wait.
Joker wants you to think he's sick. Then wham! Gotcha.
You fell for the old fake Joker gang, Batman.
Talia!
Oh. I'm sorry, beloved. I didn't know.
Encore! More! Bravo!
It wasn't never you.
Not always. Well, sometimes.
The Joker is still alive. Barely. And enter the final boss, Clayface. Making Clayface the final boss was a hell of a dice roll. Aside from a single Riddler puzzle in both Asylum and City, the character really does just show up as a huge, awesome wildcard pick for Batman fans to close out this awesome wildcard of a game. Batman lays out Clayface, destroys the Lazarus Pit, and consumes the first dose of the cure. From the shadows, the Joker torments Batman with all the carnage he has caused, not the least of which being killing Talia. Batman ruminates on the prospect of letting the Joker die, but the Joker's last desperate bid to steal the cure shatters the vial and makes the decision for him, resulting in undeniably the most iconic moment in the entire series.
Do you want to know something funny? Even after everything you've done, I would have saved you.
That actually is pretty funny.
Having saved the inmates who attacked him at every turn, watched the administrators who created this nightmare die, and carried the corpse of his longtime arch-nemesis through the encampment's gates, Batman has not saved Arkham City. Unlike Asylum, if you come back to hunt for Riddler trophies, it's still the hellscape of random thugs it always was. He survived it. I made sure a lot more people survived while he was interned there in the process. As I said previously, City's story works for me. The reasons to navigate the city are compelling enough on a gameplay level, but when Protocol 10 kicks off at the same time Talia is taken by the Joker, things really kick into high gear.
But you need to decide if one life is worth sacrificing to save 1,000.
Don't do this, Alfred.
Batman must save Gotham.
The third act is a barn burner. Looping back to Batman's no-kill rule, while I felt Asylum sort of raised the issue for no real thematic reason, City integrating the conviction works. Batman doesn't kill, but by the end of the story, all three main villains, Strange, Ra's, and the Joker, die by their own hands when their insane evil schemes catch up with them. Oh, why doesn't Batman kill? Why doesn't Batman kill? Well, in a way, Arkham City is almost a divine comeuppance to Batman's most heinous villains. There's an ancient Greek saying, the mills of God grind slowly, but they grind fine. In essence, if you are a villain, one day you will pay. And the way our villainous trio pays is suitably satisfying. Joker biffing the Cure trying to stab Batman is infamous. Strange blows up the tower with himself inside, although Ra's already stabbed him through the chest. I mean, I know Batman was trying to get him to an ER, but he was probably toast anyways. And Ra's trying to stab Batman through himself while falling from a massive exploding tower to his death as Batman is trying to save him, which I can't lie, is probably the most baller way to go out ever.
Ra's al Ghul was the power behind Hugo Strange. This whole place was part of his plan.
You're kidding. Where is he now?
Let's just say he's going to need a trip to a Lazarus pit.
I'm showering on all this praise now, but I'm going to admit the narrative isn't airtight. Much as I thought this was the greatest video game story I ever witnessed on my first playthrough, there are certain story elements where Dini's opus gave us the razzle-dazzle flim-flam flummox to facilitate either a boss fight or a big twist. Some narrative foibles I can completely forgive or even justify. Others, yeah, I can see why they frustrate people because despite my love for the game, they also frustrate me. On the more forgivable front is one tied to marketing. Arkham City was due to be an expansion of Arkham Asylum, and a lot of villains were teased. Many players would later lament the game was overstuffed with villains, leading to some characters being underserved. I wouldn't entirely agree. The only villain who gets the short end of the stick is Two-Face, who is utterly wasted as some generic gang leader who says bitch all the time.
Two guns, bitch!
Bitch, bitch, little bitch.
I meet you like bitch.
Jesse.
Bitch.
Yeah, bitch! Jesse!
Bitch.
And even in Arkham Asylum, Zsasz was an equally humiliated loser villain who gets a much better showing now in this game as a side character. The Titan blood poisoning idiosyncrasies I can also forgive. Batman was only infected an hour ago, but he's already on death's door. Meanwhile, Joker and the multiple patients he's infected have been lingering with the poisoning for weeks. Everyone else is receiving round-the-clock medical care. Meanwhile, Batman is out physically exerting himself in the freezing cold for 10 hours while being continuously beaten with pipes. I can see why he would die a bit faster. Or Talia stealing the cure that Harley stole from Batman, but then not giving it to Batman immediately. She tried to give it to him, but he was already at the mercy of the Joker, so she distracted the Joker instead. That one is definitely just me giving one of my favorite games a pass for a stupid plot hole, but I'll leap to that conclusion. Another silly plot point, Strange and the League of Assassins plan to repeat the Arkham City Protocol 10 process to eradicate the criminal scum of the Earth in more cities, like Metropolis and Bloodhaven. But Protocol 10 was supposedly this big emergency response because Arkham City failed. So how's that gonna work? If you screw everything up in your political position, they don't let you stay in charge. Oh, hey-oh, come to think of it, maybe that's exactly how politics work. Satire. I've done political satire. I should write for The Boys.
Got any idea what you're talking about?
No idea whatsoever.
You don't really know about politics, do you?
Know anything about it. Don't even read the papers. Got no interest, really.
The one big stupid plot point that nobody seems to be able to get past, including myself, is the Freeze situation. Mr. Freeze is working on the cure under duress since the Joker has kidnapped his frozen wife, and he can exchange the cure for her freedom. Batman provides the final ingredient needed for the cure, and then Freeze makes the cure, hides it in a vault, demands Batman save his wife in exchange for his dose of the cure, then fights Batman when Batman asks for the cure first.
You have given me your last order.
This is not a time for negotiation.
Everyone really seems to love the Mr. Freeze boss fight, so in the heat, or rather chill, of the moment, most people give it a pass. But this is such a stupid, forced way to initiate a boss fight that meanwhile gives Joker and Harley an opportunity to steal the cure, when there are so many more obvious ways to play out the same encounter. Like, the Joker's already blackmailing Freeze with his hostage wife. How about he just says, kill Batman while Harley leaves with the cure, or I'll defrost Nora. Super simple fix. And as friend of the channel Geekvolution pointed out in his review of Arkham City, Freeze really has no reason to believe the nearly dead Batman would fare better on a rescue mission than he would. He's got the freeze suit and the freeze gun again. The man is an unstoppable juggernaut.
How are you feeling? You look unwell.
Give it to me.
I'm afraid I cannot do that, Batman.
As I mentioned, the Freeze boss fight is widely praised. I personally never really cared for it, but if you enjoy it, more power to you. Basically, Freeze is the franchise's first stealth boss. You have to execute multiple stealth takedowns on him, but he will literally freeze out each method after you use it, so you have to get inventive. There's definitely a spectrum to the boss. Your difficulty setting and New Game Plus status will dictate how many different takedowns you need to use to defeat him. So on lower difficulties, the fight is a quick little chore, while on higher New Game Plus difficulties, you'll need to make a checklist of takedowns you'd otherwise only use on challenge maps.
I can evolve my strategies. And you?
Speaking of bosses and widely praised elements, overall contemporary reviews considered Arkham City's boss fights an improvement, which they were, especially owing to the enhanced, exorbitant spectacle of each encounter, but they're certainly nothing special. Aside from freeze, they all boil down to spam quick-fire gadget on the boss's weak point while dodge rolling their attacks, spam explosives on Grundy, spam electrical charges on Raish, spam freeze grenades on Clayface. Although, even in my shoes, where I've played this game a dozen times and am actively writing notes to turn a critical eye on it, the sheer spectacle of that Clayface fight still wins me over, as does brutalizing the Penguin when he tries to jump into the Grundy fight to finish the job.
Just you and me left. The bat versus the bird.
Now that we're into the gameplay, let's talk about the gameplay changes between Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. Overall, the combat rhythm is smoother, befitting a semi-rhythm-based combat system. Enemies have a greater variety, with shielded enemies that function similar to knife wielders from Asylum, armored enemies who need to be focused down with rapid attacks, and assassins who can use smoke bombs to counter, so be ready to counter the counter. Titan thugs also make a return, but no longer rely on the force them to charge into a wall dynamic to be defeated, which is a welcome change. The only problem with the added enemy variety is that there's more variety than the fast-paced story can integrate. Armored Predator enemies that can't be silently taken out don't even appear until New Game Plus, and stun baton enemies don't rear their ugly head until the final 3 fights of the story's climax, which isn't enough time for players to really learn to hate them.
That's not fun! What they were doing wasn't fun! They kept zapping us and zapping us! Idiots! Savages! Idiots!
Batman's offensive capabilities have more variety as well. Gadgets can be quick-fired in the heat of battle, and have multiple different interactions with different types of foes. Batman also now has 4 combo moves at his disposal. The classic instant takedown, which now provides Batman with total invulnerability for the duration of the animation, so it's a handy get-out-of-jail-free tool if you're about to take an unblockable attack to the face. The Bat Swarm combo, which is handy for getting some breathing room but it's largely overshadowed. The Disarm and Destroy combo, which removes guns, shields, or stun batons from the fight completely so thugs can't pick them up and reuse them. And last but not least, the Batarang combo, which instantly takes out every enemy currently knocked to the ground. Once you get the hang of the Batarang combo, you'll start to positively mow through combat encounters. It's so addictive that I started feeling Batarang combo withdrawals whenever the game forced me to play as other characters. The player can also unlock combo power-boosted gadgets, which increases the effectiveness of items like the electric gun and the freeze grenades when your combo gets to 12. But again, the standard combo, Batarang combo, and Disarm or Destroy combo are all so valuable and can be activated with a combo of only 5 that these power gadgets didn't see much use in my playthrough. The Predator sections also add some new variety, with heartbeat monitors active from the start, and enemies employing things like heat vision goggles to spot Batman on vantage points, radar jammers that scramble detective vision, and landmines that... okay, not sure what the goons' thought process was with those. The Predator rooms are basically one giant game of the floor is lava already. I'm not sure what you gain by booby-trapping the floor. This added variety flows well into added takedown methods. You can upgrade your blade dodge to be more precisely timed, but instantly take down blade-wielding enemies if you execute it successfully. You can upgrade your remote detonator to blow enemies up with their own mines. You can upgrade the sonic batarang that distracts enemies to short out their heart monitors for a free takedown. Suffice to say, the lack of valuable upgrades from Arkham Asylum is no longer an issue, and the upgrade system quickly turns into a gadget arms race to give Batman countermeasure toys as fast as the villains can roll out their own new toys. Which isn't to say there aren't still a handful of utterly useless upgrades like the heat signature conceal. Because, seriously, has anyone ever been caught by the heat vision goggles in the history of this game? The desirability of most of the upgrades works as an incentive to explore the game's side content for extra experience points. So let's take a look at the side quests. Arkham City has more side content than Arkham Asylum, but don't be fooled. Riddler, Bane, Deadshot, and Hush are all just scavenger hunts. And while you at least get to actually take down the villain yourself at the end, the payoffs still aren't all that rewarding. Except for Hush, who leaves on a cliffhanger to be paid off in the sequel. Yeah, don't get your hopes up. Not for the first time, we're kind of repeating history here. Quincy Sharp was set up as some murderous warden through a collectible side mission in Arkham Asylum, only to wind up as some pathetic, discarded puppet of Raish that returns for all of one scene where Batman saves his ass from a beating. That isn't to say Arkham City's expanded side quest roster is entirely collectathons, and the 2 side missions that don't rely on collectibles are rightfully beloved. The Mad Hatter attempts to put Batman under his spell if the player stops by to pick up the bogus cure drop-off, resulting in a short but sweet, trippy cutscene and brawl within a dream world. And Zsasz rings up payphones throughout the city, forcing Batman to race across town to find the next one with the hostage lives on the line if Batman ever lets him go to voicemail. While never all that tough, it allows the player to mess around with the addictive new grapnel boost mechanic, and the ominous ring of a payphone adds adds a sense of desperate urgency since Batman's already spinning enough plates with Protocol 10 happening in 10 hours and the Titan poisoning threatening to kill him before sunrise. Oh great, I was just about to have Freeze make the cure, but now I gotta zip line across town to answer a payphone. Although I will add that the sheer number of plates Batman is spinning can lead to ludonarrative dissonance. Ludonarrative dissonance is just a fancy way of saying the gameplay in a video game conflicts with the game's own story. So, for instance, there's the game Bully. The main character is like the Dexter of bullying. He bullies the bullies to stand up for the nerdy little guy. But that's in the story only. When it comes to the actual gameplay, feel free to shove nerdlingers into lockers to your heart's content. Arkham City is practically a poster child for ludonarrative dissonance. Because, well, the Zaz payphone side quest imbues the main story with an even greater sense of urgency, the collectathon side quests do the opposite. This isn't a Dead Rising game. Protocol 10 will commence in 10 hours, but it's more of a quantum dilation 10 hours. Strange is going to enact his master plan and Batman is going to die without a cure, but feel free to take your time attempting the same Riddler gliding puzzle for half an hour until you finally nail it. This ludonarrative dissonance issue was only exacerbated on the game's release, when some reviewers falsely claimed that certain side quests would become unbeatable if not finished before finishing the story, leading players to awkwardly leave the main story hanging at crucial moments so they could mop up the remaining Riddler challenges. Which is a problem, because there are a lot of Riddler challenges in City.
Oh no! Where have they gone? Could it be that while you were out doing what you do, I, the Riddler, snuck in and took all those poor, stupid fools?
Where have you taken them?
Questions, Dark Knight. It's not you who needs answers here, it's me. You answer my riddles and I tell you where they are. You answer my riddles and they don't die.
Remember how I said it was about a 3-hour endeavor to raw dog the remaining Riddler challenges after finishing Asylum? Yeah, well, raw dogging City took the better part of a day. Arkham Asylum had 240 Riddler challenges. Guess how many City has? 440. In fairness, the challenges themselves are much more engaging than a simple Easter egg hunt. The trophies are now locked behind cute little logic, reflex, and memorization puzzles, and on top of that, the map is easier to navigate than Asylum, which makes the hunt less tedious overall. Except for having to rewrite Popeye and Bluto's Bilge-Rat barges in the back of the steel mill if you missed anything back there. There are lots of quality of life improvements that make completing the Riddler challenges less of a hassle. Trophies can be tagged on site and marked on the map if you don't have the gadget needed to access them when you first come across them. Exact locations are marked on the clue map instead of general locations. Destructible objects like Joker teeth are now mercifully marked on the clue map as well. And filling in the clue map is done by leaving Riddler informants as the last man standing during combat and Predator sequences, which is a more engaging gameplay loop than simply bumbling around each area until you stumble on a map that reveals everything.
I know you work for Riddler.
Please, don't hurt me. I'll tell you what you want to know.
It's been a pleasure.
The Jigsaw-esque Riddler rooms that are unlocked at certain milestones of the challenge are an effective reward to keep stringing the player along. Although, given the number of trophies, after reaching a milestone, you just know it's going to be hours before you get to the next one. This is also the only Arkham game that does not require the player to complete every single Riddler challenge in order to complete the quest and defeat the Riddler. Only 400 of the 440 are needed, as 40 trophies are exclusive to Catwoman, and on release, Catwoman could only be unlocked by purchasing a new copy of the game, which is to say, you wouldn't have access to her content if you picked up Arkham City at the rental store. All in all, there's a lot more payoff to the Riddler's challenges. More variety, more creativity, and some greatly appreciated quality of life changes, with all those improvements tempered by the big asterisks. There are too damn many of them. Even for me, a weirdo who likes this sort of thing. The developers seemed to get the memo, and future games in the franchise would hover around the 200 mark when it came to Riddler collectibles.
What?
Let's circle back to the Catwoman DLC. At 2 points in the main story, Batman will be knocked unconscious and players will take the reins as Catwoman until he wakes back up. Catwoman also gets an intro combat sequence and a post-credit Predator sequence. Her map traversal abilities are, to be blunt, not fun, and introduce further complications in the Predator challenges, where surreptitious map traversal is the name of the game. But her combat works well as a stripped-down version of the main game's combat, and there's something about her combat animations I really like. I don't know, I can't quite put my finger on it. The big misfortune of the Catwoman DLC is that her final Predator sequence is extremely tedious, and the player is barred from entering Batman's post-game content until they complete it. It involves a Predator encounter with a grenade launcher-toting Two-Face and an endlessly refreshing host of bodyguards, and you need to do multiple takedowns to Two-Face to slowly chip away at his health bar. The mechanics just don't seem thought out. As soon as Two-Face hits the ground, every guard is going to start taking potshots at Catwoman the moment you regain control of the character. And given I was playing on hard and Catwoman's health is pitiful, every successful sneaky strike on Two-Face would still result in half my health bar getting melted. But that's if you're trying to do the encounter the legit way. And I mean, you can do that if you want. Have fun with that. But there is another way, my child. One of these patrol AIs is not like the others. One of these patrol AIs just doesn't belong, and we're going to exploit it. As soon as you load into the area, jump down to the bottom floor, alerting the guards. Then go running round the outside, round the outside, round the outside, until a whole conga line of guards is hustling to Catwoman's last known location. But not Two-Face, who will still be pootering around the second floor. Swing up to the second floor, and jump Two-Face. As soon as he gets up, beat him into submission again. After the second beatdown, Two-Face's hired goons will realize they're all about to be out of a job and start racing up the stairs. Select Catwoman's caltrops, throw all 3 of them at the top of the stairs, then return to pulverizing Two-Face while the guards spill their spaghetti all over the place. As soon as Two-Face runs out of health, the Predator section ends, even if by all rights Catwoman should be staring down the barrel of a veritable firing squad. It's really that simple, you can do this shit. I did it on hard where Two-Face has extra health and the guards still had enough time to pick themselves up from slipping on my marbles. None of you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with Kevin McAllister!
You guys give up, or you're thirsty for more?
That's Batman Arkham City. It is one of my favorite games, so apologies for nitpicking little details and bitching about it for most of the segment. But I heard it because I love it. I won't really delve into the challenge maps and campaigns, other than to say I did go ahead and 100% those when I was a younger man with more free time, but I remember thinking after beating some of the more difficult Predator campaigns, that was so hard I can't believe I beat it at all, and I know for a fact I will never be able to beat it again, so I'm not going to torture myself by putting that theory to the test. Arkham City would also have a brief DLC chapter released called Harley Quinn's Revenge, where Robin must rescue a kidnapped Batman from a heartbroken Harley. It's not much to write home about. It's mainly a tutorial on how to use Robin's challenge mode gear. A few of the areas are just repurposed from the base game, and it involves a Predator encounter nearly identical to the Two-Face one, with most of the same irritations, except Robin at least has access to a grapple gun, which is a huge relief. Unfortunately, Robin doesn't have access to caltrops, and the encounter doesn't end as soon as Harley gets taken out, so no cheese strategy for the boy wonder. There's also not much to say about the story, other than that Paul Dini stopped writing for the Arkhamverse after City and had nothing to do with it. Harley Quinn's Revenge is the moment when the franchise starts to lean more heavily on the whole Batman is a dick to everyone thing, so I guess I'll note that. Before moving on to Arkham Knight, the next major Arkhamverse project featuring Kevin Conroy, let's touch on the assorted minor Arkham spin-off titles. And while we're at it, yeah, I know Conroy doesn't voice Batman in the game, but I'll briefly touch on Arkham Origins. In contrast to the planned, elaborate next-gen Arkham Knight that would close out the trilogy, Arkham Origins is more or less a rush job sequel that reuses assets and gameplay mechanics directly from Arkham City. That isn't to say it's bad, though it did have a notably buggy initial release. There are things to love and things to dislike, and if you're a fan of the franchise, it's nice to have a giant Arkham City pseudo-expansion pack. Roger Craig Smith and Troy Baker stand in for Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill as Batman and Joker. Though it is fun that Origins finally invites Robert Costanzo back to reprise his role as Harvey Bullock from Batman the Animated Series. The game's boss fights have been singled out for praise, most notably the encounters with Bane and Deathstroke. Just keep that in the back of your mind. People really liked the challenging one-on-one Deathstroke fight. More contentiously, the combat introduced shock gloves to the wider public, a repurposed gameplay feature first implemented in the Arkham City Wii U port as kinetic gloves. Shock gloves allow players to punch through shields, stun batons, and armor without care, and doubles the rate the combo counter goes up. So while they're fun for a power trip, they largely break the game's combat as soon as the player gets their hands on them, which is a fitting reward, given how mercilessly difficult the Electrocutioner fight to unlock them is. There's been a lot of fun poked at the flimsy ways Origins tries to justify why Batman has access to the best gadgets in the franchise in a prequel entry, where he should have the least refined gadgets, and Arkham Knight would eventually get in on the gag as well, including the shock gloves in an evidence room as an Easter egg, with characters noting Batman's baffling decision to leave them behind. Which, I mean, they are so good, so why would he? Anytime some crook tries to make trouble in Gotham, all they need is to be struck by your electric...
Sleep, mother...
Another widespread and deserved point of criticism is the story. The game was advertised as a Batman bounty hunt with a collection of lesser-known villains making up the cast, featuring Black Mask as the big bad, only for Black Mask to be unveiled as the Joker, so they could do yet another exploring Joker and Batman's relationship plot. The game also goes to the trouble of making the Joker's origin story from the Killing Joke canon to the Arkhamverse, albeit in the same ambiguous flashback fashion as the comic. It also should be noted that the Mr. Freeze DLC expansion did manage to garner further praise for the installment. While anyone can get their hands on a copy of Origins nowadays, the 2 mobile games in the Arkham franchise are unavailable. Arkham Underworld, a top-down strategy game where players take on the role of a mob boss who teams up with the franchise's biggest villains, notable for being the only entry to not feature the Joker in some capacity, and Arkham City Lockdown, a one-on-one fighter developed by NetherRealm Studios. Neither Arkham Underworld nor Arkham City Lockdown would be considered canon to the Arkhamverse, and also of dubious canonicity is the last of the original movies we'll discuss in this video, Batman Assault on Arkham.
Run away, get yourself captured, disobey an order. Hell, give me a right answer too slowly, and I'll blow your head clean off.
Batman Assault on Arkham is a Suicide Squad movie. In fact, it released 2 years before David Ayer's very troubled Suicide Squad production, which threw me for a loop because there are a lot of extended action scenes or montages with dramatic stock rock music that made me think this is where they'd be aping Guardians of the Galaxy with 70s and 80s rock standards, just like the live-action Suicide Squad movie, if this movie had the budget to license any of them. Assault on Arkham is also purported to exist within the Arkham universe as a prequel to Arkham Asylum, an aspect most notable in Kevin Conroy reprising the role of Batman, Nolan North reprising the role of the Penguin, and Troy Baker reprising the role of the Joker, as well as the various game levels recreated in animation, including the Iceberg Lounge and Museum from City, and the electric floor room where Harley is apprehended in Asylum. The plot involves the recently apprehended and assembled Task Force X, that's Harley, Killer Frost, Deadshot, Black Spider, King Shark, Captain Boomerang, and KG Beast, being sent on a mission to infiltrate Arkham Asylum and kill the incarcerated Riddler, who we later learn is a target because he was a former Task Force X member who deduced how to defuse Amanda Waller's explosive leash. Of course, this being an Arkham story, it isn't long before the Joker shows up, and by the plot's halfway point, he manages to escape captivity, unleash the inmates of Arkham, and take over the film's plot by becoming the true main villain with a scheme to set off a dirty bomb in Gotham. In addition to Conroy, North, and Baker from the Arkhamverse, CCH Pounder and Jennifer Hale reprise their roles as Amanda Waller and Killer Frost for the DCAU. While disappointingly, Wally Wingert from the Arkham series does not reprise the role of the Riddler. Combine that with the writing for the Riddler being way off the mark from the Arkham version of the character that I so cherish, and the Riddler's inclusion is immensely disappointing, especially for the character who is the main focus of the plot, or at least the first half until the Joker takes over.
I'm gonna run 1,000 volts through your heads and fry your bombs.
Oh.
Overall, the film is pretty inessential, mainly a justification for a string of action set pieces. If you want a fun, animated Task Force X plot, watch the Justice League episode where they infiltrate the Watchtower instead. That one's even more fun because they actually get away with it in the end. Assault on Arkham also leans the hardest into an R rating of all the original movies I've covered, although funnily enough it doesn't have one, and walked away with a PG-13 rating while the arguably slightly tamer Killing Joke walked away with an R. Assault on Arkham has a gratuitous sex scene between Harley and Deadshot to match Killing Joke's gratuitous sex scene between Batman and Batgirl, just with a lot more skin. And Harley and Killer Frost, the 2 ladies on Task Force X, both flash their breasts to distract guards at some point during the mission.
What do you think of these, my man?
Oh, me!
Killing Joke had Barbara's bloody gunshot, but Assault on Arkham relishes in blood and head explosions. Speaking of which, minor point of praise for the film, I appreciate a Suicide Squad story that, 1, is about a government cover-up instead of saving the world, and 2, actually lets members of the squad die on their supposed suicide mission, beyond the one obligatory rube in the first act to demonstrate how the bomb implants work. Pitfalls that both 2016's Suicide Squad and Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League would fall into. And as far as language, neither Assault on Arkham nor The Killing Joke ever included anything worse than what I've said throughout the video, and I haven't even said fuck once. On the subject of gratuitous sex scenes, the forced Harley, Deadshot, Joker love triangle is easily the most painful aspect of the film, especially since the climax of the movie revolves around the dynamic. And on the subject of squad deaths, the film was recently retroactively declared non-canon, since King Shark dies when Waller blows his collar only to reappear, completely reimagined, in Kill the Justice League. Though in the wake of the overwhelmingly negative public reception to that game's story, the DLC chapters for Kill the Justice League have been backpedaling with the whole "this is a multiverse, these aren't the real Arkham versions of these characters" angle, so there may be hope for Assault on Arkham's canon status yet. While the Arkham franchise is a cash cow and its revival was inevitable, Arkham Knight released in 2015 as the stated conclusion of this quadrilogy, or trilogy depending on who you ask. Even the studio seems to neglect Origins. Arkham Knight would not only bring back the star power of Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill, but also introduce some notable small screen star power, with Jonathan Banks taking over the role of Commissioner Gordon, and John Noble taking over the role of the game's supposed main antagonist, Scarecrow. Looking at me, and my well-documented love of all things Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, and Fringe, you'd think I'm in heaven, but I'm actually not crazy about the decision. It's ultimately my problems with the game's narrative overall, where the two big new voice cast headliners, Scarecrow and Gordon, are the two characters most shortchanged by the story. Scarecrow's gas of Damocles is the ticking clock that dangles over the plot, but despite being the big mastermind behind the Knight's events, he's a tertiary antagonist behind the titular Arkham Knight, who has a much more personal relationship with Batman, and in lieu of trippy, destabilizing nightmare sequences, his famous toxin now functions as a plot device to bring back the real villain, a hallucinated Joker.
Ta-da! Look who it is. This motherfucker.
Yeah, Joker takes over the plot. I think we all saw this coming. Meanwhile, Scarecrow is relegated to occasional monotone taunting over the citywide intercom system that Gotham apparently has. I don't know, maybe he set the loudspeakers up himself and just passes Riddler the mic from time to time. Which, in the grand scheme of elaborate mechanical death traps surreptitiously smuggled into and set up around Gotham seen over the course of Arkham Knight, is small potatoes. But if we open the can of worms nitpicking how in the hell the villains financed, constructed, and powered all these mechanical marvels, we'll be here all night. Meanwhile, Gordon gets a few brief character moments in the game's early hours when he learns Barbara has been working with Batman, causing a rift between him and the Bat. But then he spends the rest of the game inadvertently causing trouble for everyone and prolonging the, frankly, threadbare plot. Despite the critiques I went in depth with while discussing Arkham City, part of what made that game so beloved by me is the story, warts and all. It was going for something. It was spectacular and grand, and everything was building to big climactic moments that felt important, even if it had to occasionally cheat and contrive and pad for gameplay purposes along the way. Arkham Knight's plot, aside from some flashy pivotal moments at the climax, feels nearly all like pad for gameplay purposes. Barbara gets kidnapped and Batman has to save her. Robin gets kidnapped and Batman has to save him. Gordon gets kidnapped and Batman has to save him. Robin gets kidnapped again and Batman has to save him. All while Scarecrow kind of threatens to spread fear gas over the eastern seaboard, but also has all his means to actually do so dismantled by like halfway through the story missions. Oh, gas all over the city, really shattering the mold there, Arkham Knight. When Arkham Knight first came out, and also several years later when I finally saved up money for a computer that could run it, I was kind of down on the game's main story, but after my latest playthrough, I think I hate most of it. Beyond a pathologic over-reliance on superhero tropes like taking friends hostage to string the plot along, spreading gas all over the city, contriving a way to bring the Joker back because this franchise now treats him like a crutch, or the oh-so-tired, I have the hero dead to rights, but I won't kill the hero because I want to break him psychologically first.
If you kill him, you won't learn nothing.
Beyond that, the actual plot hinges on big reveals that two characters who are very obviously not dead are, surprise surprise, not dead. Barbara shoots herself under the influence of Scarecrow toxin. Off-screen, and while Batman is practically freebasing the drug too. I've seen too many Gordons supposedly die while under the influence of fear toxin. Won't fall for that old trick. Meanwhile, Scarecrow has a mysterious ally known as the Arkham Knight who knows all Batman's secrets and has a grudge against him. Oh, and the hallucination of the Joker can't help but go on and on about how once upon a time he tortured and killed the second Robin, Jason Todd, whom the Arkham series has previously barely mentioned. Just, for no reason.
You really have no idea, do you, Bruce?
Jason. But you're dead.
Let's not fall out here, Bats. I might have told you a teeny tiny little lie.
People were predicting the Arkham Knight's identity before the game was even released. In fact, I think the only people who didn't predict it would be Jason Todd were people who double bluffed themselves, assuming Jason Todd would be too obvious. I mean, what, is it too much to ask for the only slightly less obvious? The Arkham Knight is another personality of Two-Face or Alfred under the influence of the Mad Hatter? Something. Like, there aren't even red herrings. Jason Todd is the only character in this narrative that it could possibly be.
I feel 10 feet tall right now. And strong as an ox.
Who the fuck is this guy?
So, aside from the big finale, which we'll get to a little later, as I mentioned, the plot of Arkham Knight is fairly threadbare. But with the series shifting fully toward an open world model, that not-so-dire loose formwork structure actually kind of suits the revised gameplay loop. Arkham Asylum was a linear story through a fairly structured world with hidden collectibles. Arkham City introduced the open world, but with the do-or-die fast-paced plot, the side content of the open world could butt heads with the urgency of the storyline, hence the aforementioned ludonarrative dissonance. So it does sort of work from a gameplay perspective that there is very little urgency to Arkham Knight's plot. Arkham Knight is basically a Ubisoft game. Not literally like Vengeance and Rise of Sin Tzu, but spiritually, it was a contemporary Ubisoft game when it was released. Explore an open world that unlocks in a handful of big chunks tied to story progression, while filling out the map with side missions and collectibles, all fighting for your attention that can be completed to progress through leveling up ability trees. Arkham Knight is more of a Batman open world game than its predecessors. And aside from Scarecrow's alliance with the Knight, the only real thing that distinguishes his evil plans from the evil plans of all the other villains villains running around Gotham is that his are the missions that arbitrarily unlock more gadgets and areas of the map tied to story progression. Just like last time, Batman is slowly succumbing to a Joker infection, but finding a cure has gone from the A story of the game to barely even being acknowledged as a possibility. I ran around completing all the side content before doing the final story mission, and even Scarecrow is remarkably accommodating, hopping on the citywide PA system multiple times through my Riddler trophy scavenger hunt to say, hey, I'm gonna destroy the Batman and everything he stands for the next time we see each other, but if there's stuff you need to do before I destroy you, really, take your time. It's your last night alive, so of course, no rush. I can somewhat forgive Arkham Knight making these story concessions to encourage players to explore the side content, because Arkham Knight's side content is much more fleshed out than its predecessors, and, in all honesty, is really where you're going to get your money's worth. Professor Pig's side quest is really the only Arkham City-esque side quest. Wander the city scanning corpses until you've scanned enough corpses to unlock a final showdown, just like Hush and Deadshot. Beyond that, it's a smorgasbord of missions incorporating the core Arkham gameplay in some varied ways. Penguin missions are tailing missions, followed by a combat sequence. Azrael missions are combat sequences that must be completed without taking damage. Chase Man-Bat across the skies of Gotham after he jump scares your ass to stick him with various bat needles. Arkham Knight militia checkpoints and kidnapped firefighters are peppered throughout the city so the player can break up exploration with open-air combat and predator challenges. And Two-Face is robbing banks across Gotham, making for some fun, fast-paced predator challenges where the bank alarms mask the sounds of the player's takedowns. Two-Face always seems to default to bank robbing guy whenever writers don't know what to do with him. Almost as if the writers are like, Two-Face is the coin guy, banks have a bunch of coins, he should rob a bank. Even though on multiple occasions in multiple continuities, Two-Face is also defeated when somebody throws too many coins at him. Does that make you think, Two-Face, that too much money can be both good and evil?
Holy shit. You just killed that guy.
Of course, with a larger open world and an expanded number of side missions, a new, contentious game mechanic was introduced to the franchise to provide the players with additional utility and variety: the Batmobile. The Batmobile alternates between a standard mode for city traversal, trick jumps, and racing, and a battle mode, where it converts into a strafing tank configuration for very simplistic bullet hell battle segments. The battle mode also has a grappling winch that is occasionally used for bizarrely oversized physics puzzles. So the Riddler has race courses and puzzle rooms that revolve around the Batmobile, Firefly and the Arkham Knight's militia have Batmobile chase missions, and defusing the Arkham Knight's redundancy bombs scattered across the map triggers a fight with drone tanks each and every time. Some days, you just can't get rid of many, many, many bombs. The Batmobile introduces a gameplay shift that wasn't entirely welcomed by the public when the game was released. Part of that is just the mechanics. Boosting, power sliding, and sideswiping other motorists while racing around the impressively destructible city map is exciting. Doing identical tank battles for the second dozenth time is tedious. Not to mention the entire notion of stealth tank sections that crop up on a handful of occasions is just laughable. Are we driving a Sneak 100 Elder Scrolls tank? How the hell do these people not detect me? I may be stating the obvious here, but in eloquent critic speak, fast car good, slow car bad. The other issue with the Batmobile brings us back to our word of the day, ludonarrative dissonance, and the game really asks players to meet it more than halfway by accepting some silly nonsense to justify the car's inclusion. That's because Batman can be trusted to drive across town without mowing down pedestrians and toppling historic landmarks with the Batmobile, but I cannot. And not just because of my drinking. I'm going to hit people and objects on purpose, for fun. So rather than booting the player to a game over screen if they hit a pedestrian because Batman doesn't kill, the Batmobile has some sort of electric repulsion system that merely incapacitates the people it strikes, while being propelled by a rocket thruster. I'm no physicist, but if my calculations are correct, when this baby hits 88 miles per hour, the thugs of Gotham are going to see some serious shit. Specifically, they're going to see the gates of heaven, because I hit them with a tank that topples concrete barricades while traveling at school zone speeds, at a velocity high enough to reduce the human body to mist. Ditto for just shooting rioters with a tank cannon. Don't worry, rubber bullets, and if you hit them with the car, repulsion field. They bounce right off. And if you run over their unconscious bodies on the ground afterwards, they're fine. Yeah, they're fine. They went limp, so it didn't hurt them. And all those tanks you're fighting are unmanned drones. The Arkham Knight specifically knows your tactics and your rules, and at other stages in the game deliberately exploits the no-kill rule for his own advantage, but he still went with unmanned tanks because he doesn't want a bloodbath on his conscience. He's aiding a terrorist in a plot to gas half of America, but have you seen how many tanks are going through? That would be a massacre on a whole other level.
That vest? What is it? Bulletproof? What good would that be against a man who doesn't use guns?
Beyond the Batmobile, there are a handful of other gameplay additions to Arkham Knight, although combat and stealth remain largely the same. The two new enemy types are medics, who can revive unconscious enemies or provide electric shields that need to be bat-clawed off to still conscious enemies, and drone pilots, who, okay, again, just like the heat vision guys in City, has anyone ever had a problem with these guys? More drones were hijacked by me and used against the militia than actually ever used against Batman in my full playthrough. I know because 0 were ever successfully used against me. That's if you can even be bothered to sneak up and hack them in the first place. The pace of the gameplay is amped up significantly, in both the combat and stealth sections. Bladed attacks in particular are pretty relentless, and no longer the free blade takedown combo of the past. While combat is notably tougher, the accelerated speed of the gameplay works in Batman's favor in the Predator sections. Enemies lose your position faster, you move crouched or well in vents at something approaching the land speed record, you can initiate takedowns from much, much farther away, and every silent takedown now unlocks fear takedowns, which are takedowns that can be upgraded to chain up to 5 enemies at a time. One of the more flashy upgrades, if not the most immediately desirable. Arkham Knight sports the most expansive upgrade tree to date, adding grapple mobility and Batmobile upgrades on top of the existing combat and gadget upgrades. All of City's gadgets return except for the exploding sonic batarang, along with the addition of a voice synthesizer that can be used to lure enemies to another area. Though with the fast-paced flow of the new Predator sections, the Disruptor gun is going to be your bread and butter. It can be upgraded to a maximum of 4 shots per encounter, and while 2 shots are needed to make guns explode in the user's hands, you can do a lot more damage with 1. Fat lot of good those medic revival charges are going to do when the first charge gets rerouted right to their nutsack. And there were a few militia checkpoints that I won outright by upgrading the Disruptor to work on the militia's artillery pieces, causing them to explode and instantly kill everyone in the room. Just don't get so preoccupied with the more flashy upgrades that you forget to upgrade the Batmobile tank's fire rate, because the base fire rate feels like Batman's muzzle loading the cannon. The variety of valuable upgrades also function as further incentive to explore the game's side content, as the leveling up system works differently in Arkham Knight compared to the game's predecessors. A certain number of points are awarded for progression in each side mission, usually with a larger payoff for resolving the final objective and catching the villain, which means every time you pull the Batmobile over to disarm a bomb or rescue a firefighter or harvest man-bat blood, you're getting a little something out of it. Though this does conversely work against the mother of all side quests, Riddler trophies. There's no significant upgrade point pot at the end of the Riddler Rainbow, with the quest completion bonus for hunting down all 243 riddles and defeating the Riddler being a measly 3. And you don't need any riddles to unlock the Riddler rooms and free Catwoman from his clutches. So whereas in previous games it was always worth your while to snag a trophy that caught your eye for some free XP, in Arkham Knight you should really only go out of your way for the things if you're going to go for all of them. Which, once again, I did.
I realized, you see, that the kind of image-obsessed narcissist who places bat symbols on his hubcaps would never willingly submit himself to the kind of humiliation I have in store. Yet, here you are, Detective.
Despite reducing the number of challenges to 243, raw-dogging Arkham City's Riddler trophies was still an all-day affair for me. However, unlike Arkham City, which would probably take just as long for people using online guides, Arkham Knight's trophy hunt I imagine would have gone significantly faster if I had looked the locations up. While there are a handful of quality-of-life changes to the riddle hunt, there are other gameplay decisions that make the scavenging less organic than City. Riddler informants were an added challenge in City. In the Predator sections, you'd have to let them keep patrolling till last, even if they were easy picking. And in the combat sections, you had to holster your batarang combo on the off chance you bop an informant in the head. They were not only an added challenge, but also made frequent appearances throughout the game's story. So much so that I've never had to deliberately go out of my way to find more informants in the post-game to have the Riddler map filled out. In Arkham Knight, Riddler's informants haven't infiltrated the militia, or Harley's gang, or Two-Face's gang, and I'm not sure if they can appear in the Penguin's gang, but if they can, I never saw one. So that's every combat and Predator encounter in the entire main story and all the side content, which leaves us to find Riddler informants by just patrolling the streets that will primarily be overrun with militia until you have significantly progressed through the checkpoint side quests. So it becomes a game of gliding around the city looking for green to shake down an informant who will at most have 1 or 2 obnoxious buddies defending him and that's it, to get the riddle locations. Like I said, a lot less organic than City, but still more organic than actually trying to find the riddles in the overworld yourself. A few of the bigger puzzles are pretty self-evident, but the design of Arkham Knight's Gotham means you can no longer rely on the Asylum and City tactic of flying around with detective vision on to sniff out destructible walls that may be be hiding trophies, because the game pivoted to an open-world, open-air Predator section structure, so 99% of those destructible walls are solely for the purpose of Predator combat, and them being highlighted is just throwing you off the Riddler trophy scent. Combine that with the smaller amount of overall trophies, but a world that is several orders of magnitude larger than City, and you're unlikely to stumble on the trophies without going Riddler informant farming. Fortunately, the information these informants provide is the most clear yet. Asylum gave general locations, City gave X and Y coordinates and left figuring out the Z to the player, but Knight will pinpoint their exact location on your HUD. Not quite so with the Riddler riddles, which will instead get you to the solution's general location and then display the clue. The Riddler riddles are another aspect that became less organic with the game's more expansive, more detailed map, because yeah, it's more detailed. Asylum and City had to conserve their resources, so if you saw some giant glowing sign that was an Easter egg referencing the DC Comics universe, or some incongruously detailed calendar or photo or book on a table, yeah, even if you weren't actively looking for riddles, give it a scan, it's probably a riddle. That mindset will shaft you in Night, because the world is massive, polished, and littered with Easter eggs. Which, by the way, in case I haven't made it clear already, is overall a point of praise, even though I'm about to complain about it making a side quest harder for the 8.5% of players who ever bothered to finish it. And of that 8.5% of players, I'm probably in the singular percentile that didn't Google the locations. So when you're running around the city and you see a giant glowing sign for LexCorp, if you were weaned on Asylum and City like myself, you'll scan it and think it'll solve some riddle, but no, it's just an Easter egg. Maybe it's a me problem. I'll deal with it. The real reward for completing the Riddler trophies are the calls the Riddler makes after solving each of the final 10, intermittently blustering about and backing out of your impending brawl.
You must be getting rather nervous at the thought of confronting me, right? I'm beginning to think you don't deserve the privilege of battling me. Perhaps I will withhold the honor, on principle.
Of course, the real reward is a boss fight with the Riddler in a goofy mech suit. Well, I say boss fight, but Arkham Knight doesn't really do much in the way of boss fights. Riddler went to all the trouble to build himself a mech suit, then just stands there while Catwoman and Batman fight robots not doing anything with it, except for occasionally shooting lasers at whatever character I wasn't playing as, who is effectively invincible. There's that heavyweight boxer who's turning into the Joker. In a moment, we'll get to it. He's kind of a boss fight. There's 2 tank bosses, the Cloudburst and Deathstroke. Oh, right. Remember how I said everyone loved the tricky, exciting Deathstroke deathmatch in Origins? Yeah, well, enjoy your tank battle. Not that you would know it on a blind playthrough, but Knight doesn't even have a final boss. As a matter of fact, it doesn't even really have a final combat or Predator challenge. Joker's throne room or the Wonder Tower ascent weren't exactly so difficult that they'd drive anyone to hurl their controller through the window, but they were both marked increases in the game's challenge as the story reached its climax. The gnarliest thing Arkham Knight ever throws at the player occurs with another hour or 2 of the main story left to go, the climactic showdown with the Arkham Knight himself, a multi-phase, tensely claustrophobic Predator boss fight immediately following the pulse-pounding excavator chase that ends in the destruction of the Batmobile.
Look at my frickin' car. It is crushed to bejesus and back.
Have you gotten any estimates?
Oh, for the friggin'...
Which brings me to Arkham Knight's ending. People were excited that Scarecrow would be returning as the game's supposed main villain. Not just because absence makes the heart grow fonder and he was the only Asylum villain not to reappear in City, but also because players were anticipating the return of his iconic Fear Toxin Nightmare sequences. The finale of the game's story is an extended Fear Toxin Nightmare sequence, and while it is nothing short of engrossing and spectacular, it does feel like they had the idea first, and then had to contrive a lot of story backwards to get there. And that idea, which is an incredible one, is this. What would the Joker see if he got dosed with Scarecrow's fear toxin? Super cool idea, right? But with one very obvious problem. The Joker is dead. Everyone is going to cry foul if the writers undo his impactful death at the end of City, since that would retroactively diminish the game's beloved ending. But they need to contrive some way to bring the Joker back. And not just as a hallucination, a real physical Joker that can be physically injected with fear toxin. So the writers introduced the incredibly silly plot device that some people who were given the Joker's tainted blood in City are now turning into the Joker. This includes 3 disparate captives Batman is keeping squirreled away to research a cure, and Batman himself. The conceit does open the door to some fun themes and ideas, like Harley wanting to rescue the captives so she can have a replacement Joker in her life again, the 3 Joker transformees each representing different aspects of the Joker's personality, which is actually better executed here with fake Jokers than in the 3 Jokers comic with 3 real Jokers. And of course, the dual nightmare sequence that caps off the story is a masterpiece, where Batman has to face his greatest fear of turning into his greatest foe, and the Joker has to face his greatest fear of being forgotten after his demise.
The question mark guy, he's dead?
No, not him.
Sorry, Vic, you gotta help me out.
You know what? It doesn't matter. Let's forget about him and move on.
Yes, let's forget about him and move on.
In other news, a museum dedicated to Batman and his arch-nemesis, the Penguin, opened on Bleak Island today.
Oh, you think that's scary, Bats?
Again, lots of fun ideas can be explored with the whole people turning into the Joker premise, but at the same time, the Joker's blood turns you into the Joker, I think is just a bridge too far for me. I know this is a world with supervillains and Lazarus pits and the Riddler somehow constructing elaborate death traps that would cost hundreds of millions of dollars, but the Joker's blood turning you into the Joker thing is the only thing that truly goes beyond the limits of my willing suspension of disbelief. The game does some hand-wavy technobabble that it's a mutation of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, but at the end of the game it's cured psychologically rather than physically. I don't want to dwell on it too much. The game doesn't want you to dwell on it too much. It wants you to accept it and enjoy the fireworks. And for what it's worth, they are spectacular fireworks. Especially when Conroy gets to deliver the I am the Night speech one final time when he locks Joker away in his nightmare forever. In a game with Scarecrow as one of the big bads, where he's developing fear toxin in a Zeppelin, just like in the animated series episode the speech first came from. Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
You're afraid of being ashes. You're afraid of being forgotten. And you will be forgotten, Joker. Because of me.
Scarecrow unmasks Batman live on TV, intending to drive him mad with his worst fears. However, this coincides with the Joker taking over Bruce's body, and Dr. Crane's treatment proves unexpectedly effective, overwhelming the Joker personality with his greatest nightmare and allowing Bruce to overtake his body after a battle in the center of the mind. A remorseful Jason Todd arrives to help Bruce escape, and Bruce ruins Scarecrow's fun by dosing him with his own toxin. It's incredibly cathartic. Although, I can't be the only one who thought this. Why is Scarecrow's biggest fear bats and not Croc? You know, the monster that ate his face? Batman being unmasked to the public does make for some really amusing dialogue with the various crooks you've collared throughout the franchise, especially the Riddler, who refuses to believe the truth and assumes this is some grander game of chess Batman's playing to hide his real identity. However, I'm not the biggest fan of how the game puts a bow on everything. Specifically, by doing the Dark Knight Rises thing and having Batman very transparently fake his death in an explosion. That was already a divisive ending in Rises, so I was surprised to see them do it again here, and in a manner that's even more dour than Rises. As I mentioned earlier, with this ending in mind, I'm not sure what they were going for with Batman being distant and standoffish with his allies. He's not running off to a simpler, better life with Selina like in Rises. In fact, if you go through the trouble of collecting all the Riddler trophies, you're rewarded with a cutscene where he tells Catwoman to kick rocks. So the whole faking his death thing reads less idealistic and more like Bruce just went, oh shit, I got doxxed. Time to skip town. Still, there is a triumphant stinger that shows that even if it is ambiguous who is behind the cowl, the legend of Batman lives on. So that's Arkham Knight. I'm aware I came down pretty hard on some narrative aspects, but from a gameplay perspective, the game really does manage to suck you in, especially in the earlier hours when the shorter, juicier side quests featuring the costume villains are still littering the map. Arkham Knight's juicier costume villain side quests would only get more varied and juicy with the DLC pack Season of Infamy, which adds 4 new side quests into the main game, involving the Mad Hatter, Killer Croc, Mr. Freeze, and Ra's al Ghul. That's a really solid villain lineup, although, come on, Raish. You went out like such a champ in Arkham City, only to wuss out and get brought back by another Lazarus pit. But I guess that's on brand for him. Raish doesn't master death, he cowers in fear of it. Raish's quest also ends on a player decision to either allow Raish to recover with the Lazarus pit, or sever his connection to the Lazarus device keeping him alive, effectively killing him. It was a tricky decision to make, not because I didn't know what I thought should be done, but rather I was trying to decide what would be more in character for this version of Batman to do. Outside of the main story, additional DLC chapters would be released for all playable side characters except for Azrael. Batwoman's prequel chapter is actually a fairly meaty campaign, a lighthearted prequel where she and Robin battle the Joker and Harley in an abandoned amusement park, years before the events of the Killing Joke and Arkham Asylum would escalate the clown's mad schemes. It's also fun to finally end one of these stories with a big Joker and Harley brawl. Not Titan Monster Joker, not Joker, but it's actually Clayface in disguise, so he's just an invincible random thug. A proper brawl with special moves and health bars.
Tonight's special act, the magnificent deaths of the caped do-gooders. Come in, take a load off, enjoy!
The other DLC episodes are closer in line with Harley Quinn's revenge from City. Short, simple plots that mainly function as a tutorial for the new mechanics of each character. And if you're playing on keyboard, the first thing you need to do when you're learning all the side characters is go to the settings and change the button for the instant takedown, because for some ungodly, unknowable reason, every character's takedown starts off mapped to Alt-1. There are a handful of other silly quirks to note about the episodes, like how Red Hood has the most desirable gadget of all, guns, which really do turn his Predator section into a joke and his instant takedowns into oddly comedic overkill. Also, the final fight of the Catwoman episode is a frustrating nightmare. You have to fight in a tiny arena surrounded by electric floors, but whereas instant takedowns would usually grant the player invulnerability, they don't grant invulnerability to the electric floors. So Catwoman will frequently engage in some lengthy, sprawling animation anytime the player uses one that sends her halfway across the room, only to slowly succumb to electrocution as the animation plays out and the player watches helplessly. Beyond the DLC, there would be a handful of tie-in prequel virtual reality games released after Night. Arkham VR is a prequel to Night specifically, with the entire plot being a massive dream sequence wrestling with the concept of the Joker's blood turning Batman into the Joker. Well, the recently released at the time of this video, Arkham Shadow, would be a direct sequel to Arkham Origins and the first to bring the Arkham combat system into the VR world. But there would also be a supposed continuation of the Arkhamverse beyond Night. Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League.
Hello, boys. How's your apocalypse been going?
Kill the Justice League is a live-service multiplayer co-op third-person shooter, where Justice League members Batman, Superman, Green Lantern, and The Flash are brainwashed by an invading Brainiac to aid in his efforts to terraform the Earth. In response, Amanda Waller tasks Task Force X, Harley Quinn, Deadshot, Captain Boomerang, and King Shark, to stop Brainiac and kill the Justice League. When the game first released, there was a bug that would instantly complete the story mode and drop brand new players into the post-game. I wasn't so lucky, so I guess I'll have to actually play this thing. Okay, that's not entirely fair. Despite Kill the Justice League's notoriously bad reputation, I do want to give this thing the old college try and appreciate the good instead of just going for the jugular from the start. However, in the interest of full disclosure, coming in perfectly open-minded about the experience came with its fair share of hurdles. First, Kill the Justice League's fan, critical, and commercial reception on release was such a disaster that it made the Hindenburg look like a normal, on-time blimp landing. Second, I've had certain plot details spoiled for me in advance, and given the liberties it takes with the Arkhamverse that I've grown so fond of, I knew there would be plot details that rubbed me the wrong way before I ever booted this thing up. And finally, this is the last thing I need to review to finish this video, which I initially imagined I would release on Batman Day in September, but has instead taken me the length of an entire pregnancy. So I'm itching to get it over with. It's been 9 months, I don't want the labor pains, I just want the baby. So let's start with the good. Combat generally feels nice. The design of the generic alien horde enemies doesn't do much in the way of adding flavor, but the unique traversal options tied to each of the 4 characters are engaging. I am once again reminded of City of Heroes, where you get your choice of flight, teleportation, super jumping, or super speed. Deadshot uses a jetpack to fly, Boomerang has a teleporting Speed Force boomerang at his disposal, and King Shark goes for the super leaps. Rather than super speed, Harley gets her hands on Batman's grapnel gun and goes for that. And let me tell you, as a kid, I would have killed for a grappling hook traversal power in City of Heroes. While the traversal abilities make exploring Metropolis engaging enough, even if the city all blurs together and doesn't have terribly many points of interest, they really shine in the combat encounters. Kill the Justice League's combat most reminded me of the Infamous series. Fast-paced, ranged third-person combat, given plenty of verticality thanks to various movement tools. The leveling tree system to upgrade your abilities is fine. It gets the job done, can't complain. The equipment system, not so much. Here's where the whole looter-shooter live service thing comes in, and most missions end with a supply drop of various weapons and gear with marginally different stats and traits from your current gear. Or, in my case, not remotely marginally. See, early in the game, I got access to a pair of Black Mask-themed weapons. My first thought was, oh cool, the gear is themed to different characters. That's a neat idea. And Black Mask has been so consistently humiliated throughout the Arkhamverse, his gear is the low-level crappy stuff. Makes sense. But as I continued to unlock more gear through normal gameplay, I mean, just look at the gulf in damage between these 2 weapons. Then I realized, oh right, this is a pay-to-win game. I paid to win. I picked up the game during a Steam sale. The base game was $4, and upgrading to the Deluxe Edition, which includes all the DLC, a bunch of cosmetic options, and the pay-to-win Black Mask guns, was only $1. I can live with that. I'll pay to win.
I'd buy that for $1.
Other stuff that I liked, let's see. Early in the game, when Batman makes his first appearance, we get to experience an Arkham Predator section from the perspective of the henchman as he picks off the squad one by one. It is essentially just a glorified walking section, but the atmosphere is neat, and it's one of the only things in Kill the Justice League that feels like they were going, hey, did you like the Arkham games? Here's something fun for people who liked the Arkham games. Batman's undignified death is probably the most well-known and infamous thing people dislike about the game, but for the entire rest of the game leading up to it, I actually think this depiction of a brainwashed evil Batman was executed well.
Very poor choice of words.
But yeah, it feels like a faithful interpretation of what would the Arkham Batman act like if he were brainwashed into working for the bad guys. And further homaging the Arkhamverse, making Batman the ground commander of Brainiac's forces for a majority of the game means he gets to play the Arkham villain part of hopping on the loudspeaker, taunting the squad with their inevitable defeats and commenting live on the action. It did bring a smile to my face when I'd pull off some big combo and Batman would get on the radio to alert his soldiers about my tactical prowess. The rest of the Justice League, unfortunately, don't receive the same treatment. Green Lantern and Superman barely even appear until their boss fights, where they just throw out generic mustache-twirling bad guy taunts. And the Flash is just Homelander. Keeping with that, the boys, slobs versus snobs, ragtag criminal misfits versus pompous evil superheroes aping, even before their brainwashing, the Justice League and Kill the Justice League are portrayed as vain idiots. First of all, there's the whole way they wound up brainwashed in the first place. Superman invoked his own alien origins to convince the League, like, hey, let's all have a big meeting with this new Brainiac guy to talk things out. I mean, never judge a book by its cover, but sometimes judge a book by its cover. He came to the planet in a spaceship shaped like a giant skull. There's some self-aggrandizing Justice League day, and they offer tours of their secret base. You know, the idea is so stupid that there was an entire joke episode of Justice League Action about it, where Booster Gold does off-the-books Watchtower tours to make some money on the side, and every single visitor is secretly a supervillain.
Maybe we could stop him with the mother box I brought to send the Watchtower into the sun. What? I'm Granny Goodness. Come on. I'm barely wearing a disguise.
Kill the Justice League is very much a follow-the-leader type game, to its detriment. It wants to do underdogs versus evil superheroes, just like the cool kids. It wants to be a live service looter shooter, just like the cool kids. It wants to do multiverses, just like the cool kids. And when it comes to humor, style, and main characters, it wants to be the coolest superhero kids on the block, the Guardians of the Galaxy. Captain Boomerang is very adjacent to Rocket, the hardest-edged member of the team who causes additional trouble for the gang by doing his own crimes on the side. And King Shark is Drax. He's just Drax. Here's the thing, I haven't kept up with much of the MCU over the last 5 years or so, but I love me that Guardians trilogy. But even as a self-professed fan, the humor can be hit or miss. Fortunately, enough of the jokes are hits that when there is a miss, it's easier for me to take it in stride and roll with the punches. But Kill the Justice League flips the ratio of hits and misses. Most of the jokes miss, but there are a few good zingers in the mix, which, unfortunately, shifts my reactions to all the jokes. When something is funny, my reaction is more of a begrudging, okay, that one was actually pretty good.
This is Luthor. His sense is the same. Mostly.
Ah, come on. We all saw what happened. If this is him, how'd he grow his hair back so quick, eh?
The other problem with the cutscenes? There's so many of them, and they're so long. Looking around YouTube at various long plays, it seems to take most people around 8 to 10 hours to beat the game's main story. Also looking around YouTube, 3 of those hours are cutscenes. And of course, there's the elephant in the room. One of those cutscenes kills Arkham Batman. Listen, killing Arkham Batman in some heroic sacrifice was going to be divisive among the fandom. Killing Arkham Batman in a callous, mean-spirited way was going to be even more divisive. Then Kevin Conroy died before the release of the game. Killing Arkham Batman in a callous, mean-spirited way in a game that at the time was believed to be Conroy's final performance as the character. Yeah, there were going to be people who never played Kill the Justice League who would hate the game just because they heard that happens. A lot of people I've talked to when I've mentioned the game know that Batman is unceremoniously killed off and people hate the game because of that, but they don't know the full context of the scene, and yeah, it's actually worse than what people think. It wasn't some do or die, it's him or it's us. The squad successfully captures Batman alive, and then later in the game, when they're trying to draw Superman out of hiding, they publicly execute Batman as bait. But not before Harley delivers a monologue about how all of Batman's crusading was actually bad.
You had a good run, Brucey. Flying around Gotham, punching bad guys, cleaning up the streets, causing long-term mental and emotional damage to everyone you knew. It's our turn now. After all we've been through. Oh. Bet you didn't think it'd be me at the end, huh, Bats?
Surprise, surprise, a lot of people hated this. Feeling even without taking Conroy's unexpected passing into consideration, it was still a disrespectful send-off to this version of the character. However, it wasn't universally reviled. I have seen a handful of defenses for the decision. The first and most flippant is, the game is called Kill the Justice League. What, did you expect them to not kill the Justice League? To which I would respond, I did not expect them to kill them like that. Some people say, well, Kevin Conroy signed up for the gig, he knew what he was getting into. Which, A, Conroy is a mensch. He's not gonna pull a David Cross with Alvin and the Chipmunks and go around saying, oh, this project I worked on? Yeah, it sucks. And B, as I mentioned earlier, the problem is just the death scene. And aside from that, he has the best material of any character in the game. Certainly a much, much better written evil Batman than the Arrowverse crossover. Then the DLC started coming out, and the second DLC, over 6 months after the game's initial release, revealed that, oh, those were clones Brainiac made. You didn't kill the real Justice League. They're all still alive and scattered across the multiverse. So the new argument from defenders became, see, everyone overreacted. Of course they didn't kill Batman. But going from, here's a crappy death for a character you love, to, here's a crappy death for a character you love, but if you want to give him a good ending, you can buy one with 2,400 Luther coin, or 1999 USD, yeah, that's almost worse. And I should address, there was some fan speculation swirling around that Conroy had additional voice lines recorded, and he would make his really, truly, once and for all final appearance when the game's 4th DLC comes out, showing the real Arkham Batman earning his real good ending. Well, it just came out, and no Batman. However, there is still one more chapter within the DLC that doesn't release until mid-January of 2025. It is still possible he will make one final appearance when the game officially comes to a close, but I'm not holding my breath. Nor am I going to sit on a finished video for weeks on the off chance it happens. So if Conroy returns in the final DLC chapter, I don't know, I'll do an addendum video and cover it. You know, just like my Fargo Season 5 addendum video. I got right on that. So that's Kill the Justice League. Thanks to Concord's even more disastrous release, a game with a debut so abysmal that the servers only lasted 2 weeks and everyone got refunds, it won't go down as the biggest flop of 2024, but its underperformance both critically and commercially dealt a hefty blow to Rocksteady's reputation and wallet. And with the servers shutting down the first month of 2025, it didn't even stay online past DC Universe Online, a game that's been running since 2011. Conroy also appears in DC Universe Online, by the way. But since it's more of an MMO than any sort of story-driven game, I'm skipping it. But I did acknowledge it existed. Bet you were waiting the whole video thinking I forgot it and were gonna leave a comment. But I didn't. I did forget the Viewmaster Batman Animated Series VR though, so you can make fun of me for that. Although it was advertised as Conroy's final appearance as Batman, we would be blessed with one more send-off to the voice actor after its release, with a delightful cameo appearance in the Crisis on Infinite Earths animated trilogy. I don't need to go too in-depth. There's a multiverse, it's in Crisis, you know the drill. What we're here for is Conroy's send-off, a loving tribute to the character that also functions as a send-off to the DC animated universe as a whole. At the climax of the story, the multiverses are destroyed before eventually being fused into a singular monoverse, and we get brief glimpses into homages to other DC animated continuities as examples of other universes. Homages, they're not supposed to be the real, actual universes. Don't fret. Batman Beyond is canon. It clearly hasn't happened yet. Real DCAU didn't get retroactively cosmically annihilated. It was just a little nod to the series. And it ended up being a really fitting goodbye to the man behind the voice as well, with Conroy's death occurring shortly after he recorded his part. I never had the good fortune to meet the man myself. But from co-stars to con-goers, Kevin Conroy was renowned for his shared energy and enthusiasm when interacting with others. Later in life, he was very much an open book about challenges in his past, including his troubled relationship with his alcoholic father. Challenges that shaped his personality and outlook on the world. That energy, that passion he brought to his work and to his fans was part of his aspiration to live a life without ghosts, so to speak.
I had an amazing moment with him on his last night, because I didn't think he was going to die that night, because he had come close to the edge so many times. And the doctor met me in the hall. He said, "Oh, we're so glad you flew in from LA. We may not make it through the night." I said, "Are you serious? I thought this was just another drunk thing." He said, "Oh no, his system is closing down." We were sitting there in the dark of this hospital room, and he looked out through the hospital window into the night sky, and he got this really distant stare. They call the 1,000-yard stare.
Right.
More. And he just shook his head and he said, "The great Conroy." So remorsefully, so ruefully. And I said, "What was that, Dad?" And he didn't look at me, he just kept shaking his head and he said, "The great Conroy." And I thought, dear God in heaven, this is the best lesson he's ever given me. How not to die. You don't want to live your life so that at the last breath you have, you're thinking, I've wasted my life.
I'm not typically the sort of person to feel personally affected when a celebrity passes away, but Conroy's death shook me in a way. Growing up on the animated series, or my parents buying me the brand new Arkham City after a really rough day of high school, just kind of seemed like he'd always be there. Fortunately, in his own way, he still is. To the thousands of fans who had the opportunity to meet him, the memory of meeting him will live on, and I'm sure there are many of you watching this video who have a story of interacting with him that comes to mind. And even to people like me, who know him from his work, there's his body of work. If we're specifically talking about voicing Batman, an extensive body of work, take my word for it. Kevin Conroy was my Batman. And he still is.
And if it has to end, at least I go out like this, being Batman.
I've been in this town so long that back in the city I've been taken for lost and gone and unknown for a long, long time. Fell in love years ago with an innocent girl from the Spanish and Indian folk who both been heroes and villains. Once a night continued square to fight, and she was riding in the rain of the bulls that eventually brought her down. But she's still dancing in the night, unafraid of what I do.
Well, that was fun. Who's for Chinese?